I go to London.
Hello, my name is Sophia. I am a student from Italy. I have come to London to learn English. London is a big city. It's full of history and beautiful places. I am excited to be here. I want to share my story with you. It is a sunny day in summer. The sun shines brightly in the sky. The air is warm. It is a perfect day. I am on a train going through London. The train moves fast. It makes a loud noise as it goes. I see tall buildings and green parks. London is very beautiful. On the train, there are two men sitting opposite me. They are talking to each other. They speak in English. I listen to them. I try to understand what they are saying. I know some English words, but it is hard to understand everything. I am still learning. I am still a beginner. I think to myself, I want to speak English well. I look at the men. I want to talk to them. I am a little scared, but I want to try. I take a deep breath. I smile at the men. I say, "Hello, my name is Sophia." My voice is a little quiet, but the men hear me. They stop talking and look at me. They smile back. "Hello, Sophia," one of the men says. I feel happy. I am speaking English. I want to tell them more about me. I say, "I am from Italy." The men nod. They understand me. This makes me feel good. I try to think of more words to say. It is hard. I only know simple English. The men are very nice. They slowly for me. They use easy words. I start to understand more of what they are saying. We talk a little about London. We talk about the weather. It is a nice conversation. I am learning. Soon, the train stops at a station. This is where I get off. I stand up. I say goodbye to the men. "Goodbye, Sophia," they say. I leave the train. I feel proud of myself. I spoke English today. I walk through the streets of London. There are so many people. They all speak English. I listen to them as I walk. I try to understand the words. I am learning new words all the time. I am going to my English school. I will learn more English there. My teacher is very good. She helps me a lot. I am excited to learn more. I want to speak English very well. As I walk, I think about my adventure in London. I am here to learn English. It is a big challenge, but I am ready. I will work hard. I will learn new words every day. I am happy to be here. London is a wonderful city. There are so many things to see and do. I will explore the city. I will practice my English every day. I know it would be a great adventure. This is just the beginning of my story. There is so much more to come. I will meet new friends. I will learn many things. I am excited for what the future holds. The next morning, I wake up early. The sun is shining through my window. I feel excited and a little nervous. Today is the first day of my English classes. I have been waiting for this day since I arrived in London. I get ready quickly. I wear my favorite blue jeans and a white t-shirt. I want to make a good impression. I eat breakfast. I have toast and tea. It is a simple breakfast, but it is good. I leave my apartment. I walk to the English school. The school is not far from where I live. I walk fast. I do not want to be late. I arrive at the school. The school is a big building. It has many windows. There are flowers outside. The school looks nice. I go inside. The inside of the school is bright and clean. There are many classrooms. I see other students. They are talking and laughing. They seem happy. I feel a little less nervous. I go to my classroom. The classroom is large. There are many desks and chairs. There is a big whiteboard at the front of the room. There are posters on the walls. The posters have pictures and English words. I look at the posters. I learn new words. My teacher come to the room. Her name is Miss Brown. She has tall and curly hair. She smiles at us. She looks friendly. Good morning, everyone, she says. Her voice is clear and kind. We all say, Good morning, Miss Brown. We speak in English. It is good practice. Miss Brown tells us the class. She says we will learn many things. We will learn new words. We will practice speaking and listening. We will read and write in English. I listen carefully. I want to learn everything. We start the lesson. Miss Brown teaches us about greetings. Greetings are the way to say hello and goodbye. We practice saying, hello, how are you? I am fine, thank you. We say these phrases to each other. It is fun. We laugh when we make mistakes, but it is okay. We are learning. After greetings, we learn about numbers. Miss Brown writes numbers on the whiteboard. She says each number. We repeat after her. 1, 2, 3. We go all the way to 20. I feel proud. I am learning English. The morning goes by quickly. We learn a lot. Miss Brown is a good teacher. She helps us when we make mistakes. She is patient. It is time for lunch. We all go to the cafeteria. The cafeteria is big. There are many tables and chairs. There is a lot of food. I see sandwiches, salads and fruits. I choose a chicken sandwich and an apple. I pay for my food. I say thank you to the lady at the counter. She smiles. I am using my English. I find a table. I sit with some of my classmates. We eat our lunch. We try to talk in English. It is hard, but we help each other. We laugh a lot. I make new friends. Their names are Anna and Marco. Anna is from Spain. Marco is from Brazil. We are all here to learn English. After lunch we have more lessons. We learn about colors. Miss Brown shows us cards with different colors. Red, blue, yellow. We say, we learn the name of all colors. It is interesting. The day ends. I am tired but happy. I learned so much. I say goodbye to Miss Brown and to my new friends. Goodbye. See you tomorrow, I say. I feel good. I spoke English today. I walk home. I think about my day. I am happy to be learning English. I know it will be hard, but I am ready. I will work hard. I will learn more every day. I am excited for what comes next. This is just the beginning of my journey. I have so more to learn, but I am not afraid. I am in London. I am learning English. I am living my dream. On Saturday, I do not have English class. I decide to explore London. London is a big city. There is many things to see. I am excited to see famous places. I also want to practice my English. I make a plan. I will visit Buckingham Palace first, then I will go to the London Eye. It is a big wheel. You can see all of the London from the top. It sounds amazing. I take a bus to Buckingham Palace. The bus is red. It is a famous London bus. I sit at the top. I can see the streets and buildings. It is fun. I arrive at Buckingham Palace. It is very big. It is where the Queen lives. There are many tourists. They take photos. I take photos too. I hear people speaking English. I listen to them. I learn new words. I see a group of tourists with a guide. The guide speaks English. He talks about the palace. He talks about the history. I join the group. I listen carefully. I understand some words. I am happy. I am learning. After Buckingham Palace, I go to the London Eye. I walk there. The streets of London are busy. There are many people from all over the world. I hear many languages, but I try to listen to English. I arrive at the London Eye. It is very big. It is next to the river. The river is called the Thames. It is a famous river in London. I buy a ticket for the London Eye. I say, "1 ticket please," in English. The lady understands me. I feel proud. I am using my English. I get on the London Eye. It moves slowly. It goes up and up. I can see all of the London. I can see the river, the bridges, and the buildings. It is beautiful. I take many photos on the London Eye. I meet a family. They are from Australia. They speak English. We talk a little. I tell them I am learning English. They are nice. They speak slowly for me. I understand more. The ride on the London Eye ends. I say goodbye to the family. Goodbye. Nice to meet you, I say. They say goodbye too. I feel happy. I made new friends. I spoke English. I am hungry. I find a small cafe. It is near the London Eye. I go inside. I look at the menu. I decide to order a sandwich and tea. I go to the counter. I say I would like a chicken sandwich and tea, please. The person at the counter smiles. They gave me my food. I say, thank you. I am using my English. I sit and eat my sandwich. It is delicious. The tea is good too. I think about my day. I saw famous places. I practice my English. I am learning and exploring. After my meal, I decide to go home. I am tired but happy. I walk to the bus stop. I take the bus home. I look out the window. I see the city. London is beautiful. I get home. I am very tired, but I am also very happy. I had a great day. I explored London. I practiced my English. I can't wait for my next adventure. This is just one of my days in London. There are many more to come. I will see many places. I will learn more English. I am excited for what the future holds. One Saturday morning, I see a poster. The poster is in a shop window. It talks about a community event. The event is in a park in London. There will be music, games, and foods. It sounds fun. I decide to go. I want to meet new people. I want to practice my English. I arrive at the park. The park is full of people. There are families, children, and dogs. Everyone seems happy. I hear music. I smell food. I feel excited. I walk around the park. I see different stalls. Some stalls sell food. Some stalls have games. There are also stalls for the art and crafts. I see a stall for face painting. Children are getting their faces painted. They look like animals and superheroes. It is very colorful. I hear people speaking English. I try to listen. I want to understand. I hear a lady talking about her stall. She sells handmade jewelry. The jewelry is beautiful. I go to her stall. I look at the necklaces and bracelets. The lady sees me. She smiles. Hello, she says. Do you like anything? She speaks slowly. I understand her. I feel happy. I look at the bracelet. It is blue and green. It is very pretty. I say, I like this one. How much is it? I speak in English. I am a little nervous, but I want to try. The lady tell me the price. I understand her. I decide to buy the bracelet. I gave her the money. She gives me the bracelet. I say thank you. She says, you are welcome. Enjoy the event. I walk more. I see a game stall. The game is to throw rings over bottles. If you get a ring over a bottle, you win a prize. It looks fun. I decide to try. I go to the game stall. I say, I want to try this game. The man at the stall gives me some rings. I throw the rings. It is hard, but on my last try, I get a ring over a bottle. I win. The man gives me a small stuffed. It is a teddy bear. It is cute. I say thank you. I am happy. I won a prize. I spoke English. I feel more confident. I talk to more people. I ask them about the food. I ask them about the games. I listen to their stories. Everyone is friendly. They speak slowly for me to understand more and more. I spend whole day at the event. I listen to music. I eat some food. I try different games. I talk to many people. I practice my English a lot. As the day ends, I feel tired but very happy. I met new friends. I learned new words. I practiced speaking English. It was a great day. I go home. I think about the day. I learned that speaking English is not just in the classroom. It is everywhere. It is in the park, at the stalls, and with new friends. I am excited for more adventures. I want to learn more. I want to speak better. I know I will. Every day is a chance to learn. Every day is a chance to speak English. The day at the community event was special. It was more than fun. It was a day of learning. It was a day of growing. I will remember this day. I look forward to more days like this. A few weeks after the community event, I hear about an English-speaking club. This club meets every week. People from different countries come together. They all want to improve English. I think this is a great opportunity for me. I decide to join the club. The first meeting is on a Thursday evening. The club meets in a small cafe in the city. The cafe is cozy and welcoming. There are books on shelves and painting on the walls. It feels like a good place to learn. I am nervous as I walk to the cafe. I worry about the speaking English with strangers, but I remind myself that everyone is there to learn, just like me. I arrive at the cafe. I see a group of people sitting around a large table. They are talking and laughing. They seem friendly. I take a deep breath and walk over to them. A woman sees me and smiles. She stands up and comes over to me. "Hello," she says. "Are you here for the English-speaking club?" Her voice is warm and welcoming. "Yes, I am," I reply. My voice shakes a little, but I am proud of myself for answering. "Great, I am Anna. I organize the club meetings. Come join us," she says and leads me to the table. Everyone greets me with smiles and hellos. I feel a bit more relaxed. Anna introduces me to the group. She tells them my name and where I am from. I wave and say, "Hi, I am Sophia. Nice to meet you all." They all nod and smile. Some of them introduce themselves too. There are people from France, Brazil, Japan, and many other countries. It is like a small world in one room. The club meeting starts. Anna suggests a topic for evening. The topic is favorite places in London. One by one, people start talking about their favorite places and why they like them. They talk about parks, museums, and historic sites. Some speak fluently while others search for words, but everyone listens patiently. When it's my turn, I feel my heart beating fast, but I remember what I want to say. I talk about the London Eye, the view from the top, and how beautiful London looks. I make some mistakes, but people nod and smile. They encourage me. I feel a sense of achievement. After the discussion, we play some English language games. We play a game where we have to describe a word without saying it, and others have to guess the word. It's challenging but fun. I laugh a lot. I also learn new words. As the meeting ends, I feel happy and proud. I spoke English with many people. I understood a lot. I also made some friends. Anna says, "You did great, Sophia. We are happy you joined us." I thank Anna and the others. I say goodbye and promise to come back next week. As I walk home, I think about the meeting, realize that speaking English is not just about knowing the words. It's about connecting with people, sharing stories, and learning from each other. I look forward to the next meeting. I know it will be another chance to improve my English, but more than that, it's a chance to be part of a community, to laugh, and to grow together. This experience at the English-speaking club is an important part of my journey. It shows that learning can happen everywhere, not just in a classroom, and every conversation, every new word, and every new friend brings me closer to my goal of speaking English fluently. A month after joining the English-speaking club, I learned about a cultural festival happening in London. The festival celebrates the diverse cultures that make up the vibrant city. There will be music, dance, food, and workshops from around the world. I mark the date on my calendar. I am excited to experience this event. On the day of the festival, the weather is perfect. The sun is shining, and there's a gentle breeze. I take the bus to the festival location, which is in a large park in the heart of London. As I approach, I can hear music and see colorful decorations. The park is transformed into a global village. There are stalls representing different countries. Each stall has its unique decoration, music, and aroma. I feel like I am traveling the world just by walking through the park. My first stop is at a stall representing Italy, my home country. The stall is decorated with Italian flags, and there is a small replica of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. They are serving traditional Italian foods like pizza, pasta, and gelato. Speaking Italian with the people at the stall feels comforting, but I remind myself that today's goal is to practice English. Next, I visit a stall representing India. The colors are vibrant, and the smell of spices is enticing. A friendly woman dressed in a beautiful sari greets me. "Welcome," she says in English with a warm smile. I greet her back and ask about the different dishes on display. She explains each dish to me, and I carefully listen, picking up new words like biryani and samosa. I decide to try a samosa, and it's delicious. As I continue to explore, I find a stage where performances are happening. There are traditional dances from countries like Spain, China, and Brazil. I am amazed by the variety and beauty of these performances. I clap and cheer along with the crowd, feeling a part of this global community. I then join a workshop African drumming. The workshop is conducted in English, and the instructor is patient and clear in his instructions. I learn about the different drums and rhythms. Playing the drums in a group is exhilarating, and I managed to follow along without much difficulty. After the workshop, I thank the instructor in English. Feeling proud of myself for participating and understanding the instructions, throughout the day, I speak English with many people. I ask questions about their cultures, share stories about Italy, and exchange smiles and laughter. I realize that language is more than just words. It's about connection and understanding. As the festival comes to an end, I feel a sense of fulfillment. I experience so many cultures today and practice English in a natural setting. I feel more confident in my ability to communicate and connect with people from all over the world. On my way home, I reflect on my day. I feel grateful for the opportunity to live in such a diverse city like London, where I can experience the world in one place. Today was not just about practicing English, it was about celebrating diversity, learning about other cultures, and making new friends. It was a reminder that language learning is a journey that goes beyond textbooks and classrooms. It's about engaging with the world around us. This cultural festival was a highlight of my time in London. It showed me the beauty of diversity and the power of language to bring people together. I look forward to more experiences like this, where I can grow and connect with the world through English. A few weeks after the cultural festival, I receive an invitation from Anna, the organizer of the English-speaking club. She invites me to a traditional English tea party she's hosting at her home. The idea of the tea party sounds very English, and I am thrilled to be included. On the day of the tea party, I dress carefully, choosing a nice dress and a light jacket. I want to make sure I respect the tradition. I bring a small box of Italian biscuits as a gift for Anna. It's a piece of my home country to share with my friends in London. Anna's house is in a charming part of London, with rows of beautiful old houses. I ring the doorbell, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness, and opens the door with a big smile. "Sophia, welcome," she exclaims, ushering me inside. Her house is beautifully decorated with floral arrangements and vintage china. The table is set with an array of teacups, saucers, and plates, each piece delicately designed. There are different types of tea, sandwiches with the crusts cut off, scones with clotted cream and jam, and a variety of pastries. The guests are a mix of people from English-speaking club and some of Anna's friends. Everyone is dressed nicely, and the atmosphere is cheerful yet refined. I greet the guests, practicing my English greetings and small talk. "Lovely to meet you. What a beautiful home. The tea looks wonderful." I am using phrases I've learned in class and conversations with friends, and it explains the history of the English tea tradition as she pours tea for us. She speaks clearly, so I can understand most of what she's saying. I learned that afternoon tea became popular in England in the 1840s, thanks Anna, the Duchess of Bedford. It started as a small snack to bridge the gap between lunch and dinner but soon became a social event. We talked about our favorite types of tea and share stories from our own cultures. I talk about Italian coffee culture and how it compares to English tradition. I am nervous about making mistakes, but everyone is kind and patient. They are interested in hearing about Italy. I feel proud to share a part of my culture with them as we enjoy the tea and treats. I listen to the conversations around me. I pick up new vocabulary related to tea and British customs, words like Earl Grey, Darjeeling, scones and petit fours to my growing English vocabulary. After tea, we move to the library room for more casual conversations. I find myself chatting with a few guests about our experiences in London. I am surprised by how much I am able to understand and contribute to the convention. My confidence in speaking English grows with each words.
Why? We must read.
Why you must read at a beginner level. Why do I need to read in English? My students often ask me this. They think I go to classes. I do homework. I watch films in English. Why should I read books? Actually, reading is the best way to improve your English. I will tell you why. First, reading is very important now. In 2006, only 1 in 100 people went to university. Now, 7 in 100 people go to university. All jobs require more reading and writing than years ago. This is true for everyone. It doesn't matter if you're an office worker or a mechanic. Second, reading will improve your speaking, writing, vocabulary, and grammar better than any other way. It won't improve your listening, but it will improve your vocabulary. And when you have a better English vocabulary, you can listen more easily and improve your listening that way. In school, you probably read lots of English. You probably read boring textbooks and stories with exercises at the end. But I am not talking about that. I am talking about reading for pleasure. That means reading a book you enjoy. Because you enjoy it, you are not reading. Because your teacher said, read this book. You are not reading. Because you think I should read this book. You are reading because you want to. In 1965, they did an experiment in schools in America. These schools were for boys who had done crime. For example, some of them stole things. They gave some of the boys free books. They were fun books like James Bond. They said, you do what you want. You don't have to read the books. But the boys did read the books. They read a lot of books. Some boys read a book every 2 days. After years, they gave the students a test. The students who got the books got better at reading and writing, and they liked school more. The students who did not get the books did not get better at reading and writing. Actually, some of them got worse. This isn't just true for native speakers. They also did an experiment on students learning English in the Fiji island. They used 3 ways to teach. The first way was normal English teaching. They did grammar classes, exercises, and so on. The second way was reading in silence. The students read books in class. The third way was reading together. The teacher read books to the students. After 1 year, the 2 ways with reading were the best. They were much better than the students who did normal English classes. They did the experiment again in Singapore. There, the students who read in silence did very well. They did the best in grammar tests. Other students did grammar classes, but they did worse in grammar tests. In normal classes, we try to remember grammar and vocabulary. When we read, we learn them naturally. Maybe you're thinking, when I read in English, it's too hard. I have to use the dictionary all the time. It's boring. I can't do it. I understand, so I wrote this book. I think this book will make you like reading because the stories are easy and fun. The early stories are short and easy, and the later stories are longer and harder. When you finish the book, you will think, wow, I did it. I make a podcast called English Listening Practice. 9 of the stories in this book I wrote for English listening practice. One of the stories I wrote for this book. But when I made this book, I made the stories better. Now you can read the stories at beginner, pre-intermediate, intermediate, or advanced level. The stories are all fairy tales. Some are very popular fairy tales, but some are not so popular. One of them I wrote myself. Maybe you're thinking, fairy tales are for children. I need useful vocabulary. I need to learn about business and science. That can't be fun. Actually, the vocabulary in these stories will be useful. McQuillan did an experiment where he looked at vocabulary in 22 novels. 80% of the words were on academic word lists. These are lists of the words that you need to know to study at university. Rolls and Rogers also did an experiment. They said, if students read 1 million words of science fiction, will they learn important words for studying at university? The answer was yes. So yes, fairy tales are useful for you too. But I understand if you still don't believe me. When I learn it about all this, I find it hard to believe too. But I like to try new things and I love learning languages. So, in 2017, I decided to do an experiment. I have wanted to learn Spanish for a long time, but I didn't learn much in normal classes. I said, I will learn 1 million words in Spanish. After words, I will see what my level is. 1 million words is about 20 novels, so it was a lot of work. I started with very easy reading like this book. Then I started reading translations of books that I knew in English. For example, I have read Harry Potter and Game of Thrones in English, so I read them in Spanish too. Finally, I read new book in Spanish. I read Latin American authors. That means writers such as Isabel Allende, Luis Borges, and Manuel Puig. I love them. I also listen to podcasts, but I always read the transcripts and added the words to my goal. After I finished reading 1 million words, I wrote and talked to native speakers. I was at an intermediate level. I could understand almost everything I read. I could understand people when they spoke clearly, and I could have conversations. I had spent most of my time reading, not speaking. In 1 year, I learned more than most students learn in 2 years. I didn't try to remember grammar and vocabulary. I learned them naturally. Maybe you're thinking, I don't believe this. Or maybe you're thinking, wow, I am going to read for hours every day. But I have to say something very important. You must read books that are easy and fun. If a book is too difficult or too boring, put it down and find another one. Stephen Krashen, an expert in language teaching, says only read things in English that are fun and interesting. Read things that are really easy that you wouldn't read in your native language because they are too easy. So you can read comics, magazines, detective stories, romance stories, and so on. Don't feel bad about reading translations. If you read very easy books, when you see a word you don't know, you will understand the meaning easily. You won't have to use a dictionary. So, what is easy? Experiments show that you should understand at least 98% of the words in a text. 98%. That's so high, I know. But let me show you an example. Here is a text where 10% of words are not real words, so you should understand 90% of the words. Jerry flew out of bed and opened the curtains. He BMD to himself as he made breakfast. He made coffee and put butter on his puffer. Someone called his phone and picked it up. He was very surprised by who was tangling, so his binky fell on the floor. Is that easy to understand? Could you read the whole book of that? Here is the same text, but only 2% of the words are not real, so you should understand 98% of the words. Jerry jumped out of the bed and opened the curtains. He sang to himself as he made breakfast. He made coffee and put butter on his toast. Someone called his phone and he picked it up. He was very surprised about by who was calling, so his binky fell on the floor. How was that? You probably didn't understand everything, but it was more fun to read than the first text. That's why reading for pleasure is so great. Maybe you don't understand everything, but you understand enough to follow the story. And you don't have to pick up a dictionary. So, if you find that this book is too hard, read something easier. If you find it boring, read something more fun. I know that not everyone likes my writing, and that is okay. Find a book that is good for you. When we have fun, we learn much more. Because I want this book to be fun, it has no exercises in it. I thought about adding them after each story, but I don't think it's a good way to spend your time. Instead, you should read more, read for pleasure. If you finish this book, you can try the level above because you already read the stories. You will know them well, and it will be easier to understand. But maybe when you finish this book, you will love stories. I hope so. If you do want to read more, you can listen to my podcast, English Listening Practice. I write a new story every week with audio and text. And there are over 100 episodes to listen to. Happy reading and happy learning. Why you must read. Intermediate level. Why do I need to read in English? I get this question a lot from students. They argue that as long as they're going to classes, doing their homework, and watching films in English, there's no need to sit down with something boring and old-fashioned as a book. Well, to put it simply, they are wrong. In fact, reading is the best thing you can do to learn English. And I am here to tell you why. Firstly, reading skills are more important than ever, whether that be in English or your native language. In 2006, only 1 in 100 people went to university. Now, it's 7 in 100. All jobs from office workers to mechanics require far more reading and writing than a century ago. The competition is higher and readers win. Secondly, reading is the best way to improve proficiency in English overall. Yes, you heard me right. Reading will improve your speaking, writing, vocabulary, and grammar far more efficiently than any other methods. It won't improve your listening skills, but it will give you the vocabulary necessary to train your ear quickly. But it's not just any reading we're talking about. In school, you probably read lots in English. Boring textbooks and stories with exercises at the end. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about reading in pleasure. That means reading a book because you enjoy it. Not because your teacher told you to. Not because it's what you're supposed to read to improve your English. No questions, no book reports, just pure pleasure. Yeah, right, you're probably thinking that's too good to be true. Let me show you. In 1965, an experiment was carried out in juvenile delinquent reform centers in America. One group of the students were given free books. They made sure they were exciting books that would appeal to young boys, such as James Bond. But unlike most reading programs, they were not required to read the books. They were simply given them. They could throw the books away, given them back, or draw on the pages, and nobody would punish them for it. But the boys did read them. They read a lot of them. Some of them read a book every 2 days. At the end of 2 years, they tested the students. Not only they did their reading and writing greatly improve, so did their attitude toward school. But the students who were not on this program, they stayed the same. In fact, some of them got worse over 2 years. This isn't just true for native speakers either. A study of English as a second language ESL students in the Fiji Islands looked at 3 methods. Traditional English teaching, sustained silent reading, which means reading in silence for a long time, and a more conventional reading program where the teachers read aloud to the students. By the end of the first year, students taught with the 2 reading methods had a 15-month advantage in English ability compared to the 6.5 months of the traditional method. When the study was replicated in Singapore, the students who did only sustained silent reading did better on grammar tests than the students who had taken only grammar classes. When we do grammar exercises, we try to memorize the roles of the language. When we read, we absorb them. But I know what you're thinking. That's all well and good, but when I pick up a book in English, it's too hard for me. I get bored of looking up words, and I give up after a few minutes. That's why I wrote this book. It is designed to make you fall in love with reading by providing fun, familiar stories that are easy to understand. The stories gradually increase in difficulty and length so that you can feel a sense of progression and success. At the end, most of them were originally released on my podcast, English Spoken Stories. But they have been rewritten and improved for this book. As well as having a version for each language level, they are a mix of classic and less popular fairy tales, as well as one that I wrote myself. Again, I know what you're thinking, fairy tales. But those are for kids. I need useful vocabulary about business, science, and technology. There's no way to make that fun. The thing with language isn't such a big difference between important language and fun language. We use a wide range of words when we're talking about technical topics as well as chatting with our friends. A study by McQuillan examined vocabulary in 22 novels and found that they included 85% of words on academic word lists. Rolls and Rogers found that if a student read 1,000,000 words of science fiction, they would acquire many of the technical words required for a science degree. So, yes, reading fairy tales will help your English in all areas, even for academic purposes. As an English teacher, I've seen many times that the students who do the best are those who read the most, for university, for business, or just for travel. Reading is the factor that predicts success. But I understand if you're still unsure. When I learned about all this, I was too. But I like to experiment, and I have a passion for learning languages. So, in 2017, I had wanted to learn Spanish for a long time, but aside from struggling with Duolingo and not really learning anything, I hadn't made a serious attempt. I set myself a goal. I would read 1,000,000 words in Spanish and see what my level was afterwards. 1,000,000 words is roughly standard length novels, so it was a huge task. I started with very easy resources like transcripts of podcasts for learners, but I avoided anything that felt too much like work. Once I'd learned the basics, I started reading translations of books that I knew in English, such as Harry Potter and A Song of Ice and Fire. You might know it as Game of Thrones. Finally, I was ready to move on to completely new books, and I fell in love with Latin American authors such as Isabel Allende, Luis Jorge Borges, and Manuel Puig. With the reading, I also listened to podcasts, but I always read the transcripts and counted the words as part of my reading. After I achieved my goals, I tested myself by writing and talking to native speakers and found that I was at a decent intermediate level. I could understand everything I read, understand clear speech, and have conversations at a comfortable level. Even though I had barely spoken the language since I started learning, I had been learning for about a year and had made more progress than most students make in years. I didn't memorize the vocabulary and grammar rules. I absorbed them. By this point, you're either thinking this is all complete nonsense, or you're super excited and ready to start reading for hours a day. But the next thing I am going to say is extremely important. You must read books that are easy and fun. If a book is too difficult or too boring, put it down and find another one. Stephen Krashen, an expert in the field of second language acquisition, says to read only material in the second language that is genuinely fun and interesting. Material that is so easy that you probably feel guilty reading it in your primary language. This is your excuse to read comics, magazines, detective stories, romance, etc. There is no shame in reading translations. You want to be reading a book so easy that when you see a word you don't know, you can understand the meaning from context. Research has shown that in order for this to happen, the text needs to be at least 98% known words. 98%. That's so high, I know, dear reader, but let me show you an example. Here's a text where I've replaced 10% of words with nonsense words. It is 90% comprehensible. Jerry flirted out of bed and threw open the curtains. It was a beautiful day. He BM'd to himself as he did his daily routine, pouring coffee and buttering puffer. But then his phone rang, and the person telling was so unexpected that he dropped his Vinky on the floor. Is that easy to understand? Could you read a whole book of that? Here's the same text but 98% comprehensible. Jerry jumped out of bed and threw open the curtains. It was a beautiful day. He sang to himself as he did his daily routine, pouring coffee and buttering toast. But then his phone rang and the person calling was so unexpected that he dropped his Vinky on the floor. How was that? Even if you couldn't understand everything, I bet it was far more enjoyable to read than the first text. And that's the magic of reading for pleasure. Even if didn't understand everything, you got enough to follow the story and keep going without having to pick up a dictionary. So, if you find that a book is too hard, put it down and read at a lower level. If you find it boring, go read something else. Yes, I'm giving you permission to stop reading my book. I know not everyone likes my writing style, and that's okay. Find what works for you. As you read, focus on the meaning of the stories and don't sweat it if you don't understand every single word. Just relax and try to get lost in the pages. Believe it or not, when we have fun, we learn far better. The levels of these volumes are based on the Common European Framework of Reference, a system for defining language levels. You'll know them as A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, and C2. Although these books only cover A1 to C1, if you're at A1 level, you probably need more guided teaching before you start reading. And if you're at C1 level, then you can start reading books for native speakers. A great strategy if you don't feel confident about your reading ability is to start with the beginner level of the book and reread it level by level, going all the way up to advanced. This will allow you to really absorb the new language and gradually increase the difficulty. There's not a huge difference between the intermediate level stories and the advanced level stories. But even rereading the same story twice can be very effective.
My daily routine in English.
I am a student. Every day, I go through a routine that helps me to manage my studies, my personal life, and staying healthy. My routine is like a smooth running engine that helps me stay organized and reach my goals. My day starts early. I wake up at 6 a.m., feeling refreshed and energized after a good night's sleep. The first thing I do is stretch my body and take a deep breath, preparing myself for the day ahead. Then, I get out of bed and make my bed, a simple task that helps me to start my day with a sense of accomplishment. After making my bed, I head to the bathroom to freshen up and get ready for the day. I brush my teeth, take a quick shower, and get dressed in my school uniform. As I tie my shoelaces, I mentally go through my schedule for the day, making sure I haven't forgotten anything important. I check my backpack to see if I have all my books and necessary supplies. I head downstairs to the kitchen, where my mom has already prepared a nutritious breakfast for me. I usually have a bowl of oatmeal with some fresh fruits and a glass of milk. Eating a healthy breakfast is essential for me as it gives me the energy I need to stay focused and alert throughout the day. Next, I pack my lunch and put it in my backpack. I also pack some snacks to munch on during my breaks. With my backpack on my shoulder, I bid goodbye to my family and head to school. I live close to my school, so I usually walk there. It saves money and helps me stay healthy. Walking to school is also good for the environment because it helps reduce pollution from cars. Plus, it gives me time to enjoy the fresh air and clear my mind before starting my day.
Overall, walking is a simple and beneficial way to start my mornings. As I reach school, I greet my friends and make my way to the classroom. I am the type of student who likes to arrive early to class to avoid the morning rush and settle down comfortably. I take out my planner and quickly go through my timetable to see what classes I have for the day. I also use this time to review any notes or assignments that I may have missed. And if I have any questions about the upcoming lessons, I jot them down in my planner to ask my teachers later. First period is English class, and it's my favorite subject. My teacher is funny and passionate, which makes the class fun. I participate in class discussions and take notes attentively. We talk about cool books and stories, and my teacher lets us share our ideas. Sometimes, we play games to practice English. I love English class because it's where I feel creative. After English, I have math, which is not my strongest subject, but I still try my best and ask for help when needed. During math class, I pay extra attention and take thorough notes to understand the concepts better. If I have trouble with a problem, I'm not afraid to ask my teacher or classmates for assistance. I also practice math problems at home to reinforce what I've learned in class. During my break, I catch up with my friends, share snacks, and talk about the latest happenings. We also discuss our plans for the weekend and make arrangements to hang out together. After the break, I have science, followed by history. Both subjects are fascinating, and I love learning about the world around me and the events that shaped our past. When school is done, I put my stuff in my bag and go home. I say goodbye to my friends and teachers before leaving for home. After school, I might have fun things like music lessons or sports practice. When I'm done, I make my way back home to relax. It's nice to have some time to relax after a busy day at school. After I get home, I take a short break and eat a snack to get my energy back. Then, I begin doing my homework and assignments. I like to get my homework done early, so I have enough time to relax and unwind before bedtime. I start with the easier tasks first to warm up. As I work, I make sure to take breaks to stretch and relax my mind. My parents always emphasize the importance of balancing academics and personal time, and I try my best to follow their advice. After completing my homework, I have dinner with my family. We talk about our day, share interesting stories, and laugh a lot. I am grateful for my family's support and love, which keeps me motivated and happy. After dinner, I do something fun before bed. I might read, watch TV, or play games. These activities help me relax and get ready for sleep. It's a nice way to end the day before going to bed. Before going to sleep, I reflect on my day and think about my goals. I make a mental note of what I have accomplished and what I need to work on for the next day. I also think about the things I am grateful for and say a little prayer. Then, I close my eyes and drift off to sleep, ready to start a new day tomorrow. My daily routine as a student may seem normal and regular, but it's what helps me stay balanced and attentive. Each day brings opportunities for growth and learning, even in the smallest moments. By following this routine, I am able to manage my time efficiently and achieve my academic and personal goals. It may not always be easy, but it is definitely worth it as I see myself grow and improve every day. As a student, my daily routine is my secret weapon to success, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Interesting story of the picture.
The picture was always a part of my life. When I was a little boy, more than 50 years ago, I visited my grandmother on Sundays. Her house was very near the sea. We lived in an old fishing village in Cornwall, in the southwest of England, and the sound of the sea was all round us. While my grandmother and my mother were talking, I always walked round the little sitting room and looked at all the things there. The room was small and dark, with a square window. The window looked out onto the garden. My grandmother wasn't rich, but the room was clean and warm. A fire burned in the fireplace in winter, and I loved the moving flames. Above the fireplace there was a shelf. My grandmother put her special things there, a big clock, a silver mirror, a bright blue teapot and two brown and white china dogs. The dogs looked down at me kindly. But my favorite thing in the room was the picture. It was on the wall in a corner near the fireplace. It was very dark there, and I had to stand very near the picture before I could see it clearly. It was like the room, small and square and brown, and I thought it was very old, like my grandmother. It was a picture of an old lady. She was wearing an old-fashioned red dress. She had a round, kind face, and she was wearing a little white hat on her head. In my imagination she was saying, "Don't worry, Peter, I'm your friend, and I understand you." When I was very small, I was happy when I saw the old lady's face. When I was older, about 10 or 11, I often visited my grandmother. Our house was quiet. My father was dead, and my mother had a little shop. She had to work there all day. She had to earn money for us both. I loved my grandmother and often talked to her about her life when she was young. One day I asked her about the picture. "Granny, who is the lady in the picture? Was she in your family? She looks like you." Grandmother smiled. "No, Peter," she said, "I don't know her. The picture was your grandfather's and he got it from his father. Nobody knows anything about it. I don't think it's a very special picture, but I like it. I never feel alone, because the old lady is my friend. I talk to her sometimes, but don't tell anybody." Those times with my grandmother were happy ones for me. We talked all the time, and I ate some of her special chocolate cakes. My motherland I didn't have much time together. She worked very hard. In the morning when I got up, I found my breakfast on the table. My mother was already working in the shop. In the evening, when I came home from school, we had our evening meal together. We talked a little about our day. After the meal I had to do my homework, and they both went to bed early. I was an only child. I had friends at school, but I didn't often ask them to come to my house because we lived outside the village. Most of the time I was alone, but I wasn't unhappy. I liked reading, and sometimes I listened to the big brown radio on the kitchen table. Then I could escape in my imagination from my boring quiet life and travel round the world. I could climb mountains, visit Australia, and live with the Eskimos in Canada. When I leave school, I told my grandmother, "I'm going to sail round the world and make a lot of money." Then you and mother can have a good holiday. Grandmother always smiled at these dreams. When I was 17, my grandmother died. Suddenly there was nobody to talk to, nobody to listen to my exciting plans. I missed my best friend. For a long time my life was empty, and my mother missed her badly too. We had to sell my grandmother's things. Two men came and took everything away. Just before they came, my mother said to me, "Peter, you can take one thing from Granny's house. You can choose anything." I went to the dark house and looked round the little room. The dogs watched me from the shelf above the fireplace. Were they saying, "Take us"? I loved the clock and the beautiful blue teapot. But I had to take the little picture of the old lady. Because when I looked at her, I thought of my grandmother. I took the picture carefully from the wall. It was small, but heavy, and the frame was made of wood, with old bits of gold on it. I carried the picture home and put it up on my wall. The old lady smiled down at me, and I felt she was happy with me. I didn't tell anybody, but I felt that my grandmother was there, and sometimes I talked to her about my problems and my plans. The years after that went quickly. I left school and got a job in an office. It wasn't very interesting, but I was happy. Now I could give my mother some money. Then suddenly, it was that terrible summer of 1939. The war began, and everywhere people had worried faces. One day I got a letter. I had to go to the Navy office the next day. That evening mother and I sat quietly in the sitting room. She smiled at me. "Be careful, Peter," she said, "and come back soon." I put my hand on hers for a moment. "Don't worry, mother," I said. "I'm going to send you postcards from a lot of exciting places. But what about you? Don't work too hard." Early the next morning she kissed me before she went to the shop. I didn't see her again for months. I liked my life in the Navy. After a few months I got a job as an officer on a big ship. Sometimes it was dangerous work, but it was also very exciting. The most interesting thing for me was travel. We traveled all over the world. We visited islands, cities and new countries, and the world got bigger and more exciting all the time. I often wrote letters and postcards to my mother. When we stopped at a port, I usually found a letter from her. "Life here is hard for everybody," she wrote, "and I'm in the shop from 7 a.m. until 9 p.m. but we're lucky here. It's worse for the people in the cities. I often think about you, my dear Peter. I hope you're all right." On the ship I had a very good friend, Frank. He came from Malta, and he often talked to me about his parents, his brothers, and all his cousins. He was a big, happy man. He often sang songs and played the guitar. Sometimes we sat quietly and talked for hours about the war and our plans for the future. One day our ship arrived in Valletta, the port of Malta. Frank was very happy. I went with him and visited his cousins. His uncle had a cafe in Slima, near Valletta. He was a big, friendly man. "Welcome, Peter," he said. "You are one of our family now, and you must see all of our beautiful island." We all sat in the sun outside the cafe with our cold drinks, and I was very happy. I looked at the blue sea and the busy people, and I forgot the war for a short time. While we were sitting there, a young woman came towards us. When she saw Frank, she said, "It's wonderful to see you. Maria, this is my friend Peter," he said. He looked at me. "Peter, this is my cousin, Maria." She was wearing a red dress. It was the color of flames in the fire. She held out her hand to me. "Peter," she said, "have a wonderful time in Malta." She smiled, and we all smiled, because she was so beautiful. She sat down with us, and asked Frank a lot of questions about the Navy and the war. They talked, and I watched Maria, her dark hair, her eyes, the way she moved her hands when she was talking. I was in love. From that moment, Maria was the most important person in my life. We were together for 10 days. We ate in little restaurants beside the sea. We walked over the island. We looked at the flowers, the horses and the people. Every day I learned more about her, and she had dreams for the future. "I'm going to be a doctor, Peter," she said, "to help people, and I want to travel round the world. When this war finishes," I said, "we're going to travel together." We couldn't forget the war. After 9 days I had to go back to my ship. On my last afternoon, Frank drove us up to the hills near Lugar, and Maria and I walked together for an hour. It was spring, the sun was shining, and the hills were bright with flowers. But we didn't see the colors round us. We sat quietly together. Maria looked at me. Her face was angry. "I hate war," she said. "Why do people fight, Peter? You don't want to fight, do you?" I held her hand. "I don't want to, but I have to. But don't worry, I'm going to come back after the war." And then, I couldn't say any more. Maria said quietly, "People change. Are we going to be different after the war?" "Oh, Maria, I don't know," I said, "but I'm going to come back. We can always be together." Maria didn't answer. I looked at her. Her eyes were full of love. I thought about the eyes of the old lady in the picture. We didn't say anything after that. We just sat together and watched the sky and the sea. The next day I went back to my ship. For many months our ship was in the center of the war. One terrible day Frank died, and a lot of other people on the ship. I was lucky I didn't die, but I was in hospital for 6 months. In Malta life was difficult, too. A lot of people died there. I didn't hear from Maria. Perhaps but I couldn't think about that. I wanted to write to her, but in hospital I couldn't. Then I was afraid. The war finished, and I left the Navy. I lived with my mother in Cornwall, but I was not happy. One day Mother said, "Peter, you must go back to Malta. You're thinking about Maria all the time." I know. That night I couldn't sleep. I was thinking about Malta, about Maria. The next morning I knew. Mother was right. Only Maria was important in my life, and I had to find her again. I bought a boat ticket to Malta, and in a week I was in Valletta. When I arrived, it was very late. I couldn't visit her. I stayed in a hotel near the sea, and the next day I got a bus to her father's cafe in Chamar. It was winter in Malta now. There were no flowers on the hills, the sea was grey, and there was a cold wind. The cafe was there, but it was empty. There was no glass in the windows. There were no doors. What happened here during the war? I thought. I was cold in my thin coat. Where was she? How could I find her? I went back to Valletta, and I walked slowly through the streets of the town. I stopped outside a big hotel in the town center. There was a party, with music and dancing. People were singing and laughing. I was cold, and I went into the hotel for a cup of coffee. I was sitting in the hotel restaurant when I heard a shout. The people from the party were rushed out into the street, and a lot of cars were stopping noisily outside the hotel. They had lots of flowers on them. I stood up and looked out of the window, and I saw my beautiful Maria with a young man. She was wearing a long dress, and she had some flowers in her hand. The young man was wearing an expensive suit, and he had a flower too. I knew immediately this big party was for Maria, and she was married to the young man. I sat in the restaurant until it was quiet again. All the people went away. Then I walked slowly back to the port. A boat was going to England the next day. I sat in a cafe by the sea. I couldn't read or write, or think about anything. I've lost Maria, I thought. Why am I still alive? 6 weeks later I moved out of my mother's house into a little room. It was small and cheap, and I took only a few of my things with me: the chair, my radio, and my grandmother's picture. I often sat in the evenings and talked to the little old lady with the quiet face and the red dress. She was my friend, and she knew my secrets. After some time I got a boring job in a boring office. I had a little money for food, and some money for my room. I often visited my mother and gave her some money. She was old now, and tired, but she had to work in the shop because she needed the money. One day a man in my office stopped next to my desk. "Do you want to buy a lottery ticket?" he asked. "A lot of people need new houses after the war. The money from the lottery is going to help them." He smiled. "Maybe this is the lucky number, and you can win a lot of money." I bought a ticket, and after that he was very friendly. I visited him and his family at his house. He talked a lot about pictures. His brother had an important shop in London and he knew a lot about famous painters. One day he came to my room to have a cup of coffee. He looked at my little room, and immediately he saw my old lady. He went very close to her, and looked at her carefully for a long time. Then he said, "Where did that picture come from? I think it's something special." The next day he brought his brother. They took the picture away and after a lot of tests the brother came back. He was very excited. "Your picture is by Rembrandt," he told me. "You can sell it and get thousands of pounds." For 2 days I sat in my room and looked at the old lady. She smiled quietly at me, and I thought she was saying, "You must do the best thing. I am your friend." I didn't want to sell her. I couldn't. She was the best thing in my life. She was a part of my life from the beginning, and I needed her more than I needed the money. But then I thought, with the money I can help my mother. I can buy her a house, she can leave the shop, and she can have a holiday. The next day I knew the answer. I had to sell the picture. I can ask my friend's brother, I thought. He can sell the picture for me. I went to the office, and when I saw my friend, I went over to him. But before I could speak, my friend laughed and took my hand. "Well, here's the lucky man," he said, and the other people in the office all laughed and clapped their hands. "You've won the lottery," he said, "and a check for £20,000 is coming in the post." That evening when I went back to my room, the old lady looked happier. And behind the front door was a letter from Malta. It said, "My darling Peter, what can I say? When Frank died, I thought Peter has died too. There were no letters. My older brother was here before Christmas. He came from America, and we had a big party for him. Now he has gone back. My father saw you in Malta at that time. He told me, but I didn't believe him. I wrote to the Navy and they told me about you and sent me your address. I need you. When can you come? Your loving Maria." The next day, I flew to Malta.
story of my lemonade.
Hi, I'm Lion. I live in a small town with my mom and dad. We have a little store where we sell groceries. I like helping out there. One day, I saw some kids selling lemonade. They looked so happy. That gave me an idea. I told my mom and dad about it, and they said it was a good idea. So I started my own lemonade stand near our store. At first, I was a bit scared if anyone would buy my lemonade. But guess what? People did. They liked it and would come back for more. Every day after school, I'd be there with my big smile, ready to serve lemonade to anyone who wanted it. It made me really happy to see people enjoying what I made. More and more people started coming, and I started earning money. I saved some for a special thing I wanted. But the best part was how much I learned about working hard and being nice to customers. Our town started to know about my lemonade stand. It became famous. A newspaper even wrote a story about me. I felt super proud and happy. My lemonade stand made people smile, and that's what I loved the most. It's my story about working hard, making people happy, and having lots of fun along the way. As more people came to my lemonade stand, I thought about how I could help others too. I decided to give some of the money I made to help animals at our local shelter. I really like animals. With help from my mom and dad, we planned a special day at my stand to raise money for the shelter. I made colorful signs and told everyone in town to come. Lots of people showed up. They bought lemonade and snacks, and we collected a good amount of money for the shelter. It felt awesome to help animals in need. After that, I kept giving some of my money to the shelter regularly. It became something I looked forward to. I even inspired some friends to do kind things too. As time went on, I learned more about running a business. I tried new flavors for my lemonade and added snacks to my menu. Our family store also got more customers because of my stand. But what really made me happy was seeing people smile when they drank my lemonade. It wasn't just a drink, it was a way to make people feel good. Now, when I think back on those days, I feel really happy. My lemonade stand taught me that even small things can make a big difference. It's not just a story about lemonade, it's a story about helping others and having fun too. One day, I had a big idea. I wanted to make a special place for kids in our town to play. I talked to my parents about it, and they thought it was a great idea too. So, I used some of the money I saved from my lemonade stand to buy toys and games. We set up a fun area near the park where kids could play for free. It was like a little playground. Kids in the town loved it. They came after school to play and have fun. It made me really happy to see them smiling and laughing. People in the town noticed what I did and said nice things about it. They even helped by donating more toys and games for the play area. Now, our town has a cool place for kids to play, all thanks to my lemonade stand and the support of our community. It's amazing how a simple idea can make so many people happy. More kids started coming to play at the special place. They brought their friends and had lots of fun together. Sometimes we would organize games and activities for everyone to enjoy. My parents and some other grown-ups in town helped keep the place clean and safe. They built a fence around it to make sure the toys and games stayed in good condition. We also had picnics and small events at the play area. Families would come with snacks, and we would all have a good time playing and chatting. As the days went by, the play area became a favorite spot for kids and families. It was heartwarming to see everyone having such a good time. The best part was knowing that my idea had brought so much joy to our town. More and more people from nearby towns heard about our special play area. They visited us on weekends and holidays, bringing even more fun and laughter. Some local businesses saw how happy the play area made everyone and decided to help too. They sponsored new swings, slides, and other cool things for the kids to enjoy. With all the support, our play area grew bigger and better. We added a sandbox, a mini basketball hoop, and a small stage for talent shows. The news even featured our play area, calling it a wonderful place for families. This made us proud and encouraged more people to visit. Now, our little town is known for having the best play area around. It's a place where kids can be happy and play freely, all thanks to a simple idea and lots of community love. Now, our little town is known for having the best play area around. It's a place where kids can be happy and play freely, all thanks to a simple idea and lots of community love. As the play area became more popular, we had to make sure everything stayed nice and safe. So, we made a rule board with easy-to-understand rules like share the toys, clean up after yourself, and be kind to others. Kids and families loved following the rules because it meant everyone could have a great time without any problems. Sometimes, we even had special days where we gave out prizes to those who followed the rules really well. One day, a group of older kids came to the play area and noticed that some toys were broken. They asked if they could help fix them. We were so happy they wanted to help, so we gave them some tools and materials. They worked together and fixed the toys, making them even better than before. The older kids started coming more often, helping out and playing with the younger ones. It showed how everyone in our community cared about the play area and wanted to make it the best it could be. As time went on, our play area became a real hub for fun and friendship in our town. Families would come from all over, bringing picnics and enjoying the day together. We decided to have a big celebration to thank everyone who helped make the play area so awesome. We invited the whole town and had games, music, and lots of yummy food. During the celebration, we thanked the local businesses, volunteers, and everyone who donated toys and games. It was a joyous day filled with laughter and gratitude. After the celebration, we kept improving the play area. We added more benches for parents to sit on, planted colorful flowers around, and even built a small library box where kids could borrow books. Now, the play area is not just a place to play, but also a place where families can relax and spend quality time together. It's amazing how a simple idea grew into something so wonderful for our community. The play area continued to bring happiness to our town. Kids would come after school to play, and parents enjoyed watching them have fun. One day, we had a special visitor. It was the mayor of our town. She came to see the play area and was impressed by what we had created. She even gave us a certificate to thank us for making our town a better place. The play area became a part of our town's identity. People from other towns would come to visit and see what all the excitement was about. We started having regular events like movie nights under the stars and outdoor crafts. It brought everyone together and made our town feel even more like a big family. To keep the play area running smoothly, we formed a small team of volunteers. They helped with maintenance, organizing events, and making sure everyone followed the rules. Years went by, and the play area remained a beloved spot for kids and families. It showed that with a little imagination and a lot of community spirit, we can create something truly special for everyone to enjoy.
Story of the Lady or the Tiger.
Many, many years ago, there was a king in a far country. He was famous, he was strong, and he was very clever. But in his country, he had many wrongdoers. The king was unhappy about this, but how can you stop people from doing wrong? It is not easy. He thought about this difficult question for a long time, but he could not find the answer. Suddenly, one day, he had a good idea. He spoke to his people and told them to build a big stadium in the center of the city. It must be very big and very beautiful, he told them. So the people worked hard for many months. One day, the building was finished. The stadium was ready. Inside it, there were places for 5,000 people. Everyone was very excited about this beautiful new building. Some wanted to watch games in the stadium. Others wanted to have dancing and singing, but what did the king want? No one knew. The day of the opening came. Everyone ran to the stadium to get a place inside. The people got more excited when the king arrived. They were all quiet waiting. First, he took his place. Then, he stood up and spoke. "My people, my friends," he said. "Firstly, I want to thank all the workers for their good work. We now have a beautiful stadium and it is very well built. Secondly, I know that many of you want to see games and dancing here, but this stadium is going to be different. It is not going to be a place for having a good time. It is going to be a place for wrongdoers. If one of you does something wrong, we are going to bring him to this place. There he must stand in the middle of this stadium in front of us all. Now, do you all see those two doors, colored blue, at the far end of the stadium? They look the same, perhaps, but they are not. Behind one door, I am going to put a dangerous animal, a tiger. Behind the other door, there is going to be a beautiful lady. The wrongdoer must choose one of these doors. If he opens the wrong door, he finds the tiger. It jumps out and kills him. If he opens the other door, he finds the beautiful young woman. She is to be his wife. They must marry immediately, right here in the stadium before our eyes. After that, they can live happily with us as husband and wife. So each wrongdoer must choose very carefully. Before he chooses, he and we cannot know if he is going to live or die. As soon as he opens one of those two doors, we all know immediately. That is my idea. So tell me, my friends, is it a good idea or is it not? It is good, King, it is very good, the people answered. But they were quiet. They were afraid. Thank you, said the king. Now go home. Come to the stadium again at the same time next week. Then you can watch the first wrongdoer make his choice. Every week from now on, a different man is going to choose to live if he is lucky, or to die if he is not. From that day, the people came every week to the stadium to watch a different wrongdoer. Sometimes he opened the right blue door and the beautiful lady came out. Then there was singing and dancing. Everyone threw flowers down to the lucky people and went home happily. But at other times, the wrongdoer opened the wrong door. Immediately, a big tiger ran out into the stadium and jumped on the unlucky man. In a few minutes, the tiger killed him in front of all the watching people. When he lay dead in the center of the stadium, the people went home sadly. They took their flowers with them. It is interesting that in a short time the number of wrongdoers in the country got much smaller. No one wanted to stand in the middle of the stadium and make that difficult choice. Now, there is another important person in this story. The king had only one child, a daughter. She was very beautiful. She had green eyes and long red hair and she moved as quickly as a cat. She too was strong and clever as her father. She did not smile often, but when she smiled, people were happy. When she was angry, everyone was afraid. They knew that at those times she was a very dangerous young woman. Her picture was in every home. Men, women and children followed her when she went walking in the streets of the city. They waited to see her famous smile and sometimes they were lucky. One day, she was out walking in a city park when she saw a young man. He was a gardener and the park was where he worked. He was very good looking. He was tall and strong. He had dark black hair and a dark mustache. When he laughed, you could see his beautiful white teeth. The king's daughter stopped and looked at him closely. She thought that he was the most beautiful man in the world. She began to talk with him and liked him more and more. The young man could not understand. Why did the king's daughter want to talk to him? He was not important. He was only the king's gardener. But he could not take his eyes off her. As soon as he looked into her big green eyes and saw her smile, he was in love. But he knew that this love was very dangerous. He was not a rich man, not from a rich family. He could never marry the daughter of the king. But the two young lovers knew that they must meet again. They started to meet every day, at times when no one could see them. Every day, their love was stronger and stronger. They were very happy. Then one day the king found them together, there in the city gardens. His daughter was in the young man's arms. The king was very, very angry. He called his men. Immediately, they took the young man away and shut him in a dark, dirty room. They gave him only bread and water to eat. Now the king's daughter could not see her lover anymore. The young man lay in the dark. He knew that he was a wrongdoer and in much danger from the king. Now, we know that the king's daughter was a strong young woman and that she was very clever. When her father's men took her lover away, she too saw the danger immediately. She knew very well what was going to happen next. So, early in the morning, she went to the stadium. No one saw her go. She spoke to the workers there and gave them some money. "Which room is the tiger in?" she asked. They told her. "And which girl is going to be behind the other door?" The workers did not want to answer. They were afraid. "I must know," said the king's daughter. "Who is she?" "She is the daughter of your father's driver," the workers answered. The king's daughter knew her well, a young and beautiful girl with rich brown hair. But the king's daughter did not like her. She began to think hard. If my lover chooses the wrong door, he dies. But if he chooses the right door, he marries this cheap little thing, this driver's child, and I lose him to her, so I too must choose. That afternoon, the king called all his people back to the stadium again. His men brought the young man from the dark room. There he stood in the middle of the stadium, tired, hungry and afraid. The king sat in his place above the people and his daughter sat next to him. She did not move. Her face showed nothing. Then the king stood and spoke to his people. "You all know this gardener, my friends, and you know why he is here. He was the lover of my daughter. For many weeks, I did not know that, but I know it now. What happens to a wrongdoer in our country? That too we know. He must choose, the lady or the tiger. If he opens the wrong door, he must fight the tiger. If he opens the right door, he must marry the lady. So now choose, young man. Choose very carefully if you want to live and not die." The young man stood quietly and listened to the king's words, but his eyes were not on the king. They were on the face of the king's daughter. She had no smile for him today, but he looked at her eyes. Her eyes told him something. She looked down quickly at her hand. Then she looked up again. He saw her smallest finger move a little to the left, and immediately he knew. The door to open was the door on the left. He turned and walked very slowly to the left-hand door. All the people watched him without a sound. He put out his hand and opened the door. But here the story ends. Remember that the king's daughter was a clever young woman. She was in love, but she was angry too. Did she want her lover to meet the tiger a fight that he must lose? Did she want him to die? Or did she want him to live and have another beautiful woman for his wife, to give him this other woman in place of her? We do not know what ideas were at work inside her beautiful head. Tell me, what do you think? Which did she choose? What was behind that door? The lady or the tiger?
Story of the Land of Gold.
Chapter 1. The Man in Black.
I'm Maddie. We are in Egypt with our class from school. We are standing beside a pyramid. A camel with a big nose is behind us. The camel wants to be in the photo. Smile, says Paul Hand, We smile and Paul takes the photo. We take photos of the pyramids too. They are big in the blue sky. The sun is hot in Egypt. My face and arms are red. I have a drink of water. I look at Kate. She is hot too. Mr. Johnson is speaking about the pyramid. This is the pyramid of King Cheops, a pharaoh or king of Egypt. I sit beside the pyramid. My feet are hot. Mr. Johnson is speaking about King Cheops and his pyramid. I shut my eyes. Maddie, says Kate in my ear. Open your eyes. No, I say. I'm sleeping. Maddie, says Kate again. Open one eye. A man is looking at us, she says. Who? I ask. That man over there, she says. The man in the black suit. I see the man. He is looking at us. He is standing beside the pyramid. He is a bad man, says Kate. I know it. Kate wants to be a detective. She reads detective books. She writes detective stories. In her stories, the bad men are always in black suits. No, he isn't, I say. He's looking at the pyramids. I am hot. I want to be in our hotel. I want to sleep, but says Kate. Mr. Johnson looks at her. What is it, Kate? Kate doesn't answer. She's writing stories in her head again, says Paul Hand. Mr. Johnson smiles at Kate. You and your stories, he says. Kate's face is red. Okay, he says. The bus is going to take us to the hotel now. Paul Hand takes a photo of the bus. He is always taking photos. We get on the bus. I sit beside the window. Kate sits beside me. I look at the hot yellow land. Soon the pyramids are behind us. They look small now. The bus stops at our hotel in Cairo. The afternoon sun is hot like the morning sun. Kate takes her bag and gets up. I look out of the window and I see the man in the black suit. He is standing across the street. A brown bag is on the ground beside him. He is looking at our bus. What's he doing here? I ask. Who? Says Kate. Look, the man in black is across the street. She looks at him. Yes, what is he doing here? She says. I don't like that man. We get off the bus. I look across the street again. Now I can't see the man in black. I have one photo to take, says Paul Hand. I'm going to take a photo of the hotel. Kate, Maddie, can you stand there, please? Kate puts her bag on the ground behind her. We stand in front of the hotel and smile. Paul takes the photo. Thanks, he says. Now I'm going to take these to the photo shop. It's 4 o'clock now. Dinner is at 6 o'clock, says Mr. Johnson. Yes, Mr. Johnson, we say. Kate takes her bag and we walk into the hotel. We go to our room and shut the door. The room is nice and cold. I sit on the bed and drink water. Kate puts her bag on the table. I am tired. I lie down and go to sleep. I open my eyes. Kate is talking. Now, where is book on Egypt? She is saying. It's in my bag. I want to read. About the temple of Ramses the Great. She opens the bag. We are going to go there tomorrow. It's in Abu Simbel, near Aswan. The temple of Ramses the Great is. She stops speaking. Maddie, she says. This is not my bag.
Chapter 2. The Egyptian Queen.
I look at Kate and say, What? This is not my bag. She says again, It is your bag. I say, No, it's not, she says. It is a brown bag, but it's new. My bag is old. Look, what's this? Kate is looking inside the bag. I go to the table. I look inside the bag too. I see a small yellow statue. It shines like the sun. Kate takes it out of the bag and puts it on the table. It is a statue of an Egyptian woman. I think she's an Egyptian queen, says Kate. Look at her clothes. Is it a gold statue? I ask. I don't know, I can't read hieroglyphs. Kate says, My book is in my bag, and this is in my bag. I'm going to tell Mr. Johnson about the statue. I say, No, says Kate. Don't tell Mr. Johnson, but knock, knock. We both jump and look at the door. Yes, says Kate. Who is it? It's Mr. Johnson. Come on, you two. It's 6 o'clock. Dinner is on the table. Kate puts the statue inside the bag. She puts the bag under her bed. We're coming, Mr. Johnson, she says. She looks at me. It's okay, Maddie. Mr. Johnson has a book on hieroglyphs. I am going to ask him for it. Do you think the name of the queen is in the hieroglyphs? I ask. Yes, she answers. And I'm a detective, she says with a smile. A detective can find out the name of an Egyptian queen. She opens the door and walks out. The class is eating dinner. Mr. Johnson looks at us. You two are always late, he says. Kate smiles at him. It's Maddie, Mr. Johnson, she says. She is always late. She smiles at me. We sit beside Paul Hand and Peter Small. Mr. Johnson is speaking about the journey to Aswan. We have a big day tomorrow. We're going to Aswan by train, he says. It's a long journey. How long is the journey? Says Peter. It's about 12 hours, says Mr. Johnson. He looks at Kate and me. Don't be late in the morning, you two. 12 hours on a train. Kate says to me, what are we going to do? Look, girls, says Paul Hand. I have the photos. He puts them on the table in front of us. How long is the journey? Says Peter. It's about 12 hours, says Mr. Johnson. He looks at Kate and me. Don't be late in the morning, you two. 12 hours on a train. Kate says to me, what are we going to do? Look, girls, says Paul Hand. I have the photos. He puts them on the table in front of us. These are the photos at the pyramids, he says. Look at the camel. He's eating your hat, Kate. We look at photos of the sky, the bus, the road, a camel, the hotel, Kate and me in front of the hotel. I look at that photo again. My face is hot. Kate, look at this, you and me in front of the hotel. Kate looks at a ... In the photo, a man is behind Kate. He is picking up bag. He is putting his bag on the ground. Kate's face is white. What is it? Asks Paul. Don't you like the photo? No, I do. I do like this photo, says Kate. Can I keep it, please, Paul? Yes, you can keep it, says Paul. Thank you, says Kate. She looks at me. Come on. We run up to our room. We look at the man in the photo again. ... It is the man in black.
Chapter 3. The train to Aswan.
It is 6 o'clock in the morning. The sun is coming up. We are on the train to Aswan. Cairo is soon behind us. We are now in the country. I look out of the window. I see small houses and animals. Kate looks at the photo of the man in black. I have his bag, and he has my bag. She says, what does he want your bag for? I ask her. I don't know, says Kate. I'm going to ask Mr. Johnson for his book. I want to find out about the hieroglyphs on the statue. She gets up and says, see you soon. I look at the people on the train. A mother and father are sitting with their children. The boy is eating breakfast. The girl is reading a book. A man in front of me is reading a newspaper. I look at the words on the front page, but I can't read them. The newspaper is in Arabic, and I can't read Arabic. Then I see a photo. It is a photo of the gold statue. Hello, I say to the man in front of me. Do you speak English? He looks at me. Yes, he says. I do speak English. What does this story say, please? I ask him. He reads from the newspaper. Gold statue missing. A gold statue of Queen Nefertari is missing. Police are looking for a man in a black suit. Thank you, I say to the man. He smiles at me and reads his newspaper again. Kate sits down beside me. Her face is red. Maddie, she says. I know who the Egyptian queen is. Mr. Johnson's book has a photo of the statue in it. I know who she is too, I say. Says Queen Nefertari. We say. It is 6 o'clock in the evening. The train stops at the station in Aswan. Kate is sleeping. It's a long journey from Cairo to Aswan. I open the window. The air is hot. I look up and down the station. People are getting off the train. Kate, we're here, I say. We're in Aswan. Kate opens her eyes. She looks out of the window too. Okay, says Mr. Johnson. Get your bags and come with me. The hotel is near here. We're going to walk to it. We get off the train. We walk through the streets of Aswan. Lots of people are in the streets and in the shops. You can buy clothes and gold and silver in the shops, says Mr. Johnson. And today is market day. The market has stalls with spices, rugs, food and coffee. The statue, Kate, I say to her. Are we going to tell Mr. Johnson? Yes, at the hotel, says Kate. We can tell him there. Okay, I say. We walk past the shops and stalls. I can smell the spices. I can smell coffee and food. I like the red and yellow rugs. Can we stop please, Mr. Johnson? Says Peter Small. Paul Hand is taking photos of the things in the market. Mr. Johnson looks at us. Okay, he says and smiles. Kate and I look at a shop with clothes. We look at a stall with bags of spices. We go into a shop with silver and gold. Kate sees a small silver box. I see a gold necklace. I hold it in front of me. The necklace shines like the sun. It shines like the statue of the Egyptian queen. Then I see a man walk out of the shop. I can't see his face, but he is in a black suit. Is it him? I look for Kate. She is buying the silver box. She sees me and says, "It's for my sister, Kate. Where's the bag?" I say, "Where's the statue?" "It's here," she says. Kate looks at the ground. "The bag isn't there." "Oh no," she says. Her face is white. "Where is it?"
Chapter 4. A good story.
We are in the hotel. Mr. Johnson is looking at us. "Your bag is missing?" He says to Kate. "Yes," she says. "But it's not my bag, and this bag has a missing statue in it," says Mr. Johnson. "Yes," we say. "And the police are looking for this man," says Kate. She gives Mr. Johnson the photo of the man in black. "Look, do you see? He's taking my bag, and he's putting his bag in its place." "What?" says Mr. Johnson. "He gives you his bag with a statue in it?" "Yes, he's hiding the statue." I say, "The police aren't going to look for the statue in a schoolgirl's bag," says Kate. "It's a good place to hide a statue. And where is this statue now?" says Mr. Johnson. "He has it again," says Kate. "He's here in Aswan too." Mr. Johnson doesn't speak. Then he smiles. "It's a good story, girls," he says. "The gold statue of an Egyptian queen, a man in black, the police, it's a good detective story." "Mr. Johnson, please," says Kate. But Mr. Johnson walks to the door. He opens it and smiles again. "We are going to go to Abu Simbel tomorrow. We are going to see the temple of Ramses the Great. We are going to see the temple of his queen, Nefertiti. It's going to be a long, hot day, girls. Good night." I look at Kate and say, "A good detective story." "But this isn't a story." "It isn't," says Kate. "We are on the bus to Abu Simbel." I open the window. The air is hot on my face. I look in front of me. I look at the sand of the Sahara Desert. I see blue sky and yellow sand. It's a big desert. Soon we are at Abu Simbel. We see the blue waters of Lake Nasser. The temples of Ramses the Great and Queen Nefertari are in front of us. Big statues of Ramses the Great sit at the front of his temple. "Wow," says Kate. "Look at the statues of Ramses the Great. They are big." Paul Hand jumps off the bus. He takes photos of Lake Nasser. He takes photos of the big statues. We walk into the temple of Ramses the Great. Kate speaks to Mr. Johnson. She asks him a question about Ramses the Great. I look at the statues in the temple. Then I see him, the man in black. He is standing beside one of the statues. He is speaking to a man with white hair. The brown bag is on the ground between them. Is the statue in the bag? I look for Kate. She is speaking to Paul Hand. He is taking her photo beside a statue. She is small beside the statue. The man in black walks outside. I walk outside too. He goes into the temple of Queen Nefertari. I go in too. The temple is small. The ground is dirty. The air is hot. I can't see him. Where is he? Then a hand is over my mouth. "Don't speak, girl," says a voice behind me.
Chapter 5. Finding Queen Nefertari.
My face is hot. I am afraid. "Don't say a word," says the voice. It is a man's voice. "You see this? He has a knife." He takes his hand away from my mouth. I see his face. It is the man in black. I come to Abu Simbel and you are here too? He says. What are you doing here? I'm looking at the temple. Where's your friend? He asks. I don't know, I say. What? What are you doing here? Where's the statue? He smiles. It's in the bag, he says. What are you going to do with it? I ask. I'm going to sell it, he says. The man takes the statue out of the bag. He looks at it and laughs. Nefertari's temple is a good place to sell Nefertari's statue. It's a long way from Cairo. It's a long way for the police. He puts the statue in the bag. A man is going to come here soon. He's going to give me a lot of money. I can buy a lot of things with that money: new clothes, fast cars. I like new clothes and fast cars. He laughs again. I see his yellow teeth. I don't like this man. His eyes are black. His hands are dirty. He is a bad man, but the question is, what do I do with you? He asks. I look at the ground. I look at the bag on the ground. He looks at me again. I'm going to tie you up, he says. I'm going to tie you up with this rope. He takes a rope from the bag. Then I am going to go to Spain. I like the food in Spain. Now get over there. He pushes me. I fall to the ground. My face is in the sand. I pick up sand in my hands. Get up, he says. Get up now. I stand up. He comes near me. I throw the sand at his face. I throw it into his eyes. The knife and the rope fall to the ground. He puts his hands to his eyes. He can't see. You, he shouts. I pick up the bag. I run to the front of the temple. Help, I shout. Help me. A man is standing in front of me. I can't see his face. Is it the bad man's friend? I run into the man. He falls to the ground. It's Mr. Johnson, and Kate is behind him. It's okay, Maddie, he says. It's okay. The police are here. Kate and I are in our English class. Mr. Johnson is reading our stories about Egypt. He stands up in front of the class. You are good writers, he says. I like your stories, but only one story can be the winner. He looks at us. And the winner is, he looks at us again. Land of Gold by Kate Wilkinson. It's a very good detective story, Kate. We smile at Kate. She smiles too. Thank you, she says. Where are we going to go next, Mr. Johnson? We're going to go to Russia next year, he says. Oh, good, says Kate. I'm reading a book on Russia. The old buildings there have gold statues. Mr. Johnson smiles.
Story of the woman in the black coat.
I was born into a rich and important family in Tyrone, Ireland. I was the younger of two daughters and we were the only children. My sister was 6 years older than me, so we didn't play much together when I was young, and I was only 12 years old when she got married. I remember the day of her wedding well. Many people came, all of them laughing, singing and happy. But I felt sad when my sister left with her new husband, Mr. Carew. She was always very nice to me, nicer than my mother. And so I cried when she went away to her new home in Dublin. My mother and father didn't love me, they wanted sons and were not very interested in me. About a year after my sister got married, a letter arrived from Mr. Carew. He said that my sister was ill and that she wanted to come home to Tyrone and stay with us, to be with her family. I was sad that she was ill but also very happy about her visit. They're leaving Dublin on Sunday, my father told me, and they're arriving here on Tuesday evening. Tuesday came, and it was a very long day. Hour after hour came and went, and I listened all the time for my sister and her husband. Now the sky was dark and soon it was midnight, but I couldn't sleep. I listened and waited. Suddenly, at about 1 o'clock in the morning, I heard a noise far away. I ran out of my bedroom and down to the living room. They're here, they're here. I called to my father, and we quickly opened the front door to see better. We waited there for a few minutes and we heard the noise again, somebody crying far away in the night, but we saw nothing. There were no lights and no people there. We went outside. waiting to say hello and to help my sister with her bags. But nobody was there. Nobody came. I looked at my father and he looked at me. We didn't understand. I know I heard a noise, he said. Yes, I answered. I heard it too, father, but where are they? We went back into the house without another word. We were suddenly afraid. The next day, a man arrived and told us that my sister was dead. On Sunday, she felt very ill. On Monday, she was worse. And on Tuesday at about 1 o'clock in the morning, she died, at the same time that we were outside the house, in the night, waiting for her. I never forgot that night. For the next 2 years, I was very sad. You could say that I stopped living. I didn't want to do anything or speak to anyone. Mr. Carew soon married another young woman in Dublin, and I felt angry that he forgot my sister so quickly. I was now the only child of a rich and important family, so before I was 14 years old, men started to visit our home. They wanted to meet me and perhaps to marry me, but I didn't like any of these men and I thought I was too young to be married. When I was 16, my mother took me to Dublin. Dublin is a big city, she said. We're going to meet richer and more interesting men than the ones back home in Tyrone. We can easily find you a good husband in Dublin. In Dublin, I began to be happier. I met a lot of friendly people and I went dancing every evening. A lot of young men came to speak to me and asked me to dance. I liked talking to them. I started to live and laugh again and I didn't think about my dead sister all the time. But my mother was not so happy. She wanted me to find a husband quickly. One night before I went to bed, she came into my room and said, "Do you know Lord Glenfallen?" "Oh yes," I answered. "He's that ugly old man from Caherjalog." "He's not ugly and he's not old, Fanny," my mother said quickly. "He's from a very rich and important family too, and he wants to marry you. He loves you." "Loves me? Wants to marry me? But he's making a mistake, mother," I said. "I don't love him. I can't marry somebody I don't love." "Think about it, Fanny," my mother answered quietly. "He's a good man and he wants to marry you. You're a very lucky young woman." My mother left the room and I sat quietly for a long time. Lord Glenfallen was a nice, friendly man, I thought. I didn't love him, no, but I did like him. He always talked about interesting things. I never felt happy at home with my mother and father, but I always felt better when I talked to him. The next morning when I saw my mother, I said only one word, yes. Lord Glenfallen and I got married the next spring, and 2 days after our wedding we said goodbye to my family and left Tyrone. 3 days later we arrived in Caherjalog and I saw my husband's beautiful house for the first time. It was near a river and there were many trees and flowers in the garden. Birds sang in the trees and the sky was blue. I stood next to him and looked at it all and I felt very, very happy. "Come, my love," said my husband. "You must come in and meet Martha. She cooks and cleans and knows everything about the house." So we went into the house and I met Martha, a friendly old woman with smiling blue eyes. She showed me round the house. Suddenly I felt excited to be there. It was a very happy place. Women sang in the kitchen, men built fires in the living rooms, and there were dogs and cats everywhere. "Come with me now, madam," said Martha, "and look at your bedroom. Then we can take up your bags and you can wash before dinner." I followed her and soon we arrived at a big brown door. "This is your room," she said, and she opened the door. I stood and looked, suddenly cold with fear. In front of me stood something big and black. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was an old coat, but without anybody inside it. I jumped back quickly, very afraid, and moved away from the door. "Is something wrong, madam?" Martha asked me. "Nothing. Perhaps it's nothing," I answered quickly. But I thought I saw something in there. I thought I saw a big black coat there when you opened the door. Martha's face went white with fear. What's wrong? I asked her. Now you look frightened. Something bad is going to happen, she said. When someone sees the black coat in this house, we know that something bad is going to happen soon to the Glenfallen family. I saw the black coat when I was a child, and the next morning old Lord Glenfallen died. Something bad is going to happen now, madam. I know it. We went down to have dinner. I felt unhappy and afraid, but I didn't say anything to my husband about the black coat. I wanted to forget about it and be happy again. The next day, Lord Glenfallen and I went for a walk together to look round the house and gardens because I wanted to know my new home better. I like this house and all the people here, I said, and I'm happy to be here with you. It's much better than Tyrone. My husband was quiet for a long time. He walked with his head down, thinking. Then, suddenly, he turned to me, took my hand and said, Fanny, listen to me. Listen carefully. There's something I must ask you. Please, only go into the rooms in the front of the house. Never go into the rooms at the back of the building or into the little garden by the back door. Never. Do you understand me, Fanny? His face was white and unhappy. I understood his words, but I didn't understand why he was suddenly a different man. Here at Caherjalog he never smiled or laughed anymore. Perhaps the back of the house was dangerous, I thought, but he didn't want to talk about it anymore. We went back to the house without speaking, and again I tried to forget his words and to be as happy as I was before. It was about a month later that I met the other woman for the first time. One day I wanted to go for a walk in the gardens. It was a beautiful day and I ran up to my room after lunch to get my hat and coat. But when I opened the door of my room, there was a woman sitting near the fire. She was about 40 years old and she wore a black coat. Her face was white, and when I looked closely I saw that her eyes were white too. She was blind. Madam, I said, this is my room. There is a mistake. Your room, she answered. A mistake? No, I don't think so. I don't think there is a mistake. Where is Lord Glenfallen? Down in the living room, I said. But who are you and why are you here in my room? Tell Lord Glenfallen that I want him, was all she said. I must tell you that I am Lady Glenfallen and I want you to leave my room now, I said. Lady Glenfallen, you are not, you are not. She cried and hit my face very hard. I cried out for help and soon Lord Glenfallen arrived. I ran out of the room as he ran in, and I waited outside to listen at the door. I did not hear every word, but I knew that Lord Glenfallen was very angry and the blind woman was very unhappy. When he came out I asked him, who is that woman and why is she in my bedroom? But my husband didn't answer me. Again his face was white with fear. His only words were, forget her, but I did not forget her, and every day it was more and more difficult to talk to my husband. He was always quiet now, always sad and afraid. He sat for hours looking into the fire with his unhappy eyes, but I didn't know why and he didn't want to tell me. One morning after breakfast, Lord Glenfallen suddenly said, I have the answer. We must go away to another country, to France or Spain perhaps. What do you think, Fanny? He didn't wait for my answer but left the room very quickly. I sat and thought for a long time. Why must we leave Caherjalog? I didn't understand. And I didn't want to go too far away from my mother and father in Tyrone. They were old now and my father was sometimes ill. They didn't love me very much but I wanted to be near them. I thought about it all day and I didn't know what to say to my husband when he arrived back in the evening and came in to dinner. I said nothing. After dinner I was very tired and I went up to my bedroom early. I wanted to have a good night's sleep and think about it all again the next day. I closed my eyes and went to sleep, but I did not sleep well because I dreamed of the black coat. Suddenly I woke up. Everything was dark and very quiet, but somebody was at the end of my bed. There was a hand with a light, and behind the light was the blind woman. She had a knife in her other hand. I tried to get out of bed and run to the door, but she stopped me. "If you want to live, don't move," she said. "Tell me one thing, did Lord Glenfallen marry you?" "Yes, he did," I answered. "He married me in front of 100 people." "Well, that's sad," she said, "because I don't think he told you that he had a wife." "Me, I am his wife, not you, young woman. You must leave this house tomorrow, because if you stay here, you see this knife? I am going to kill you with it." Then she left the room without a sound. I didn't sleep again that night. When morning came, I told my husband everything. "Who is the blind woman?" I asked him. "She told me last night that she is your wife, that I am not your wife." "Did you go into the rooms at the back of the house?" asked my husband angrily. "I told you that you must never go there." "But I didn't," I answered. "I was in my bed all night." She came to me. "Please tell me what is happening." My husband's face was white again and he didn't speak for a long time. Then he said, "No, she is not my wife. You are. Don't listen to her. She doesn't know what she is saying." And he left the room. I ran to find Martha. I didn't like this house anymore. My husband was a difficult man and I didn't understand him. Who was the blind woman? I wanted to know everything. "Don't cry, madam," said Martha when I found her. "Sit down and listen to me. What I am going to tell you is not very nice. The blind woman, the woman in the black coat, is dead. You saw her ghost. She was married to your husband and she was Lady Glenfallen. Nobody knows. When we found her, the knife was on the floor next to her and her eyes. Somebody cut her eyes out after she died." I didn't wait to speak to my husband again. I left that day. I was too afraid to stay another minute at Caherjalog. I knew that the blind woman was going to come back again and kill me. I said goodbye to Martha, took my bags and told my driver to take me back to Tyrone. I am happy living here with my mother and father now. The house is quiet. I sleep well each night and they are friendlier to me than they were before. Sometimes my dead sister visits me at night, but I am never afraid. She tells me that the blind woman is trying to find me at Caherjalog and that she wants to kill me. She is jealous of me, but she can never find me there. She must wait for the next Lady Glenfallen.
Story of Alien at School, Part 2.
Alien at School. Chapter 1. The New Teacher. My name is Jennifer Dale. My friends call me Jenny. I'm 16 years old and I live near Boston. My town is beautiful and very green. I live here with my parents and my dog, Fred. I go to school at Jefferson High and I want to become a journalist. In my free time, I play volleyball and I listen to heavy metal music. I want to tell you my story. It was the first day of high school. I was excited. I already knew most of my classmates, but I didn't know my new teachers. I got up, ate my breakfast, and went to school. On the street, I met my friend, Dana. Her house is near mine, and we always walk to school together. I hope our new teachers are men. And I hope they're handsome, Dana said. Dana loves talking about boys. Yes, I need something new and interesting in my life, I answered. We arrived at school and went into our classroom. A young man was inside. "Hello, boys and girls. I'm your new science teacher. My name is Mr. Adams. I hope to work well with you this year. Dana and I looked at Mr. Adams. He was tall and thin. He had blonde hair and brown eyes. He seemed friendly. We're lucky. I think he's a very handsome teacher. Dana said to me, Yes, he is. I answered. I looked at him and he looked at me. Our eyes met. What's your name? He asked, smiling. Jennifer, I answered. I was a little nervous. He turned to Dana. And who are you? I'm Dana. Dana gave him a big, enthusiastic smile. At that moment, the noise of an airplane attracted our attention. Everyone in the class looked out of the window, but the sun was in front of us. It bothered our eyes. We turned away from the window. Except Mr. Adams. He was at the window and was looking directly at the sun. The sun didn't irritate his eyes. Gee. I thought, how can he look at it like that? The airplane then passed and the lesson continued. When they were finished, another man walked in. This one had black hair and green eyes. His nose was small and pointed, and he had strangely high cheekbones. What a weird-looking teacher. I said to Dana. Wow, you're right. She exclaimed. The teacher didn't smile and spoke coldly to the class. I'm your English teacher. I want you to be on your best behavior this year. The lesson can begin. And remember, no talking. Everyone in class was evidently shocked, but no one said anything. Another student, Steve, raised his hand. What? Asked the new teacher in his cold voice. Excuse me, but what's your name? Mr. Stone, he answered. I then noticed that his voice wasn't just cold, it was metallic and monotonous. Dana looked at me with disappointment. She raised her eyebrows. What's his problem? She mouthed. The lesson proceeded. Mr. Stone read a poem from our English literature book. His voice was weird, very weird. It had no emotion. It was almost robotic. Someone touched me. It was Dana. Isn't he horrible? She whispered. I nodded. The other teachers we met that morning were Miss Smith, the arts teacher, and Mrs. Jing, who taught math. Both seemed nice. Miss Smith, in particular, was a very cheerful person. Chapter 2. Clues. I always eat lunch at school. That day I ate with Dana and Paul Miller, another friend from my class. Paul was a very intelligent boy. He was always the best in math. His parents were divorced and he lived with his father and his black cat, Apollo. He missed his mother. She lived with another man and didn't want to see Paul. His father was never at home, so Paul was very lonely. He didn't have many friends at school because he was too intellectual. He loved Apollo very much and spent a lot of time with him. What do you think about our new teachers? I asked my friends. I think Mr. Adams is very sexy, said Dana. Did you see how he looked at the airplane? The sun didn't bother him, exclaimed Paul. You're right. I said. But did you hear Mr. Stone? He speaks like a robot. His voice is cold and metallic. He's unfriendly too. Added Dana. That's true. I said. Look, said Paul. Look what he's eating. We looked at Mr. Stone. He sat away from the other teachers and he didn't have a normal lunch. There was a glass in front of him. It was full of a dense, green liquid. There were some black pills in his hand. He put 2 of them in the glass. The green liquid started to bubble, and it changed color. It started to become red. Then he took the glass and drank the mysterious red formula. I looked at Paul, and he looked at me. We were disgusted and frightened. Dana tried to be rational. Maybe it's a new diet. Maybe that's why he's so thin, she said. I didn't agree. There was something strange about Mr. Stone. That afternoon and the next day, we met our other new teachers. We also had English again. Mr. Stone came in and sat down. Miller. Paul Miller. Tell me something about yourself. Paul was surprised. English teachers don't usually ask personal questions. Well, Paul, don't you have anything to say? Well, I enjoy astronomy. I have a cat. Mr. Stone asked everyone to say something about their life and hobbies. Maybe he wants to create a relationship with us, but he's such a cold person. How bizarre, I thought. Then, looking at him more carefully, I noticed something. His eyes weren't green anymore. They seemed a darker, different color. I raised my hand. May I go to the bathroom? I asked. As I walked towards the door, I looked at Mr. Stone's eyes again. I was right. They were yellowish-brown. They looked like amber. Chapter 3. Aliens. That afternoon, I sat on my bed and thought about my first 2 days of high school. I wanted to know more about Mr. Stone. I decided to go and visit Paul. Paul was in front of his computer. He was very interested in astronomy, the occult, and life on other planets. Hi, Paul. What are you doing? I asked. I'm on the internet. I'm in contact with the International Space Fin Club. Listen to this. Something very important is happening. A comet is passing through the Virgo constellation. There are the right connections for intergalactic meetings. The Earth has been in the Virgo constellation since last week. But what are intergalactic meetings? I asked. They're voyages of aliens to our planet. These voyages can happen only in special moments, for example, when a constellation and a comet meet. Aliens can travel to our planet for different reasons. Sometimes they want to study as humans. Some people say that aliens may come to Earth to conquer the planet. I looked at Paul with a shocked expression. An idea started to form in my mind. What's wrong, Jenny? Paul asked. Maybe Mr. Stone is an alien. I exclaimed. Gee, aren't you exaggerating? Come on, get real. Well, his voice doesn't seem human. His eyes change color. And do you remember the green liquid and the black pills he had for lunch? What do you mean, his eyes change color? Paul asked. Didn't you notice? Yesterday they were green, today they're amber-colored. I answered. Even if his eyes change color, I still don't believe he's an alien. But the comet explains everything. It entered the Virgo constellation last week, and Mr. Stone is a new teacher. I talked to Dana's brother, Matt. He said that this is Mr. Stone's first year at Jefferson High. No one knows where he comes from. I said, maybe. Paul's eyes lit up. Maybe that's why he asked us all those personal questions. He wants to study us. Yes. You see, all clues indicate that he is an alien. So, what can we do? I asked. We can spy on him. Maybe we can follow him to his house. We can see where he lives and what he does at home. However, we must be very careful. He doesn't seem to have emotions. He might get angry if he discovers we suspect him. We'll try to follow him tomorrow, after school, okay? Said Paul. The next morning before school, I took Fred out for a walk in the park. Fred needs daily exercise, so my parents and I take turns walking the dog. The park was empty. It was dawn. A lonely bird chirped in the trees. The grass was wet with dew. There was peace all around. Suddenly, I noticed something or someone moving behind the bushes. I got closer to see who or what it was. In the clearing, there was a man. He was looking up and his arms were raised. He bent down and touched the ground. Then he stood straight again, face and hands again directed to the sky. After about a minute, he turned around. It was Mr. Stone. Was he communicating with the universe? With his planet? Was he really an alien? I quickly walked away. Fortunately, Fred didn't bark. I took my dog home and then met Dana. We walked to school. I wanted to tell her about Mr. Stone, but I didn't. It was too difficult. Besides, I couldn't tell her about the afternoon plan because it was too dangerous for 3 people to follow the teacher. During the morning, I thought about Mr. Stone again and again. I was scared, but also excited. Chapter 4. Too much imagination. When the science class started, Mr. Adams walked in. Come on, boys and girls. Today, we're going to the science laboratory. He announced. In our lab, there are some white mice and some hamsters in cages. As Mr. Adams passed by their cages, they started to squeal loudly. They were very agitated. Mr. Adams laughed. What's wrong? He said, speaking to the animals. I won't eat you. Then he gave us some worms. You must cut them into little pieces. The pieces can live and move independently, he said. I looked at my worm. It was pale and slimy. I didn't want to cut it up. Jennifer, are you afraid of cutting up your worm? I looked up. Mr. Adams was at my desk. He smiled down at me. Give me your knife. I thanked him and gave it to him. His arm touched mine. It tickled. An electric shock ran through me, and I jumped. What's wrong? asked Mr. Adams. He seemed frightened. And nothing, I answered, trying to smile. He helped me cut up my worm, then walked away. No one else in class had noticed anything. I didn't know what to think. Were all my teachers weird, or was I just too imaginative? I wrote a note to Paul and told him what had happened. Paul, I whispered. Paul turned and looked at me. I passed the note. Excuse me. What are you doing? Paul, what do you have in your hand? Asked Mr. Adams. His voice made me freeze. We were in very big trouble. And nothing, said Paul. Please listen to the lesson. If I see you again, you must give me the note. I'm sorry, answered Paul. Woo. I was so happy that I wanted to laugh. Obviously, I didn't. When the bell rang, Mr. Adams called me to his desk. Oh, no, I thought. He smiled. I'm sorry I scared you. 2 years ago I had an accident. My left arm is artificial. It's an electric processes and sometimes it can give electric shocks. He seemed a little embarrassed. Paul, forget what I wrote, I said, as I sat down at our usual lunch table. I told Paul and Dana about Mr. Adams' electric processes. Then Dana mentioned Mr. Stone. Paul and I looked at each other, but we didn't say anything. Besides, after school, Dana had a dance club meeting in the gym, so Paul and I were free. We finished our chocolate milk and went out to recess. At the door we met Mr. Stone. His head was down. He seemed deep in thought. Hi, Dana said to him. Oh. Hi, he said, surprised, lifting his head. His eyes were green again. Wow, that Mr. Stone is really a mystery, Dana exclaimed. I still didn't want to tell Dana the whole story, so I changed the subject. Fortunately, the bell interrupted us. Before entering class at 1 o'clock, I took Paul aside. I quickly told him about what I had seen in the park. Wow. I wonder what we'll see this afternoon, remarked Paul. Chapter 5. Mr. Stone. When the school day finished, Paul and I hid behind some bushes and watched the school gate. We saw many classes go home and some teachers. But we didn't see Mr. Stone. The minutes passed. Maybe he went home by car, I said. At that moment, through the bushes, we saw a man with black hair and very high cheekbones walk past. It's him, I whispered. Wait. He mustn't suspect that we are following him, Paul said. We waited 2 minutes. Okay. We can go, I said. We followed him at a distance and finally we saw him go into a house. It was a pretty, pink, 2-story building. There was a lawn in front of it and a big tree on the side. We crept up to the window and carefully looked inside. Mr. Stone put his briefcase down and opened the refrigerator. He took out another bottle of that horrible green liquid and put it on the table. Then he went upstairs. Now what can we do? Paul whispered. No problem. I can climb the tree, I said. Are you sure? Of course. Don't forget I play volleyball. Be careful. I went to the tree. It wasn't very high, and it was easy to climb. From my position, I could see his room. Mr. Stone was there. What's happening? Whispered Paul. He's sitting in front of a mirror, I said softly. His hands are on his head. Oh no. What? What? Asked Paul. The teacher was totally bald, and his head was covered with disgusting, brown warts. I felt sick. Suddenly, I noticed my reflection in Mr. Stone's mirror, and Mr. Stone noticed it too. He brusquely turned around and stared at me. I was paralyzed with fear. My mouth fell open. I was expecting the worst. Instead, Mr. Stone didn't look angry. He actually seemed very sad. He opened the window. You students think I'm weird. Come inside. I want to tell you something. Oh, Mr. Stone, I'm terribly sorry, I started to say. I was extremely embarrassed. Don't worry. Since you're here, please come in. I climbed down the tree. Paul was very nervous. Come on, Jenny. Let's go away before it's too late. No, Paul. I'm going in. But I went towards Mr. Stone's front door, so Paul followed. The teacher opened the door and made us sit down in his living room. Do you want something to drink? He asked. No, nothing, thank you, I answered. What are those? Warts on your head? Asked Paul, ignoring the look I gave him. These warts are the results of a throat tumor. You see, I started smoking as a teenager, and I continued until the tumor. Chemotherapy made me lose all of my hair, and I developed these warts. You've probably noticed my voice. Unfortunately, the tumor destroyed my vocal cords. So now I speak with a voice implant. The tumor has caused very serious changes in my life. I started to suffer from depression, and I still see a psychiatrist. I also moved, hoping to start a better life in a new environment. In fact, I'm from Wisconsin. You see, I'm not married, and the illness has made me very lonely. People don't like illnesses, they stay away from sick people. Sick people bother them. Mr. Stone, we really feel terrible about our behavior, I said. Yes, we really apologize. We hope you can forgive us, added Paul. Don't worry. In a sense, I'm glad this happened. I haven't talked like this to anyone for a long time. You see, I want to be friends with my students. That's why I asked your class so many questions. But it's very hard for me to smile or be cheerful. Try to understand if I'm strict or unpleasant. I smiled at Mr. Stone. I was very moved. We understand, I said softly. May I ask you a question? Said Paul. Paul. I exclaimed. It's okay. Ask me anything you want, answered Mr. Stone. What's that stuff you eat at lunch? Oh. Did that scare you? The green liquid and the black pills are part of my treatment. They include protein and other nutritional substances. And why, excuse my curiosity, were your eyes amber-colored yesterday? Well, I tried some colored contact lenses. I wanted to do something different. I thought that a new look could make me feel better, but it didn't work. Mr. Stone, I began, I saw you at the park this morning. Gee, I probably appeared very strange to you with all those movements. He said. My doctor suggested early morning exercise in fresh, clean air. You really have watched me these last few days, I must say. Paul and I looked at each other. We felt rude and very silly. We were ashamed for being so inconsiderate. Well, Mr. Stone, we don't know how to thank you for your hospitality and kindness, I said. We really don't deserve it. Our behavior. That's enough, don't worry. Thank you for your company. I'll see you tomorrow at school. And remember, if you ever want to come and visit me, you're always welcome. Thank you very much. We'll come again, said Paul. Paul and I left Mr. Stone's house and walked home. Well, I think we've learned a lesson, Paul said. We must remember that many people in this world are suffering, many people have problems, and if they act in strange ways, there are reasons. There isn't an alien behind every bush. There's a person, just like you and me. And maybe this person needs friendship and a helping hand. I looked at Paul with affection and admiration. His words expressed my own thoughts perfectly. We had let our imagination and superficiality dominate us. This made us forget human feelings and problems. I thought about Mr. Adams and his artificial arm. Even in that case, I had overreacted with my ridiculous suspicions. Hey, Paul, I said. I want to celebrate. This adventure is over. I feel relieved. Let's go to the Rainbow and buy an ice cream. Okay, Jenny. Good idea. Let's call Dana, too. I nodded, thinking it was the moment to inform her about everything. Sure. We stopped at Dana's house and invited her. Thanks for watching. Part 2 is in the next video. Alien at School. Chapter 6. Thanks to a missing watch. We sat down at the Rainbow and ordered 3 sundaes. Dana, we have news about Mr. Stone. I said. Yes, although it's a very long story, Paul added. We told her everything, the news on the comet and the intergalactic meetings, our plan to spy on Mr. Stone, finally, the teacher's sad story. Dana's expression went from surprised to worried to ashamed during our tale. Our class must be much nicer to him, she said. But this comet. Maybe aliens will come to Earth. Dana, please, I don't even want to hear the word alien. I exclaimed. Let's keep our eyes open for people in need, not for aliens. Paul added. Okay, sorry, said Dana. From the window of the ice cream parlor, I noticed that it was already dark. I looked at the time. My watch wasn't on my wrist. Oh no! My watch! I exclaimed. Then I remembered. I left it in the gym. I took it off at recess to play volleyball. I must go and get it. But Jenny, I'm sure that the janitor will find it and put it in a safe place, said Paul. I don't trust him. That watch is so important to me. It was a gift from my grandfather. He's dead now, and it's the only thing I have of him. I must go to school immediately. But the school's closed now. Dana commented. No, not today. Mrs. Ching is at school all evening because she's preparing some math tests. I know because I heard her talking to Miss Smith. Okay. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then. I have to go home and start my homework, Paul said. Me too, Dana added. We left the Rainbow and I went towards Jefferson High. The back door was open. I went in. Our gym is on the ground floor, but I didn't go there directly. Something stopped me. I felt a strange sensation. I didn't know what it was. Something wanted me to climb the stairs and go up to the classrooms. I felt afraid. The school was dark and silent. I shivered. Where am I going? Why am I climbing these stairs? I thought. My heart beat faster and faster. Something terrible was at the top of the stairs. I sensed it, but what? I desperately wanted to run away and return home, but I couldn't. The mysterious force inside me made me go on. On the third floor, I heard a noise. Someone was moaning. As I passed by the janitor's closet, the sound became louder. Someone needed help. I opened the closet. It was Mrs. Cheng. The old teacher was on a chair with her hands and feet tied. She was gagged and her eyes were open in terror. Mrs. Cheng. I whispered. I took the cloth from her mouth. Help, she said. Someone is doing something wrong and he or she is here now. The person is in disguise. Okay, Mrs. Ching, stay here. Whoever it is mustn't suspect anything. I put the cloth back in the teacher's mouth and left the closet. I looked around the second floor. I was terrified. Everything was silent. The long, dark hall was very frightening. Then I noticed something. A light was on in the computer room. I crept to the door. Someone inside was working on a computer. I could hear fingers clicking on the keys. Slowly, very slowly, I opened the door. Just a crack. It was Mr. Adams. He was typing a kind of code on the screen. Was it a password? Then he took a small, plastic object from his pocket. It looked like a key. He inserted it in the diskette slot. The screen blacked out. It flickered. Then something appeared. It was the face of an alien. The alien had a green head and big, red eyes. It didn't have hair and it didn't have a nose. Its mouth and ears were very small. Then Mr. Adams put his hands on his head. He was pulling at his hair. It started to come apart. He was taking off his hair and his
Story of
face.
Two Sisters.
A green, bald head surfaced. I realized that he was identical to the alien on the screen. He put his face on the computer table. Then the false Mr. Adams started talking. Cleric calls base. Cleric here. Cleric calls base. I'll tank Pelex. Cleric. How is your mission proceeding? Said the alien on the screen with a mechanical voice. For now, everything is okay. But I'm already tired of this mask, and I hate speaking this barbarian language. English is not a barbarian language. I thought angrily. I'm sorry, but your voice implant must stay inside you until the mission has finished. Then we can remove it. Tell me, does anyone suspect you? Said the alien. No, I don't think so. I had a small problem with an old math teacher, but I was in disguise and I tied her up in a closet. So, everything's fine. Ha ha. You're wrong. I'm here now. I thought. I hope you're right. Our mission can't fail. The spaceship must come this Friday. We'll land in the old, abandoned airfield. We'll wait for you there. By 9:30 p.m. You must be ready. You must have the 2 students to take to Mitrax. We can't be late. When the comet leaves the Virgo constellation, we won't be able to travel anymore. The intergalactic doors close on Friday at midnight, said the alien on the screen. I know. Don't worry. I must still choose the 2 students, but I think I know who I want. How will you capture the students? You can't touch them because you're electric. Aha. So the story of his processes was a big, fat lie. I thought. On Friday evening there is a family teachers meeting. During the meeting, I'll leave the other teachers. While the parents are listening to the teachers, I'll ask the students to come with me. I'll invent an excuse. Then I'll take them to the science lab and I'll spray them with my hypnotizing spray. Once they're hypnotized, they'll do everything I say. They won't be able to think or rebel. We'll go out of the building by the fire escape exit and walk to the airfield, said Mr. Adams, cleric. I'm sure he wants me. I said to myself, be at the airfield by 9:30 p.m. Then, cleric. Good luck. I'll tank Pilex. I'll tank Pilex, Gortz, said Mr. Adams, cleric to the alien on the screen. Then he took the key out and the computer screen returned to normal. I silently closed the door and quickly went back to Mrs. Ching. I can't tell you anything, it's for your own safety. Just act normally, and no one will hurt you, I said. Who? Mrs. Ching started to ask, but I escaped down the stairs and ran out of the building. I stopped running when I was far from the school. My watch was still in the gym, but at that point I didn't care. I had a lot of difficulty sleeping that night. I decided to tell Paul and Dana, but no one else, no one would believe me. Chapter 7. The Plan. The next day, as soon as I arrived at school, I went to the gym to look for my watch. Fortunately, it was still there. At lunchtime, I took Dana and Paul to an empty table and started my story. I decided to get to the point immediately. Mr. Adams is an alien. I said. No, not again. Are you doing this on purpose? Because if you're not, you have a problem. Paul exclaimed angrily. I thought you wanted to stop all this. I thought you were ashamed of your behavior. First Mr. Stone, now Mr. Adams. He continued, while Dana raised her eyebrows incredulously and suppressed a smile. I know I seem crazy, I said, feeling tears in my eyes. But I'm telling you the truth. I saw him with my own eyes. Please listen to me. I told them everything, from my mysterious sensation to the conversation between Mr. Adams, a cleric, and the alien on the computer screen. Both my friends looked terrified and shocked. They finally believed me. Besides, I added, do you remember how he looked at the sun? It's incredible. I continued, he's green and his name is Cleric. Other aliens are coming in a spaceship on Friday evening. They're going to land in the old abandoned airfield near our high school. They want to take 2 students with them to Mitrax. Mitrax? Asked Paul. Yes. It must be the name of their planet. This Friday. Added Dana. Exactly. During the family teachers meeting. He's going to hypnotize them with a spray and take them on his spaceship. Today is Thursday. We only have a day to do something, exclaimed Paul. I have an idea. I said. What? Asked my friends. We can try to find the hypnotizing spray and take it away from him. It can only be in 2 places, somewhere in his house, or somewhere in the science lab. Good idea. This afternoon after he goes home, we can look for the spray in the lab. If the spray isn't there, tomorrow morning we won't go to school. We'll get into his house in some way and take the spray, added Paul. But we don't even know where he lives, objected Dana. Well, we'll find out, I said. So we want to steal his hypnotizing spray. Maybe Matt can help
Story
us.
of Journey's End.
He has a key that opens all doors, Dana said. Dana's brother Matt is a policeman. Are you sure he'll give it to you? I don't think he'll believe this story, I said. Of course not. How can he believe something like this? I obviously have to steal the key. I hope he doesn't notice. Stealing a passport from the police is a big crime, Paul commented. Yes, but it's the only way to enter where we want. Don't worry. I'll be careful. Gee, Mr. Adams is so friendly and handsome. It's difficult to believe that he's a horrible, green alien. Well, this afternoon I'll get the key. Remember, don't say anything to anyone, I said. This is our secret. Okay. Don't worry. I hope everything will be okay, Paul said. We went to our afternoon classes. I couldn't wait for the day to finish. I was nervous and excited. Chapter 8. Paul's decision. I constantly thought of the day before. I remembered when he took off his face. Behind that blonde hair there was a bald, green head. Behind those brown eyes, 2 red ones. And behind the nose, nothing. I shivered. After school, I went with Dana to her house. Paul, instead, stayed at school to make sure that Cleric went home. When Dana and I arrived at her house, there was no one there. I hope Matt didn't take the key with him, said Dana. We went in. Dana went to her brother's room. I heard her open many drawers. I crossed my fingers. Here it is. Dana exclaimed. Oh, great. Now, let's go back to school. I said. Wait. My mom will be back soon. I have to leave her a note. I'll tell her I'm at the library, Dana said. We went back to school. Paul was sitting on the steps. Has Cleric left? I asked. Yes. We can go in, Paul answered. We went up to the science lab. When we arrived, we noticed that the door was open. Someone was whistling inside. Oh no. It's the janitor. Paul whispered. Let's hide in the bathroom. Dana suggested. It's already been cleaned, so he won't come in. We quickly entered the girls' bathroom and hid. After some time, the janitor walked away. We heard him go down the stairs. Okay, now, Paul said. We entered the lab and looked around. We opened the chemical cabinet with Matt's passe parted and examined every container. There weren't any sprays or strange bottles. So we tried the refrigerator. What's this? I said. Inside the refrigerator there was a spray without a label. It was very difficult to open and it had a bizarre phosphorescence. Wow. It's probably Clyrig's hypnotizing spray. But how can we be sure? Paul asked. We have to be sure that it's the right one. An error could be fatal. I have an idea. I can try the spray on my dog, Fred. Fred hates taking baths and especially eating leftovers. I'll spray him. If he doesn't protest, we have the right spray. I said. Excellent. Please phone me after and tell me the results. Paul said. I want to know too. Dana added. We carefully went out of the lab and left the building. When I arrived home, I prepared a big bath for Fred. Fred. Freddie. I called. The dog was in the garden. When he saw me with the big basin full of water, he barked and howled. He ran inside his doghouse. Silly dog. I thought. I took the spray, went to the doghouse and sprayed Fred. Then I called him again and I pointed towards the water in the basin. What a surprise! Fred calmly came out of the doghouse and jumped into the water. After Fred's bath, I went to the refrigerator and took out some leftovers. I put them in his dish and gave it to him. Food time, Fred. I said. Fred saw the leftovers and didn't protest. He started eating. It was incredible. I immediately phoned Dana and gave her the good news. Then I phoned Paul. Hi, Paul. It's me. We have the right spray. Fred has been completely hypnotized. Great. Listen, can you come to my house now? I need to talk to you. There was something strange in his voice. Paul, are you okay? I asked. Yes, I'm fine. I'll tell you everything when you arrive, okay? Please come. It's important. I took the bus and arrived at Paul's house. He was alone, as always. He was in his room with his cat, Apollo, in his arms. I want to go to Mitrax with Clyrug, Paul said. What? Yes, I want to go to Mitrax with Clyrug. Paul repeated. Are you kidding? You're crazy. No, I'm not crazy. Look at my life. My mother doesn't love me. She went away and never wants to see me. How do you think I feel? My father is always working. He doesn't care if I'm here or in
Story of
Timbuktu.
Mom's love.
He only cares about his young, blonde secretaries. At school, everyone thinks I'm strange. You're my only true friend in class. Jenny, I'm not happy here. Try to understand. This world isn't for me. I don't like my life. I want to test my destiny and see what happens to me. Honestly, I really don't think that Clyrug wants to hurt us students. How do you know? I asked angrily, shocked at what he was saying. He doesn't give me that impression. I'm sure that aliens just want to study us. I feel I can trust them. Also, you know I love space. I've always been interested in astronomy and alien life. This is a fantastic opportunity to see life on another planet, in another galaxy. This is my dream. This opportunity will never exist again. If aliens come to Earth at the next intergalactic meeting, they certainly won't come to our town again. Listening to Paul, I started to understand his point of view. But it was terrible to think that Paul didn't have anyone. No one really cared about him. I was very sad. Running away to another planet isn't the right solution to your problems, I said. But I've tried to talk to my father about my problems. I've tried many times. Nothing has changed. Listen, I want to go to Mitrax. I feel it's the right thing for me. Something inside is pushing me to go. Maybe going to Mitrax was the best thing for Paul, although I still couldn't believe it. If you're convinced. But I'll miss you a lot. I'll never see you again, I said. Nothing is forever. You will see me again, I promise. Don't make promises you can't keep, I said, with tears in my eyes. Believe me, Jenny. Sooner or later, when the next intergalactic door opens, I'll return. And I'll have many new things to tell you. Listen, he continued, we must organize our plan for tomorrow evening. When Clyrug takes the two students to the science lab, he'll open the refrigerator, but he won't find the spray. At that point, he won't be able to do anything because he can't touch us. If he touches us, he'll electrocute us, Paul explained. Then he won't be able to study us anymore. I interrupted. Exactly. So, when he sees that his mission has failed, the only thing he can do is go to the airfield and leave with his spaceship. He can't stay any longer because he can't miss his spaceship. And the spaceship can't wait for him. I won't come to the family teachers meeting. I'll wait for Mr. Adams at the airfield. I sadly looked at Paul. Good luck. I'll wait for you, I said. Paul picked up Apollo and gave him to me. I want you to keep him. Take care of him for me. Oh, Paul, thanks for Apollo. Thank you very much. I stroked the black cat and he purred. Chapter 9. Friday night. I went back home and passed by Dana's house to give her the passe partout. That night I didn't sleep. I thought about the next day, about Paul's decision, about Cleric. Apollo mewed in the darkness. On Friday morning I got up early. I felt very tense. The day proceeded slowly. During the morning, the principal came to remind us of the meeting. Don't forget that this evening there's the family teachers meeting. I hope to see all of you with your parents. Sure, I thought. And during the meeting, one of your teachers will try to kidnap two students and take them to a mysterious planet. When the school day finished, I went to the Rainbow for some ice cream with Paul and Dana. Paul told Dana about his decision. She was obviously very surprised and disappointed. Those moments we passed together were very special. I will never forget that last afternoon with Paul. Our friendship seemed stronger than before. We felt more united because of our separation. Finally, after dinner, my parents and I walked to school. We sat down in the auditorium and the meeting started. At one point, I saw Mr. Adams get up and go towards Dana's family. I saw him whisper something to Dana's parents and then to Dana. She got up from her chair and followed him. Together, they walked towards Stephen's family. Steve is another one of my classmates. I'm sure Cleric chose him because Paul was absent. In fact, I noticed him looking for Paul. Steve, Dana, and Mr. Adams left the auditorium. So he didn't choose me. I thought. I looked at my watch, 9:05. 25 more minutes. Suddenly, I had an irresistible impulse. I wanted to see what was happening. I got up. Jenny, where are you going? My mom asked. I'm going to the science lab. Don't worry, I said, and I quickly walked away. The door of the lab was closed. Inside, I heard Mr. Adams opening the fridge. I imagined his anger. Oh no, he exclaimed. Where is it? Where is what, Cleric? Dana asked. Are you talking about the hypnotizing spray? You lost, Cleric, she exclaimed triumphantly. Wah, what? You know. Cleric was shocked. What spray? What are you saying? Said Steve, who didn't know anything about it. What courage Dana has. I thought. Mr. Adams had the power to electrocute her if he wanted. It was stupid to make him angry. But in the end, it seems that Paul was right. Cleric wasn't really a bad alien. Well, I don't think you need us anymore, Dana said. The door opened and she walked out. Come on, Steve. Everything's okay. Let's go back to the meeting. Then Cleric came out. He seemed confused and helpless. I looked at my watch. Cleric, it's 9:17. Go. Don't miss your spaceship, I said, almost with compassion. Cleric looked at me, even more surprised. Then he went to the fire escape exit and ran away. At that moment, I thought of Paul. I followed Cleric down the fire escape stairs and out of the building. Our school is very close to the old airfield, so Clyrug and I reached it at 9:24. The spaceship was already there, waiting for Clyrug. Its portal was open, but all the lights were off. The aliens from Mitrax didn't want anyone to see them. Paul was there too. When he saw Clyrug, he ran towards him. Clyrug, listen. I want to come with you. Take me with you. You can study me. I know you won't hurt me. Clyrug was literally shocked. Come then, Paul. Hurry, he said, recovering from his amazement. Paul. I shouted. Jenny. He ran to me and we embraced. This crazy adventure has finally finished. Fortunately, everything ended well for everyone, Paul said. Think about me sometimes, I said. I always think of you. And remember, I'll be back. Paul. Clyrug shouted. He was on the
Story
stairs
Mr.
of the
Bean in
spaceship.
the restaurant.
The portal is closing. Have fun in Mitrax, you space lover. I said, laughing and crying at the same time. Paul went up the stairs, and the portal closed behind him. The spaceship lights turned on and it silently went up into the dark night sky. I watched it disappear into the blackness. Then I hurried back to school. My parents were still at the meeting with everyone else. No one seemed to suspect anything. Dana and Steve sat calmly near their parents. I, too, went back to my mother and father, smiling innocently. Today 6 months have passed. Everyone at school now knows the truth about Mr. Adams, although not everyone totally believes my story. We have a new science teacher. Her name is Miss Lundberg, and for the moment she seems normal. Dana and I have been to visit Mr. Stone a few times, and his relationship with our class has really improved. He seems a happier person, and this pleases me a lot. Steve is now Dana's boyfriend, and they make a nice couple. I still have the hypnotizing spray. I keep it hidden, although sometimes I use it on Fred when he needs a bath. Apollo is now a member of our family. Fred is a little jealous of him, but they're usually friends. I told my parents the entire story. They seem to believe me, especially because no one can find Paul. In the beginning, his father looked for him, but he soon stopped worrying. Sometimes Dana and I talk about Clyrug and our adventure. We remember Paul. On many evenings, alone in my garden, I look up at the sky and think about him. Good night, Paul, wherever you are. See you soon, extremely embarrassed. Don't worry. Since you're here, please come in. I climbed down the tree. Paul was very nervous. Come on, Jenny, let's go away before it's too late. No, Paul. I'm going in. But I went towards Mr. Stone's front door, so Paul followed. The teacher opened the door and made us sit down in his living room.
Once upon a time, in a big city, there were two sisters, Mia and Emily. They were different but very close. Mia, the older sister, liked to study and learn new things. Emily, the younger one, loved to have fun and meet people. One day, they found a place in their neighborhood called a community center. It had many activities for kids and families, like art and sports. Mia thought it would be nice to help at the center. She wanted to do something good for others. Emily wanted to join the basketball team there. She liked playing sports and making friends. Even though they liked different things, Mia and Emily decided to support each other. Mia helped at the center on weekends, doing things like organizing events and teaching younger kids. Emily practiced basketball with her team, getting better at the game and making new friends. Over time, they both found happiness in what they were doing. Mia liked helping people, and Emily enjoyed playing basketball and being part of a team. Together, Mia and Emily showed that even if you're different, you can do great things when you work together and support each other. Their story inspired others in their neighborhood to help out and be kind to each other. And so, Mia and Emily continued to make a difference in their community, one small act of kindness or winning shot at a time. They were different, but they were a team, making the world a better place for everyone. As Mia and Emily spent more time at the community center, they made many new friends and became even closer as sisters. Mia enjoyed helping out with different activities, like setting up games for the kids or reading stories to them. She liked seeing the smiles on their faces and knowing she made a difference. Emily loved practicing basketball with her team. They played games against other teams from the neighborhood and cheered each other on. Even when they didn't win, they had fun and learned from each game. One day, the community center announced they were organizing a big event for the whole neighborhood. They were looking for people who were willing to help organize and manage the event. Mia and Emily were proud to see how much everyone enjoyed themselves. They realized that by working together and helping out, they could make a real difference in their community. Since then, Mia and Emily kept helping out at the community center and arranging things for their neighborhood. They knew that even though they were just two sisters, they could have a big impact on the world around them. And so, Mia and Emily's story taught everyone in the neighborhood that no matter how small you are or where you come from, you can make a difference by working together and helping others. They were a shining example of the power of kindness and teamwork, inspiring everyone around them to do the same. As Mia and Emily continued helping at the community center, their parents were very proud of them. They saw how much joy and happiness Mia and Emily brought to others, and they admired their daughter's kindness and generosity. Mia and Emily's parents told them to keep helping out and doing what they loved. They knew Mia enjoyed studying and learning. So they supported her by helping her find books and resources to explore her interests further. They also made sure she had a quiet space to study and concentrate at home. As for Emily, Emily's parents knew she loved basketball and art, so they supported her at games and hung her artwork at home. They even enrolled her in art classes outside of school, where she could learn new techniques and express herself creatively. Mia and Emily had big dreams for the future. Mia dreamed of becoming a teacher one day so she could inspire and educate others just like she did at the community center. Emily dreamed of becoming an artist and traveling the world, painting beautiful landscapes and sharing her artwork with people everywhere. Their parents encouraged them to chase their dreams and never give up, no matter how big or daunting they seemed. They believed in Mia and Emily's abilities and knew that with hard work and determination, they could achieve anything they set their minds to. And so, Mia and Emily continued to study and pursue their passions, knowing that their family was always there to support and cheer them on. They knew that no matter what the future held, they would always have each other and their loving family by their side. Mia and Emily believe that life is about being kind and helping others. They think it's important to follow your passions and work hard to achieve your dreams. Mia believed that life was like a book waiting to be read, filled with opportunities to learn and grow. She loved exploring new things and helping others along the way. Emily, on the other hand, saw life as a grand adventure, full of excitement and possibilities. She was passionate about art and creativity, spending hours painting colorful masterpieces that brighten everyone's day. They believed that following your dreams was the key to happiness, and they encouraged others to do the same. Their parents, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson, admired Mia and Emily's compassionate spirits and encouraged them to pursue their passions. They supported their daughters every step of the way, cheering them on at school events and volunteering alongside them in the community. Mia and Emily were unstoppable. They organized bake sales to raise money for charity, volunteered at the local animal shelter, and even started a recycling program at their school. Their excitement spread to others, making them want to help too and make the world a better place. As they grew older, Mia and Emily never forgot the lessons they learned from their parents. They learned to be kind, follow their dreams, and always lend a helping hand to those in need. And so, they continued on their journey, spreading love and positivity wherever they went, knowing that with their family's support, anything was possible. Moral of the story: the moral of the story is that family support and encouragement can help you pursue your goals and make a positive impact on the world. Mia and Emily's parents support their interests and encourage them to volunteer, showing them the importance of kindness and generosity. The story teaches us that with love, determination, and support from family, you can overcome any challenges and achieve your dreams while making a difference in the lives of others. Having family support makes it easier to follow your passions and make a difference in the world, just like Mia and Emily do. When families cheer you on and believe in you, it helps you chase your dreams and do good things for others.
Journey's End. Tom Smith was a nice young man. He wanted a job, but he couldn't find one. Many people wanted to work, and there weren't many jobs. Tom felt sad because he never had money for clothes or the cinema. When he was younger, Tom wanted to be a footballer. He was good at football, and at tennis too. He was good at every sport. But there were other better players. Now Tom had a new idea. He thought, perhaps I can find a job in a sports shop. I'll be happy then, and I'll have money. But it was only an idea. It never happened. He tried hard to find a job. He looked in the newspapers every day, and he wrote letters for jobs, a lot of letters. But he never found a job. One day, he saw something in the newspaper about a fair in the park near his house. That will be interesting, he thought. It's next Saturday. I think I'll go. Yes, I'll go. I'm not doing anything this weekend, and it won't cost much. On Saturday, Tom walked to the park and bought a ticket for the fair. It was a warm summer day. The sky was blue, and the park was very pretty. There were a lot of flowers, blue, red, and yellow. Tom felt happy when he saw them. The fair was good too. There were a lot of people there and many different games. Tom played some games. He won a box of fruit and a book about sports. Then he bought an ice cream because he was hot and thirsty. I'm having a good day, he thought. He sat down and ate his ice cream. Now, what shall I do next? Suddenly, he saw in large letters, Madame Zelda knows the future. Tom Smith thought very hard. Shall I go in? He thought. Why not? I'm not afraid of the future. Perhaps it will be interesting. Yes, I'll go in and have a conversation with Madame Zelda. So he went in. It was very dark inside. An old woman with gray hair and a kind face smiled at Tom. Hello, young man, she said. Sit down and I will tell you about your future. Tom sat down. The old woman looked at some cards on the table. Take 3 cards, she said. Tom took the cards and gave them to her. The woman looked at the cards for a long time. Then she spoke. She didn't smile now. Listen, she said, I have to tell you something very important. Do not go anywhere next Friday. Make a journey next Friday, and you will never arrive. Something will happen on the way. Don't forget now. I can tell you nothing more. Be careful, young man. Tom left. The sun was very hot on his face. He had no more money, and he wanted to go home. I'm not afraid, he
Story
thought.
of my English
I don't
class.
go on journeys. I won't go anywhere next Friday. Every day is the same to me. I haven't got a job, so I don't go anywhere. But on Thursday, Tom had a letter. It was an answer to one of his letters. There was a job in a town 30 kilometers away. It was a sports shop. The boss wanted to meet Tom the next day. Tom felt very happy. I'll have to take a train there, he thought. I can't walk 30 kilometers. Suddenly, he remembered the old woman at the fair, and he felt afraid. Do not go anywhere next Friday, she told him. But what can I do? Tom thought sadly. I can't lose this job. It's too important to me. I'll have to take the train tomorrow. And what can an old woman know about the future? Nothing. But he wasn't very happy about it, and he didn't sleep well that night. The next day was Friday, and Tom went to the station. He bought a ticket at the ticket office. The train arrived, and he climbed aboard. An old man sat down next to Tom. His face was intelligent under his white hair. He had a bad leg, and Tom felt sorry for him. The train left the station and went through the country. A waiter came around with some food, and the old man bought a sandwich. Then he smiled at Tom and said, Are you thirsty? I've got some tea with me. Would you like some? He took out a cup and gave Tom some tea. He's a kind man, Tom thought. I really like him. He smiled at the old man and said, Thank you. I'm Tom Smith. Are you going a long way? But the old man couldn't answer. Suddenly, there was a very loud noise, and the train stopped. What was wrong? The people on the train were afraid. They all looked out of the windows, but they couldn't see anything. Don't be afraid, Tom told his new friend. I'll go and see. Perhaps it's an accident. Stay here, and you'll be okay. The old man smiled. Thank you, my young friend, he said. I will stay here. My old legs are very weak. Tom found the guard. What's wrong? He asked him. Why did we stop? The guard looked at Tom unhappily. There is a large tree in front of the train, he said. We'll have to move it, but we can't do it quickly. So this is the end of the journey for you. You'll have to get off the train and walk. Walk where? Tom asked. The guard looked at a map. There's a village near here. You can go there and perhaps find a restaurant or a cafe. I have to stay here with the train. I'm very sorry about your journey, but you'll get your money back. Tom thought, the money isn't important. I really wanted that job, and he felt very sad. Tom didn't say anything about the job to the old man. He helped his friend off the train and carried his case to the village. Thank you very much, the old man said to Tom. I know that my case is heavy. There's a computer in it, and there are a lot of papers. Tom smiled. It's all right, he said. But inside he was very sad. I was stupid, he thought. I didn't listen to the old woman, but she was right. I won't get that job now. The old man saw Tom's sad face and asked him, What's wrong, my young friend? So Tom told him the story about the job in the sports shop. Then a strange thing happened. The old man smiled, and then he laughed. Why did he laugh? Tom didn't know, and he felt a little angry. The old man was his friend, but this was a bad day for Tom. It wasn't funny. Tom couldn't speak or smile. The old man saw this, and he stopped laughing. Then he said, "Listen to me, Tom, and don't be sad. I'm a rich man. I've got a lot of shops in different towns, and they're all sports shops. I want an intelligent young man to work in my new shop. It's also my biggest shop. Will you work for me? I think I know you now. You were very kind to me on the train. You're the right person for the job. What's your answer?" "This is wonderful," Tom said with a happy smile. "This is the best day of my life, not the worst."
Hi, my name is Sarah, and I want to tell you about my family. You see, it's a bit complicated. My mom, she's like a warm hug on a cold day. Always there for us, with a smile on her face and love in her heart. But my dad, well, he's not like that. He's more like a storm cloud, always ready to rain on our parade. It's not that he's a terrible person, it's just that he's not very good at being a dad. He's always working late, or yelling about something that doesn't really matter. And when he does spend time with us, it's like he's not really there. He's always distracted or angry about something else. But my mom, she's the glue that holds us together. She's the one who listens to our problems, who helps us with our homework, who tucks us in at night. She's the one who makes our house feel like a home. I remember one time when I was feeling really down because I didn't do well on a test at school. I was afraid to tell my dad because I knew he would be disappointed in me. But my mom, she just hugged me tight and told me that it was okay, that I was still smart and capable, and that one bad grade didn't define me. And you know what? I believed her. However, things really came to a head last year when my little brother got into some trouble at school. My dad was furious, yelling and screaming about how he was a failure as a parent. But my mom, she was calm. She talked to my brother, listened to him, and helped him figure out how to make things right. And you know what? He did. In the end, it's my mom's love that keeps our family together. She's the one who shows us what it means to be kind, compassionate, and strong. And even though my dad may not be the best dad in the world, I know that as long as my mom is by our side, everything will be okay. After that incident with my little brother, things got a little better for a while. My dad seemed to realize that maybe he needed to be more like my mom, patient, understanding, and supportive. But old habits die hard, and before long, he was back to his old ways. I remember one Saturday morning, my mom had planned a special picnic for us at the park. She had packed all our favorite snacks and games, and we were so excited. But just as we were about to leave, my dad got a call from work.
Story of Anne of Green Gables.
He said it was an emergency and that he had to go in right away. I could see the disappointment in my mom's eyes, but she just smiled and told us to go ahead without him. So we did, but it just wasn't the same without him there. We missed his jokes, his laughter, his big hugs, and his funny tries at flying a kite. When we got home that evening, my dad was still at work. He didn't get back until late, long after we had all gone to bed. I heard my mom talking quietly to him in the kitchen, trying to understand why he always chose work over his family. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't seem to get through to him. It was like he was in his own world, one where work was more important than anything else. And it hurt to see my mom so upset, to see her pouring her heart out to him only to be met with indifference. But through it all, my mom never gave up on him. She kept loving him, even when it seemed like he didn't deserve it. Because that's just who she is, the beacon of love and hope in a world that can sometimes be dark and cold. And even though my dad may never be the kind of dad we always wanted him to be, I know that as long as my mom is by our side, we'll always have all the love and support we need. Because that's what moms do. They love us unconditionally, no matter what. As time went on, my mom's love continued to be the guiding light in our family. She never stopped being there for us, even when things got tough. And believe me, there were plenty of tough times. My dad's obsession with work only seemed to get worse, and it felt like he was slipping further and further away from us. He missed birthdays, school events, and even family dinners. It was like he didn't even care anymore. However, my mom, she never stopped caring. She was always there to pick up the pieces when my dad let us down, always there to wipe away our tears and remind us that we were loved. I remember one Christmas, my dad had promised to take us all on a trip to the mountains. We had been looking forward to it for months, but at the last minute, he had to cancel because of work. We were all heartbroken, but my mom, she refused to let it ruin our holiday. Instead, she spent the day baking cookies and singing carols with us. She turned our living room into a winter wonderland, complete with homemade decorations and a makeshift fireplace. And even though we missed my dad, it ended up being one of the best Christmases we ever had. But despite my mom's best efforts, things between my parents only seemed to get worse. They argued more and more, and it felt like our family was falling apart at the seams. I didn't know what to do or how to help. Then one day, something amazing happened. My dad came home early from work, with a look on his face I had never seen before. He looked nervous, almost scared, like he was about to do something really important. And then, to our surprise, he got down on one knee and pulled out a small velvet box. My mom's eyes widened in shock, and I held my breath as he asked her to marry him again, to renew their vows and start fresh. Tears welled up in my mom's eyes as she said yes, and in that moment, I knew that everything was going to be okay. Because no matter what happened, no matter how hard things got, my mom's love would always be there to see us through. And with my dad by her side, maybe, just maybe, we could be a real family again. Renewing their promises made our family feel hopeful and positive again. It felt like a fresh start, a chance for my parents to rebuild their relationship and for us to finally have the family we had always dreamed of. In the days that followed, my parents worked hard to reconnect with each other. They went on dates, took long walks together, and spent more quality time as a family. It was like watching two puzzle pieces finally slotting back into place, completing the picture of our family once again. And slowly but surely, my dad began to change. He started prioritizing his family over his work, making time for us even when it seemed impossible. He attended my school events, helped my little brother with his homework, and even surprised my mom with flowers for no reason at all. As the years went by, we faced many ups and downs together. But through it all, one thing remained constant: the love that bound us together as a family. And I knew that as long as we had that, we could weather any storm that came our way. Looking back on it now, I realize just how lucky I am to have such amazing parents. They showed me the power of love, forgiveness, and resilience, teaching me that no matter what life throws at you, family is always there to catch you when you fall. And as I stand here today, surrounded by the people I love most in the world, I can't help but feel grateful for the journey that brought us here. Because in the end, it's not about the obstacles we face or the challenges we overcome, it's about the love that sustains us through it all, lighting the way forward and guiding us home.
Mr. Bean in restaurant. It was Mr. Bean's birthday, and he wanted to enjoy it. What could he do? How can I make this important day a happy day? He thought, I know, I'll go out to a restaurant for dinner this evening. I'll enjoy that. Mr. Bean didn't often eat in restaurants. They were sometimes very expensive. And he sometimes did things wrong when he was in a new or strange place. Oh dear, life wasn't easy for Mr. Bean. That evening, Mr. Bean put on a clean shirt. He put on his best coat and trousers. He put on his best shoes. Then he drove to a restaurant in the center of town. He arrived at 8 o'clock and went inside. It was a very nice restaurant. Everybody was wearing their best clothes, and there were flowers on every table. I'm going to like it here, thought Mr. Bean. This is a good restaurant for my birthday dinner. The manager met him at the door. Good evening, sir, he said. How are you? Would you like a table for one? Yes, please, said Mr. Bean. Follow me, sir, said the manager. He walked across the room to a table, and Mr. Bean went after him. Here you are, sir, said the manager. This is a nice table. He pulled the chair away from the table. Then he waited for Mr. Bean to sit down. Mr. Bean looked at him. Why is he taking my chair away? Thought Mr. Bean. What's he doing? And he pulled the chair away from the manager and sat down quickly. When the manager went away, Mr. Bean sat quietly for a minute. Then he remembered something. He took a birthday card and an envelope out of his jacket. Next, he took out a pen and wrote Happy Birthday, Bean inside the card. Then he put the card into the envelope and wrote his name on the outside of it. He put it on the table and put his pen back into his jacket. After a minute or two, Mr. Bean pretended to see the card for the first time. Oh, a card for me, he said. He opened the envelope and took out the card. He read it carefully. Now that's nice, he said. Somebody remembered my birthday, and he stood the card on his table. The manager arrived with the menu and gave it to Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean started to read it. Oh, dear, he thought. Everything's very expensive. What can I have? Mr. Bean got out his money. He had a 10-pound note and some coins. He put the money onto a plate. How much have I got? He said, and he moved the money round on the plate. 10, 11, and 40, 50, 55, 11 pounds and 55 pence. He looked at the menu again. What could he eat for 11 pounds 55? The manager came to his table. Are you ready, sir? He asked. Yes, said Mr. Bean. He put his finger on the menu. I'll have that, please. The manager looked at the menu. The steak tartare, sir. Yes, of course. Yes, said Mr. Bean. Steak. The manager took the menu and went away. Mr. Bean sat and looked round the restaurant. There were a lot of people in the room. There was a man and a woman at the next table. They ate and talked. Suddenly, a waiter arrived at Mr. Bean's table with a bottle of wine. "Would you like to try the wine, sir?" he said. "Oh, yes, please," said Mr. Bean. The waiter put some wine in Mr. Bean's glass and Mr. Bean had a drink. It was very nice. He smiled and the waiter tried to put more wine into the glass. Of course, the waiter was right. First, the customer tries his wine. When he is happy with it, the waiter gives him more wine. But Mr. Bean didn't know this and he quickly put his hand across the glass. "No, thank you," he said. "I don't drink wine when I'm driving." The waiter looked at him strangely and walked away. He didn't say, "Why did you try the wine when you didn't want it? You stupid man." Mr. Bean took the knife from the table and started to play with it. He pretended to be a bad man. He pretended to push the knife into somebody. But he didn't really want to kill anybody, of course. It was a game. The woman at the next table looked at him angrily, and Mr. Bean quickly moved the knife. Next, he hit the glasses and played on his table with it. Ping, ping, ping they went. And after a minute, he played the song Happy Birthday on the glasses. He smiled and thought, "I'm very clever." But the woman at the next table didn't think, "That's clever." Or, "Oh yes, that's funny." She thought, "That man's really stupid." And she looked hard at Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean put the knife down and looked at his napkin. "It's a very nice napkin," he thought. The waiter saw Mr. Bean looking at his napkin. He didn't say anything, but suddenly, flick, he opened it for Mr. Bean. "That's clever," thought Mr. Bean. "I'll try that." And he began to move his napkin. Flick, flick, flick. Suddenly, the napkin flew out of his hand. It flew across onto the next table. The woman at the table looked round again. But Mr. Bean pretended not to see her. His face said, "It's not my napkin." A minute later, the waiter arrived with his food. There was a large cover on the plate and Mr. Bean couldn't see the food. But he gave the waiter the money on the table. Customers don't usually give a waiter money when he arrives with the food. But the waiter didn't say anything. He took the money and put it in his jacket. Mr. Bean was happy. "I'm doing everything right," he thought. The waiter took the cover off the plate and walked away. Mr. Bean looked at the food in front of him. He put his nose near the meat and smelled it. Then he put his ear next to it. He put some of the meat into his mouth. Suddenly, the manager arrived at his table. "Is everything all right, sir?" he asked. "Are you happy with everything, Moom?" said Mr. Bean. He smiled. The manager smiled, too. He walked away, and Mr. Bean's face changed. There was no smile now. "Ugh," he thought. They didn't cook this meat, but he had to eat it. "I don't want people to think that I'm stupid," he thought. "But I'll never ask for steak tartare again. Never." He pushed his plate away, but then the waiter went past his table. "Is everything all right, sir?" he asked. "Oh, yes," said Mr. Bean. He smiled. "Yes, everything's very nice, thank you." He smiled and pretended to eat some meat. But the waiter went away before Mr. Bean put it into his mouth. "What can I do with it?" he thought. "I can't eat this. Where can I hide it?" Then he had an idea. Carefully, he put the meat into the mustard pot and put the cover on it. "Where can I put some now?" he thought. "I can't eat it, so I've got to hide all of it. Oh, yes, the flowers." He took the flowers out of the vase. But then the manager went past, so Mr. Bean pretended to smell the flowers. "Very nice," he said. The manager smiled and walked away. Quickly, Mr. Bean put some meat into the vase and pushed the flowers in on top of it. He looked round the table. Where next? He thought. Yes, the bread. He took his knife and cut the bread roll. Then he quickly ate the middle of it. Now he could push some meat inside the roll. He did this. Then he put the roll down. He looked at the meat on his plate. There's a lot of it. He thought, where can I hide it now? He looked at the small plate on the table. Perhaps he could hide some meat under the plate. He looked round. Nobody's watching me, he thought. So he took more meat from the big plate in front of him and put it under the small plate. Then he pushed down hard with his hand. So he took more meat from the big plate in front of him and put it under the small plate. Then he pushed down hard with his hand. The waiter walked past his table again. Mr. Bean smiled at him and put his arm on the plate. After the waiter went away, he pushed down on the small plate again. That's better, he thought. Now you can't see the meat. Good, but there's more meat. Where can I hide it? He looked round the table. The sugar pot, he thought. But it's got sugar in it. What can I do? He thought quickly. Then he put some sugar into a wine glass. Next, he put some of the meat into the sugar pot. Then he put the sugar from the wine glass on top of it. Good, he thought. Nobody can see it in there. Suddenly, Mr. Bean could hear music. Where's that coming from? He thought. He looked round and saw a man with a violin. After a minute or two, the man came across to Mr. Bean's table and played for him. Mr. Bean smiled. This is nice, he thought. Then the man saw Mr. Bean's birthday card and the music changed. The man started to play Happy Birthday. The people at the other tables looked round when they heard the song. Who's having a birthday? They thought. Then they saw Mr. Bean and smiled at him. Mr. Bean smiled back at them. He pretended to eat some of the meat, but he didn't put it into his mouth. The man with the violin walked round Mr. Bean's table and watched him. He played his violin and waited for Mr. Bean to eat the meat, and he waited and waited and waited. I'll have to eat some, thought Mr. Bean. He'll only go away when I eat it. So he put the meat into his mouth. And the man with the violin turned away to the next table. The meat was in Mr. Bean's mouth, but he didn't want to eat it. He wanted to put it somewhere, but where? He looked at the man with the violin. He moved quickly. He pulled open the back of the man's trousers and opened his mouth. The meat fell inside the trousers. He smiled. That was clever, he thought. The man with the violin moved round the next table. He played a song to the man and the woman. The music was very beautiful. They listened and drank their wine. They watched the man with the violin, so their eyes weren't on Mr. Bean. Nobody's eyes were on Mr. Bean. He saw this, and he had an idea. Mr. Bean quickly took the woman's bag from the floor. He opened it and pushed some meat inside it. Then he put the bag on the floor again. But when he did this, he accidentally put his foot out. The waiter walked past with some plates of food, and he fell over Mr. Bean's foot. The plates fell onto Mr. Bean's table and onto the floor. There was a loud crash, and the people at the other tables looked up quickly. What happened? They said. Then they saw the waiter on the floor. Oh, dear, they said. Now Mr. Bean had another idea. Here was the answer to his problem. He moved very quickly. He pushed the meat from his plate onto the table with the other food. Then he pretended to be very angry. Look, you stupid man, he said to the waiter. Oh, look at this. The waiter got up from the floor. I'm sorry, sir, he said. I'm really very sorry. The manager arrived at the table. I'm very sorry, too, sir, he said. Oh, the food. Yes, it's everywhere, said Mr. Bean. Look, it's in the mustard pot. It's in the bread roll. It's in the vase of flowers. He took the woman's bag from the floor. And it's in here. He pulled open the back of the violin player's trousers. And here, the waiter couldn't understand it. Go back to the kitchen, the manager told him, and the waiter went away. Then the manager turned to Mr. Bean. Please, sir, he said. Come with me. What? Said Mr. Bean. Oh, yes, all right. The manager took Mr. Bean to a clean table. Sit here, sir, he said. Mr. Bean sat down. Thank you, he said. The manager opened Mr. Bean's napkin. Then he got the birthday card from the other table. He put it on Mr. Bean's clean table. "Thank you," said Mr. Bean. The man with the violin came across and played Happy Birthday to him again. Mr. Bean smiled. Now everything was all right. Now I can start again, he thought. And this time I'll do everything right. The waiter arrived at Mr. Bean's table. He put a plate in front of Mr. Bean. The manager smiled and took off the cover. Mr. Bean looked down, and he stopped smiling. There, in front of him, was a very large plate of steak tartare.
Hi, my name is Sophia, and I am a student in an English class. I have been studying English for a few years now, but this class is different. It's not just about learning the grammar rules and vocabulary. It's more about understanding the language and using it in real-life situations. We have a great teacher, Mrs. Johnson, who is very patient and always encourages us to ask questions. She makes the class fun and interactive by using games and activities to help us learn. I used to dread going to English class, but now I look forward to it every day. In the beginning, I was a bit nervous because I wasn't very confident in my English skills. I struggled with speaking in front of the class and I was afraid of making mistakes. But Mrs. Johnson created a comfortable and supportive environment where I could practice without feeling embarrassed. One of my favorite things about this class is that we get to read and discuss different types of literature. We have read classic novels, short stories, and even poems. Mrs. Johnson always encourages us to share our thoughts and opinions, which has helped me to develop my critical thinking skills. We also have writing assignments where we get to express our own ideas and creativity. At first, I found it challenging to come up with ideas and put them into words, but with Mrs. Johnson's guidance and feedback, I have improved a lot. I am now more confident in my writing and can express myself better in English. Another thing I love about this class is that we have students from different backgrounds and cultures. It's amazing to hear different perspectives and learn about different traditions and customs. We often have discussions about cultural differences and similarities, which has helped me to become more open-minded and understanding. The best part of my English class is that we get to practice speaking in English with each other. We have conversations, debates, and presentations on various topics. It has boosted my confidence and improved my speaking skills. I no longer feel shy or nervous when I have to speak in front of a group. One day, Mrs. Johnson surprised us with a special project. She asked us to write our own short stories and share them with the class. I was nervous at first, but Mrs. Johnson encouraged us to be creative and have fun with it. I decided to write a story about a magical adventure in a faraway land. I poured my heart into it, and when it was my turn to share, I felt excited rather than scared. The class listened intently, and afterwards, they clapped and told me how much they enjoyed it. It was a proud moment for me, and I realized how much I had grown in confidence since starting the class. As the weeks went by, our English class became like a little family. We supported each other, laughed together, and cheered each other on. Mrs. Johnson always made sure to celebrate our successes, whether it was mastering a tricky grammar rule or giving a great presentation. One day, Mrs. Johnson announced that our class would be putting on a play for the whole school. We were going to perform a classic English play, and everyone was assigned a role. I was thrilled to be cast as one of the lead characters, and we all worked hard to memorize our lines and rehearse our scenes. On the day of the performance, I felt a mix of nerves and excitement. But as soon as we stepped onto the stage, all my fears melted away. I delivered my lines with confidence, and the audience cheered and applauded at the end. It was an unforgettable experience, and I knew that none of it would have been possible without Mrs. Johnson and my amazing classmates. As our English class continued, Mrs. Johnson introduced us to even more exciting activities. We had a book club where we could choose a book to read together and discuss. It was fun sharing our thoughts and opinions on the stories we read. One another day, Mrs. Johnson surprised us with a guest speaker who was a famous author. We were all amazed to hear about her journey as a writer and her inspirations behind her books. It made me realize that anyone could be a writer if they had a story to tell. Another memorable day was when Mrs. Johnson organized a field trip to a local museum. We explored exhibits about history and culture, and Mrs. Johnson encouraged us to practice our English by asking questions and reading information plaques. It was a fantastic way to learn and have fun at the same time. As the school year came to an end, I felt a mix of sadness and excitement. I would miss my English class and all the wonderful memories we made together. But I was also looking forward to using everything I had learned in the real world. On the last day of class, Mrs. Johnson gave each of us a certificate of achievement and a heartfelt goodbye. She told us how proud she was of our progress and reminded us to keep practicing English even after the class was over. As I walked out of the classroom, I couldn't help but feel grateful for the amazing experience I had in Mrs. Johnson's English class. It had truly changed my life and given me the confidence to pursue my dreams. I knew that no matter where life took me, I would always carry the lessons I learned and the memories I made in that special class. English class may have ended, but the memories and friendships we made will last a lifetime. And who knows? Maybe one day, we'll all meet again. Looking back, I realized that my journey in English class was about more than just learning a language. It was about discovering my voice, embracing new opportunities, and building connections with others.
Chapter 1. And arrives in Avonley.
One fine spring afternoon in Avonley, Mrs. Rachel Lynde sat by her kitchen window. She often sat there because she could see the Avonley road very well from there. A man with a horse and buggy came up the road. It was Mrs. Lindy's neighbor, Matthew Cuthbert. "Where's Matthew going?" thought Mrs. Lynde in surprise. "It's 3:30 in the afternoon and he has a lot of work on his farm. Where's he going and why is he going there?" Matthew Cuthbert lived with his sister, Marilla, in Green Gables, a large old house near Mrs. Lindy's home. Later, Mrs. Lynde walked to Green Gables. Marilla Cuthbert was busy in the kitchen. She was a tall, thin woman with gray hair. Marilla wasn't young or pretty, and she didn't smile very much, but she had a kind heart. She wasn't surprised by Mrs. Lynde's visit. "Hello, Marilla," said Mrs. Lynde. "I saw Matthew on the road. Where's he going?" "To Bright River Station," answered Marilla. "We're getting a little boy from an orphanage in Nova Scotia. He's coming on the train this afternoon." Mrs. Lynde couldn't speak. Then she said, "An orphan boy? Why do you want an orphan boy? Matthew is 60 years old," answered Marilla. "His heart isn't very strong. He wants a boy to help him on the farm. We heard about Mrs. Spencer at White Sands. She's getting a little girl from the orphanage. Matthew and I want a little boy. Mrs. Spencer went to the orphanage today. She's bringing a boy back on the train and she's going to leave him at the station. Matthew will meet him there." "I think you're doing a very stupid thing, Marilla," said Mrs. Lynde. "You're bringing a strange boy into your house. You don't know anything about him." "I read a story in the newspaper about an orphan. This child lived with a Canadian family. The child lit a fire one night and the family died in the fire. But it was a girl, not a boy." "But we're not getting a girl," said Marilla. "We don't want a girl. We're getting a boy." Bright River Station was about 12 kilometers from Avonley. Matthew drove there slowly in the buggy. When he arrived at Bright River, it was late. He couldn't see a train. There was only one person at the station, a little girl about 11 years old. She was very thin with large gray eyes and long red hair. She wore a short, ugly dress and carried an old bag. When she saw Matthew, she smiled. Then she put out her hand. "Are you Mr. Matthew Cuthbert of Green Gables?" she asked. "I'm from the orphanage. Mrs. Spencer brought me here." Matthew took the child's hand. "There's a mistake," he thought. "This is a girl, not a boy." "When you weren't here at the station," said the child, "I thought, I can sleep in that big tree tonight. I know he'll come in the morning. I know it's a long way to your house. Mrs. Spencer told me, but I love driving. And I'm going to have a home with you. That's wonderful." "I never had a home. I was late," said Matthew slowly. "I'm sorry." He took the little girl's bag and they walked to the buggy. "I can't leave this child at the station," he thought. "I'll take her back to Green Gables. Marilla can tell her about the mistake." The girl got into the buggy and Matthew drove home. The child talked and talked. Matthew listened. He was a quiet man and he was usually afraid of little girls. But he liked listening to this girl's conversation. "Look at those trees with the beautiful white flowers," said the girl. "I love the color white. I'd like a beautiful white dress. I never had a pretty dress. They only gave us ugly clothes at the orphanage. I know I'm going to be very happy with you. But one thing makes me sad. Look at my hair. What color is it?" "Isn't it red?" asked Matthew. "Yes," said the little girl sadly. "It's red. I hate my red hair." It was evening when they arrived at Green Gables. Marilla came to the door and looked at the child in surprise. "Who's this, Matthew?" she asked. "Where's the boy?" "There wasn't a boy," said Matthew unhappily. "There was only her. I couldn't leave her at the station. No boy," said Marilla, "but we asked Mrs. Spencer for a boy." "You don't want me," cried the child suddenly. "You don't want me because I'm not a boy." "Oh, what shall I do? Don't cry," said Marilla. "We can't send you back to the orphanage tonight. You'll have to stay here. What's your name? The child stopped crying. Can you call me Cordelia? She asked. Cordelia, is that your name? Asked Marilla in surprise. No, said the child sadly, but Cordelia is a prettier name than mine. My name isn't Shirley, and with an E, but please call me Cordelia. No, said Marilla, but she smiled, and is a very good name. Now come and eat something, Anne, and sat down at the table, but she couldn't eat anything. So Marilla took her upstairs to a small bedroom, and took off her clothes and got sadly into bed. Marilla went downstairs and washed the plates. Matthew sat in a chair. He didn't say very much. I'll drive to Mrs. Spencer's house tomorrow, said Marilla, and I'll ask her about this mistake. We'll have to send this child back. She's a very nice little girl, said Matthew slowly, and very interesting. She likes to talk, and she wants to stay with us. Marilla was very surprised, but Matthew, she can't stay here, she said. A girl can't help you on the farm, but maybe we can help her, answered Matthew quietly. I'm going to send her back to the orphanage, said Marilla. I don't want an orphan girl. All right, Marilla, said Matthew. I'm going to bed now. Marilla put the plates away and went to bed, too. And in the room upstairs, the little orphan girl cried and cried.
Chapter 2. A Sad Story.
When Anne woke up the next morning, she felt happy. She jumped out of bed and ran to the window. It was a beautiful morning. The sun shone and the sky was blue. Anne opened the window. Outside, there was a fruit tree with beautiful flowers. Anne could see many other trees and flowers, and a small river too. This is a wonderful place, she thought. Then suddenly, she remembered. She felt very sad again. But I can't stay here, she thought. They don't want me because I'm not a boy. Marilla came into the room. Good morning, Anne, she said. Breakfast is waiting. Wash your face and put on your clothes. I'm feeling very hungry, Anne said. I can never be sad in the mornings. I love mornings. Marilla came into the room. Good morning, Anne, she said. Breakfast is waiting. Wash your face and put on your clothes. I'm feeling very hungry, Anne said. I can never be sad in the mornings. I love mornings. After breakfast, Anne washed the plates and cups. Marilla watched carefully, but did the job well. This afternoon I'm going to drive to White Sands, Marilla said. You'll come with me, Anne, and we'll talk to Mrs. Spencer. Matthew didn't say anything, but he looked very sad. Later, he got the horse and buggy ready for Marilla. Marilla drove, and Anne sat next to her. Is it a long way to White Sands? Asked Anne. About 8 kilometers, answered Marilla. I know you like to talk, Anne, so tell me your story. It isn't very interesting, said Anne. I was born in Bolingbroke in Nova Scotia, and I was 11 last March. My parents were teachers, but they died when I was a baby. So their cleaner, Mrs. Thomas, and her husband took me into their house. Mrs. Thomas had 4 children. I helped her with them. But then Mr. Thomas died in an accident. Mrs. Thomas and the children went to Mr. Thomas's parents, though I didn't want me. Then Mrs. Hammond, Mrs. Thomas's friend, took me into her house. She had 8 children. They were very hard work. Then Mrs. Hammond moved away. I had to go to the orphanage because nobody wanted me. I was there for 4 months. Did you go to school? Asked Marilla. No, not often, answered Anne. I didn't have time. I was always busy with the children, but I like reading very much. Were these women Mrs. Thomas and Mrs. Hammond kind to you? Asked Marilla. They wanted to be kind, and said slowly. But they were always very tired. They couldn't really be kind to me. Marilla suddenly felt very sorry for Anne. The little girl's life was very sad. Nobody wanted her or loved her. When Mrs. Spencer saw Marilla and Anne, she was very surprised. Marilla told her about the problem. "I'm very sorry," answered Mrs. Spencer. "I made a mistake. But I have an idea. My neighbor, Mrs. Blewett, has a new baby. She wants a girl to help her, and can go and live with her." "Oh," said Marilla. She knew about Mrs. Blewett. Mrs. Blewett had a lot of children, but she wasn't very kind to them. "Look," said Mrs. Spencer. "Here's Mrs. Blewett now." Mrs. Blewett had small, cold eyes. "This is Marilla Cuthbert from Green Gables," Mrs. Spencer told her. "And this little girl is from the orphanage. I brought her for Marilla, but Marilla wants a boy. Would you like her?" Mrs. Blewett looked at him for a long time. She didn't smile. "She's very thin," she said. "I hope she's strong. She have to work hard." "Yes, Mrs. Spencer, I'll take this girl. She can come home with me now." Marilla looked at Anne's unhappy face. "I can't give in to Mrs. Blewett," she thought. "Wait," she said. "First I have to discuss things with my brother, Matthew. He wants Anne to stay with us." Anne looked at Marilla in surprise. Then she jumped up and ran across the room. "Can I really stay with you at Green Gables?" she asked. "Did you really say that?" "I don't know," said Marilla. "Now sit down and be quiet." When Marilla and Anne arrived at Green Gables, Matthew met them. He was very happy when he saw Anne. Later, Marilla told him about Mrs. Blewett. She told him Anne's story, too. Matthew wasn't usually angry, but he was very angry about Mrs. Blewett. "That Blewett woman is very unkind," he said. "I know," said Marilla. "I don't like her." "All right, Matthew, and can stay here with us. But I don't know very much about children. I hope I don't make any mistakes with her." "Thank you, Marilla," said Matthew happily. "Anne's a very interesting little girl. Be good to her, then she always love you."
Chapter 3. Red Hair.
Next day, Marilla didn't tell Anne about her conversation with Matthew. She gave Anne a lot of work in the kitchen. "Marilla," said Anne excitedly, "I have to know about my future. Please tell me, are you going to send me away?" "No," said Marilla. "You can stay at Green Gables with Matthew and me. But you have to be good," and started to cry. "Why are you crying?" asked Marilla in surprise. "Don't you want to stay with us? Don't you like Green Gables?" "Oh yes, Marilla," cried Anne, "I like it very much. I'm crying because I'm very happy, and I'll always be good." Some days later, Mrs. Lynde came to tea with Marilla. When she arrived, Anne was outside. Marilla and Mrs. Lynde sat in the kitchen and talked. "I think you're making a mistake," said Mrs. Lynde. "You don't know anything about children." "No, but I can learn," said Marilla. And ran into the kitchen. She saw Mrs. Lynde and stopped. "The Cuthberts didn't take you for your pretty face," Mrs. Lynde said. "She's very thin, Marilla. And her hair is as red as carrots. Come here, child. I want to see you." And ran across the kitchen and stood in front of Mrs. Lynde. Her face was red and angry. "I hate you," she cried. "I hate you. I hate you," and cried Marilla. You're a very rude woman, and told Mrs. Lind, and you're fat. Anne, go to your room, said Marilla. Wait for me there. And started to cry. Then she ran upstairs. Mrs. Lind got up from her chair. I'm going home now, Marilla, she said. That child is very wild. You'll have a lot of problems with her. But you said unkind things about her, said Marilla. After Mrs. Lind went home, Marilla went upstairs. Why did Anne say those things? She thought unhappily. Now Mrs. Lind will tell everybody in Avonley about her. Stop crying and listen to me, Anne, she said. You were very rude to Mrs. Lind. She was a visitor in my home. But she was very unkind, said Anne. I want you to say sorry to Mrs. Lind, said Marilla. Never, said Anne. I'm not sorry. Marilla remembered something. When she was a child, her aunts often talked about her. Marilla isn't a very pretty little girl, they said. Maybe Mrs. Lind was unkind, said Marilla quietly. But you have to say sorry. Stay here in your room. Next morning, Anne didn't come down to breakfast. Marilla told Matthew the story. She was very rude, she said. But Marilla, said Matthew, Mrs. Lind doesn't think before she speaks. Please don't be angry with Anne. Anne stayed in her room all day. Marilla took food upstairs, but Anne didn't eat very much. In the evening, Matthew went quietly up to Anne's room. Anne was on a chair by the window. She looked very small and unhappy. Please go and say sorry to Mrs. Lind, Anne, he said. All right, Matthew, said Anne. I wasn't sorry yesterday, but I'm sorry now. I'll do it because you asked me. Good, said Matthew happily. It's very quiet downstairs without you, Anne. He went quietly out of the room. Later, Marilla and Anne walked to Mrs. Lindy's house. I'm very, very sorry, Mrs. Lind, said Anne. I was very rude to you. You were right about my red hair, and I am thin and ugly. Mrs. Lind smiled. I was rude to you too, she said. You do have red hair, but maybe it will change color when you're older. That's very kind of you, Mrs. Lind, said Anne. Now I can hope for prettier hair. Please can I go outside and play? Yes, of course, said Mrs. Lind. Find some flowers. Anne went out and closed the door behind her. Anne is really sorry, thought Marilla. But she's funny too. She's a strange little girl, said Mrs. Lind to Marilla. But she isn't a bad child. I like her. On the way home, Anne suddenly put her small hand into Marilla's hand. I love Green Gables, Marilla, she said. It's my home now.
Chapter 4. The Party.
Anne had only one ugly dress from the orphanage. So Marilla made her 3 new dresses. She bought a little hat for Anne too. But Anne didn't like the new clothes. Why don't you like them? Anne asked Marilla. They're not pretty, answered Anne. But they're very good dresses, said Marilla. Marilla went to church every Sunday. She wanted to take Anne with her. But the next Sunday, Marilla was sick. Can you go to church without me? She asked Anne. Yes, of course, Marilla, answered Anne. She put on one of her new dresses and her hat, and started walking down the road to church. I don't like this hat, she thought. It isn't very pretty. Then she had an idea. There were a lot of beautiful yellow flowers by the road. Anne put some flowers on her hat. When she arrived at church, the other children looked at her. That girl's crazy, they said. After church, Anne ran back to Green Gables. Did you enjoy it? Anne asked Marilla. Not very much, said Anne. The minister talked for a long time, but he wasn't very interesting. But there's going to be a party next week for the children of Avonley. That's exciting. Please, Marilla, can I go too? Yes, of course, answered Marilla. Oh, thank you, Marilla. Sobbed Anne. She put her arms around Marilla. Marilla felt happy. I'm starting to love this child, she thought. Marilla had a beautiful old brooch. The day before the party, she couldn't find it. It was on top of the desk in my room, she thought. But now it isn't there. Where is it? Did you take my brooch out of my room? She asked Anne. No, Marilla, said Anne. I went into your room last week. I saw the brooch on top of the desk and put it on my dress. But then I put it back on the desk. I didn't take it out of your room. Marilla looked for the brooch again, but she couldn't find it. And she said, I'll ask you again. Did you take the brooch from my room and lose it? No, I didn't, Marilla, said Anne quietly. Go to your room and stay there, said Marilla. Anne went to her room. Later, Marilla went to see her. Marilla, the party is tomorrow, Anne said. Please can I go? No, said Marilla angrily. Tell me about the brooch first. But I told you about the brooch, Marilla, cried Anne. Next morning, Marilla took Anne's breakfast upstairs. Anne sat on her bed. Her face was white and her big grey eyes shone. I'll tell you about the brooch now, she said quietly. I took it and I put it on my dress. Then I went outside and walked down the road to the bridge. I wanted to look at the brooch again, so I took it off my dress. It shone in the sun and was very beautiful. But then it fell from my hand down to the bottom of the river. You're a very bad girl, Anne, Marilla said angrily. I'm sorry, said Anne. Please can I go to the party now? The party, cried Marilla. Of course you can't go. But Marilla, said Anne, you wanted to know about the brooch. So I told you. Now please can I go to the party? No, said Marilla, and went out. And fell on her bed and began to cry. Marilla went downstairs with a very sad heart. Maybe Mrs. Lynde was right about Anne, she thought. After lunch, Marilla wanted to go for a walk. She took her coat from the closet. Then she saw something on her coat. It was her beautiful brooch. What's this? Thought Marilla, in surprise. Oh, I remember now. I put the brooch on this coat. She went to Anne's room. Anne, why did you tell me that story this morning? She said. The brooch is here on my coat. I wanted to go to the party, said Anne sadly. You wanted me to tell you about the brooch. So I had to think of a story. Marilla began to laugh. I'm sorry, Anne, she said. I made a mistake. Now get ready for the party. Oh, Marilla, cried Anne, isn't it too late? No, answered Marilla. It's only 2 o'clock. Wash your face and put on one of your new dresses. I'll give you some food for the party. When Anne came home that evening, she was very happy. Oh, Marilla, the party was wonderful, she said.
Chapter 5. Love and Hate.
Marilla, said Anne one day, do any other little girls live near Green Gables? I'd like to have a best friend. Yes, answered Marilla. Diana Barry is the same age as you. She lives at Orchard Slope, across the river. I'm going to visit her mother this afternoon. You can come with me. Mrs. Barry was a tall, thin woman. Diana was a very pretty little girl with black hair and dark eyes. She had a little sister, Minnie May. Minnie May was 3 years old. Diana, taken outside, said Mrs. Barry, and Aunt Diana went outside and stood quietly by the flowers. Then they started to talk. They talked all afternoon. Did you like Diana, Anne? Asked Marilla later. Oh yes, said Anne happily. Diana is wonderful, and Aunt Diana met every day. Sometimes they played in the woods. Sometimes they read books and told stories. Then summer ended and September came, and went to school in Avonley. She was good at her lessons and she liked the other girls. But Anne didn't like the teacher, Mr. Phillips, very much. One day, there was a new boy in school. He was tall, with brown hair. The girls liked him. That's Gilbert Blythe, Diana said to Anne. His family went away for the summer. They came back on Saturday. Gilbert's desk was near Anne's desk. He often looked at her. He wanted her to look at him too. She was different from the other girls in Avonley, but Anne wasn't interested in Gilbert. Gilbert took Anne's hair in his hand. Carrots, he said loudly, carrots. Anne jumped to her feet and looked at Gilbert angrily. I hate you, she cried, I hate you. She hit Gilbert on the head with her slate and the slate broke. Everybody looked at her. Mr. Phillips ran to her. And Shirley, what are you doing? He asked. Answer me, and didn't do anything wrong, said Gilbert quickly. I was rude about her hair. Anne, go and stand in front of the class, said Mr. Phillips, and stood in front of the class all afternoon. Everybody looked at her, but Anne didn't look at anybody. I'll never speak to Gilbert Blythe again, she thought. After school Gilbert tried to talk to Anne, but she walked past him. Don't be angry with Gilbert, Anne, said Diana. He laughs at my hair because it's very black. Gilbert Blythe was very unkind, said Anne. The children often played outside after lunch. Sometimes they were late for afternoon school. The next day, Mr. Phillips was in the classroom when Anne arrived with flowers in her hair. And Shirley, you're late, Mr. Phillips said. Take those flowers out of your hair, then go and sit with Gilbert Blythe. I can't sit next to Gilbert, Anne thought. I hate him. She got up slowly from her
Story of
desk
Allan.
and sat down next to Gilbert. But she didn't look at him. She put her head on her arms. A little later, Gilbert pushed some candy under Anne's arm, and took the candy and threw it onto the floor. At the end of the day, Anne took her slate and her books. What are you doing, Anne? Asked Diana in surprise. I'm taking my things home, said Anne. I'm going to study there. I'm not coming back to school again. Later, Anne told Marilla about Mr. Phillips. I'll learn my lessons at home, she said. I'll work hard and I'll be a good girl, but I'm not going back to Mr. Phillips. Marilla went to see Mrs. Lynde. What shall I do? She asked. Leave Anne at home, said Mrs. Lynde. She get bored, then she want to go back to school. Anne learned her lessons at home. In the evening she played with Diana. She loved Diana, but she hated Gilbert Blythe.
Chapter 6. Diana comes to tea.
Anne, I'm going out this afternoon, said Marilla one Saturday. You can invite Diana here for tea. There's cake, and a bottle of fruit cordial on a shelf in the kitchen closet. When Diana arrived, the two little girls played outside. I'm very thirsty, said Diana after a time. Would you like some fruit cordial? Asked Anne. She went to the kitchen closet and got the bottle. The cordial was a dark red color, and wasn't thirsty, but Diana drank a big glass of it. "This is very nice," she said. "Can I have another glass?" After 3 glasses of cordial, Diana put her hands to her head. "I'm not feeling very well," she said. "I have to go home." But Diana cried and sadly, "Don't you want any cake?" "No," said Diana, "I have to go home now." The next day, Sunday, it rained all day and Anne stayed at home. On Monday, Marilla sent Anne to Mrs. Lindy's house. But Anne came back very quickly and ran into the kitchen. "Anne, what's wrong?" asked Marilla. "Why are you crying?" "Mrs. Barry was at Mrs. Lindy's house today," said Anne. "She said very bad things about me. When Diana left here on Saturday, she was drunk." "Drunk?" cried Marilla in surprise. "What did you give her?" "Only the fruit cordial," answered Anne unhappily. Marilla went to the kitchen closet and found the bottle of cordial. She looked at it. It wasn't fruit cordial, it was red wine. "Oh no," she thought, "I remember now. The fruit cordial is in the other closet." Marilla went to see Mrs. Barry. She tried to tell Mrs. Barry about the mistake, but Mrs. Barry didn't want to listen. "That Anne Shirley is a very bad little girl," she said. "I don't want Diana to play with her again." Anne was very sad. She loved Diana very much. Some days later, she went back to school. "I can't be Diana's friend now," Anne told Marilla, "but I can look at her in school." Anne worked hard. The other girls liked her, and she had a lot of friends. But she was very unhappy about Diana. One evening some weeks later, Marilla went to a meeting in Charlottetown, the most important town on Prince Edward Island. Mrs. Lynde and Diana's parents went to the meeting, too. They all slept in Charlottetown that night. Anne and Matthew stayed at home. They sat in the kitchen and studied her lessons at the table. Suddenly, Diana ran through the door. Her face was very white. "Oh, Anne, please come quickly," she said. "Minnie May is very sick. She has croup. Maybe she's going to die." Matthew got up quietly and put on his coat. "I'll go for the doctor," he said, and went out. "Don't be afraid, Diana," said Anne. "I know about croup. Mrs. Hammond had 8 children and they all had it. Wait, Marilla has some medicine. I'll bring it with me." Anne went with Diana to the Barrys' house. The ground was white with snow. When they arrived at the house, Anne went to Minnie May. She was very sick. "Now Diana, bring me hot water," said Anne. She undressed Minnie May and put her to bed. Then she gave her some medicine. All night Minnie May was very sick, but in the early morning she slept quietly. Matthew arrived with the doctor. "I'm sorry we're late," he said. "The doctor wasn't at home. I had to wait for a long time." The doctor looked at Minnie May. "You did very well, Anne," he said, and drove home with Matthew in the snow. When they arrived at Green Gables, and went to bed. That afternoon, Marilla was downstairs in the kitchen. "How was the meeting, Marilla?" asked Anne. "Fine," answered Marilla. "Listen, Anne, Mrs. Barry was here this morning and told me about Minnie May's croup. She wanted to say thank you to you, and she's very sorry about the fruit cordial. She wants you and Diana to be friends again." "Oh, Marilla, that's wonderful," cried Anne. "Can I go and see Diana now?" "Yes," said Marilla, and smiled, and ran quickly to Diana's house. It was cold, and she had no coat or hat, but she was the happiest girl in Avonley.
Chapter 7. A cake for Mrs. Allan.
The long summer vacation began at the end of June. Mr. Phillips left the Avonley school. The old minister left the church, too, and a new minister came. His name was Mr. Allan. He brought his pretty young wife with him. "I'll ask Mr. and Mrs. Allan to tea on Wednesday," said Marilla. "Oh, Marilla," said Anne excitedly. "Can I make a cake?" "All right, Anne," said Marilla. On Wednesday morning, Anne got up early and made her cake. It looked very good. In the afternoon, Anne put flowers around the table. Then Mr. and Mrs. Allan arrived. "The table looks beautiful," they said, and felt very happy. She sat at the table with Matthew and Marilla. Matthew wore his best clothes. "Would you like some cake, Mrs. Allan?" asked Anne. "I made it for you." "Yes, please," said Mrs. Allan, and she smiled. Anne cut some cake for Mrs. Allan. Mrs. Allan put the cake in her mouth and started to eat it, but she didn't look very happy.
Story
"Is
of
something
Lily's
wrong?"
adventures.
thought Marilla. She tried some cake too, and Shirley, she cried. "What did you put in this?" "Only vanilla," answered Anne. She went to the kitchen and brought back a small bottle. On the front of the bottle, it said best vanilla. Marilla opened the bottle. "This isn't vanilla," she said, "it's medicine. Last week I broke the medicine bottle. I put the medicine into this old vanilla bottle." "Medicine," said Anne. "Oh." She ran upstairs to her room. She cried and cried. A little later, Anne heard somebody on the stairs, but she didn't look up. "Oh, Marilla," she said, "I'm very unhappy. Everybody in Avonley will hear about my cake. They'll laugh at me. I can't go downstairs. I can't look at Mrs. Allan again. I'm very sorry, Marilla. Please tell Mrs. Allan." "You tell her, Anne," said Mrs. Allan. Anne looked up. "Mrs. Allan," she said in surprise. "Yes, it's me," said Mrs. Allan, and laughed. "Don't cry, Anne. The medicine in the cake was a very funny mistake." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Allan," said Anne. "I wanted to make a nice cake for you." "I know," said Mrs. Allan. "Now please come down and show me your flowers. I'm very interested in flowers." Anne felt happy again. She went downstairs with Mrs. Allan and nobody said anything about the cake. A week later, Anne ran into the kitchen at Green Gables. She was very excited. She had a letter in her hand. "Mrs. Allan is inviting me to tea tomorrow afternoon," she said. "Look at this letter, Marilla. It says Miss and Shirley, Green Gables." Nobody called me Miss before. The next afternoon, Anne went to tea with Mrs. Allan. "I had a wonderful time with Mrs. Allan," she told Marilla later. "She's very kind, and she wore a beautiful dress. We talked for a long time. I told her about Mrs. Thomas and Mrs. Hammond, and the orphanage. I told her about Green Gables and the school too. Mrs. Allan told me something interesting. A new teacher is coming to Avonley after the vacation. Her name is Miss Muriel Stacy. Isn't that a pretty name? I want to meet her very much."
Chapter 8. An accident and a new dress.
Some weeks later, Diana had a party. She invited Anne and the other girls in her class. They had a very good time. After tea, the girls played outside. "Let's play a new game," said one of the girls. "Let's do exciting things. Who can climb the big tree by Diana's front door?" One of the girls climbed the tree. Then another girl thought of something more exciting. "Who can climb up to the top of Diana's house?" She said. "I can," cried Anne. She ran to the house. "Stop," Anne called Diana. That's very dangerous. Anne started to climb to the top of the house, but it was very difficult. Suddenly, she fell to the ground. Diana ran to her. Oh, Anne, are you dead? She said. Anne opened her eyes. Her face was very white. No, I'm not dead, Diana, she said, but my leg hurts. I can't walk. Mr. Barry carried Anne home to Green Gables. When Marilla saw Mr. Barry with Anne in his arms, she felt very afraid. Was Anne dead? I love Anne very much, she thought. I know that now. She ran to Mr. Barry. What happened? She asked. Don't be afraid, Marilla, said Anne. I fell off Diana's house and couldn't go back to school. She stayed home for 7 weeks. Her friends came to see her every day. They brought her flowers and books. She had many other visitors, too. Mrs. Allan and Mrs. Lynde came often. When Anne's leg was better, she went back to school. She liked Miss Stacy very much. Miss Stacy was a very good young teacher, and Anne worked hard in her lessons. I love Miss Stacy, Anne said to Marilla and Matthew one evening. She wants us to give a concert at Christmas. Isn't that exciting? Diana's going to sing a song. And I'm going to say 2 poems. One evening, Matthew went into the kitchen at Green Gables. Anne's friends were there. They laughed and talked about the concert. They were very excited. Matthew watched them. Anne looks different from the other girls. But why, he thought. He thought all evening. Then suddenly he knew the answer. Anne's clothes are different, he thought. The other girls wear pretty dresses. Marilla makes good dresses for Anne, but they aren't very pretty. Then Matthew had an idea. I'm going to give Anne a new dress for Christmas, he thought. He went to the store in town and tried to buy a dress. But he couldn't because he didn't know much about girls' dresses. Maybe somebody can make a pretty dress for Anne, he thought. But who? I don't know many women in Avonley. I can't ask Marilla. I know, I'll have to ask Mrs. Lynde. He went to see Mrs. Lynde. Of course I'll help you, Matthew, said Mrs. Lynde, and I won't tell Marilla. It'll be a surprise, on Christmas morning, and woke up early. She looked out of the window and felt very happy. The trees were white with snow. She ran downstairs into the kitchen and Matthew gave her the dress, and started to cry. What's wrong? Said Matthew. Don't you like it? Oh yes, Matthew, answered Anne. I love the dress. It's beautiful. Thank you. I'm crying because I'm very happy. That night, Anne wore her new dress to the concert. She said her 2 poems very well. Matthew and Marilla were at the concert, too. Later, they sat by the kitchen fire and talked. Anne did very well tonight, said Matthew. Yes, said Marilla. She's very smart. And she looked very nice in her new dress. She's 13 now, said Matthew. One day she'll leave the Avonley school. We have to think about her future.
Chapter 9. Some stupid mistakes.
One spring afternoon, Marilla walked home. The country was very beautiful and Marilla felt happy. Anne's at home, she thought. She make a good fire, and she have tea on the table. But Anne wasn't at Green Gables. There was no fire, and the tea wasn't ready. Where is that girl? Thought Marilla angrily. Is she playing with Diana again? She has to do housework first. Matthew came in from the farm and he and Marilla had tea. But Anne didn't come. When it was dark, Marilla went upstairs to Anne's room. Anne was on her bed. What's wrong, Anne? said Marilla, in surprise. Are you sick?
Story of my
No,
life in New
Marilla,
York.
said Anne unhappily. Look at my hair. Marilla looked at Anne's hair. It was green. And Shirley, she said, what did you do to it? I dyed it, said Anne. I hated my red hair. Today a man came to Green Gables. He wanted to sell us things. I saw a bottle of black hair dye in his box, so I bought it, but it made my hair green. Go and wash it, said Marilla, and washed her hair. But the green color didn't go away. Oh, Marilla, she said, what shall I do? The other girls will laugh at me. I can't go to school. And stayed home for a week. She washed her hair every day, but the green color stayed in her hair. We'll have to cut it, Marilla said, and she cut Anne's hair short. I'll never hate my red hair again, Anne said. She went back to school. When her friends saw her short hair, they were very surprised, but Anne didn't tell them about the dye. After some weeks, Anne's hair looked prettier than before, and it wasn't as red. One day in the summer, Anne and her friends were by the river near Diana's house. There was an old boat there. Let's play a game, said Anne. Do you remember that poem from school about a girl, Elaine? She was unhappy in love. She found a boat on the river and got into it. Then she died. The river carried the boat to a town. Everybody came and saw her. I'll be Elaine. I'll get into this old boat and the river will carry it down to the bridge. Go and wait for me there, and climbed into the bottom of the boat. The girls put flowers into her hands and closed her eyes. Oh, said the girls, and really looks dead. They pushed the boat out into the center of the river, and ran to the bridge. The river was very fast and dangerous. The boat was old and not very strong. Suddenly, a lot of water came into the boat, and sat up. She was very afraid. The boat went past a large tree and then caught the tree with her hands. The river carried the boat away. Then the boat went down to the bottom of the river. Diana and the other girls waited at the bridge. They saw the boat in the river, but they didn't see Anne. Anne's in the river, they cried. Let's go for help. They ran quickly to Diana's house, and was very cold and wet. She had her arms around the tree, but she couldn't move. Her arms hurt, and she felt very tired. Help, help, she cried. Why doesn't somebody come? Suddenly, a small boat came down the river. A boy was in it. It was Gilbert Blythe. And Shirley. What are you doing here? He asked in surprise. And told him, and Gilbert brought his boat near the tree. He gave Anne his hand and pulled her into his boat, but Anne didn't look at him. Thank you, she said coldly. Please let's be friends, said Gilbert. I was rude about your hair in school, and I'm sorry, but your hair is very pretty now. No, said Anne, I'll never be friends with you. All right, said Gilbert angrily. I'll never ask you again.
Chapter 10. The Queen's College Class.
It was November. Marilla and Anne sat in the kitchen at Green Gables. Marilla's eyes were tired and weak. They often hurt her. I'll go to town tomorrow and get new glasses, she thought. Anne was in front of the fire with a book in her hand. Marilla watched her. She loved Anne very much. She often made pretty dresses for the child now. And she said, Miss Stacy was here today. She talked to me about your future. Would you like to study at Queen's College in Charlottetown? Would you like to be a teacher? Oh yes, Marilla, said Anne, and her eyes shone. But isn't Queen's College very expensive? Yes, said Marilla. But Matthew and I will pay for you. 6 other students from Avonley wanted to go to Queen's College too. They studied after school in one class, the Queen's College class. Anne and Gilbert Blythe were the smartest students in the class. Sometimes Anne was first, and sometimes Gilbert. Gilbert was friendly with the other girls in the class, but he never spoke to Anne. When Anne thought about him, she felt sorry. I don't hate Gilbert now, she thought. The Queen's College class was very interesting and the days went quickly. Winter came again, then spring, then summer. At the beginning of the long summer vacation, Anne went home and put her books away in a box. I'm not going to study in the vacation, she said to Marilla. I want to enjoy this summer. There are going to be parties and concerts. And Mr. Barry is going to take us to dinner one evening at the hotel at White Sands. Mrs. Lynde came to tea with Marilla at Green Gables. Matthew doesn't look very well these days, she said. No, said Marilla. He had a problem with his heart last week. He works hard, but he has to be careful. When Anne came to Green Gables, I said unkind things about her, said Mrs. Lynde, but I made a big mistake. She helps you, and she's very pretty now too. Anne enjoyed her summer very much. In the fall, she went back to school. The Queen's College class started again and Anne worked hard all year. But she went to parties and concerts, too. When Marilla looked at Anne, she felt a little sad. She's 15 now, she thought. She's almost a woman. By June, Anne and the other students were ready for the Queen's College examinations. They went to Charlottetown and stayed there for a week. When Anne came home, Diana was at Green Gables. How were the examinations, Anne? She asked. They were very difficult, said Anne. I'm very tired now. One evening 3 weeks later, Anne sat by the window in Green Gables. The summer evening was very beautiful. The sky in the west was slowly turning red. Suddenly, Diana arrived with a newspaper in her hand. Anne, she cried excitedly. Your name's in the newspaper. You came first in the Queen's College examinations, you and Gilbert Blythe. You're the best students on the island. Anne looked at the newspaper. There were 200 names there. Her name was at the top, hers and Gilbert's. This is wonderful, Diana, she said happily. She ran to Marilla and Matthew. Then went to see Mrs. Lynde and Mrs. Allan. You did very well, Anne, he said.
Chapter 11. A New Start.
Anne went to Queen's College and enjoyed her time there. She was in the same class as Gilbert Blythe, but they didn't speak. At the end of the year, there were more examinations. Anne did very well. She won a free place at another college, Redmond College. Gilbert Blythe got a place at the college too, and went back to Green Gables in June. Diana came to see her. I have 3 months' wonderful vacation at Green Gables, said Anne. Then I'm going to Redmond College. Gilbert Blythe isn't going, Diana told her. His father doesn't have the money, so Gilbert is going to teach in the Avonley school. Oh, said Anne. Suddenly, she felt sad. The next morning at breakfast, Anne watched Matthew's face. It was very tired and grey. Is Matthew all right? She asked Marilla later. No, said Marilla. He's having problems with his heart again. He works hard, and his heart isn't strong. Some days later, Matthew
Story
came
of
into the
philanthropy
kitchen
through
and
YouTube.
fell to the ground. And Aunt Marilla ran to him, but Matthew was dead. And was very sad. Later, in her room, she cried and cried. Matthew was my first friend, she thought. He brought me to Green Gables. He was always very kind to me. I loved him. And woke in the night and Marilla came to her. Don't cry, she said. Matthew was a good brother and a wonderful man. But you have me and I have you. Anne, I love you very much. Marilla sat at the kitchen table. She looked very tired and sad, and put her arms around her. What's wrong, Marilla? She asked. My eyes are hurting again, answered Marilla. I can't see well and I can't work. And Anne, there's something worse. I have to sell Green Gables. Matthew and I had our money in the Abbey Bank. But the bank had problems and now there's no money. She started to cry. Don't cry, Marilla, cried Anne. You don't have to sell Green Gables. You and Matthew did everything for me. Now I'm going to help you. I'm not going to go to Redmond College. I'll teach at a school on Prince Edward Island, and I'll help you with Green Gables. We'll be very happy, you and I. Mrs. Lynde visited Green Gables. You're doing a very good thing for Marilla, she said to Anne. She's very happy, and you can teach at the Avonley school. I can't, said Anne. Gilbert Blythe is going to teach here. I'll live at Green Gables, but I have to find another school. No, said Mrs. Lynde. Gilbert heard about Marilla's problems. He knows you want to be near Marilla, so he's going to go to the White Sands School. The Avonley School is yours. That's very nice of Gilbert, thought Anne in surprise. 2 days later, Anne met Gilbert on the road. She stopped and put out her hand. Gilbert, she said, thank you very much for the job at the Avonley School. I'm sorry about everything. Please let's be friends now. Yes, said Gilbert, and took Anne's hand. I'd like that. Gilbert walked home with Anne. They stood outside Green Gables and talked for half an hour. Later, Anne sat by her window and looked out. It was a beautiful night. I know I'm going to be very happy, she thought. I have a good job and dear friends. Everything is going to be all right.
My name is Alice. I used to live with my loving parents in a small town in Scotland. We were a happy family, and I had everything I could ever ask for. But 2 years ago, everything changed for me when my mom and dad died in a tragic car accident. It's still hard for me to talk about it, but I know I need to share my story. You see, my parents were my whole world. They were the ones who raised me, loved me, and supported me through everything. Losing them felt like losing a part of myself. I still remember that day so clearly. The sun was bright, birds were singing, and the air smelled like fresh flowers. Everything seemed normal for me. Until I heard some really sad news that would totally change my life. One Monday morning, I woke up to my phone ringing. It was my aunt, and she sounded worried. She told me to come to their house right away. I didn't know why, but I could tell something was wrong. When I arrived at their house, I saw my aunt and uncle sitting on the couch with tears streaming down their faces. My heart started racing, and I knew something was terribly wrong. They took me to the living room and sat me down. That's when they told me the news that broke my heart. My parents were in a car accident on their way to work. They didn't make it. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It felt like a nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. I remember screaming and crying, begging for it to be a mistake. But it wasn't. My parents were gone, and I was all alone. The next few weeks were a blur. My aunt and uncle took me in, and they did everything they could to make me feel loved and supported. But nothing could fill the void in my heart. I miss my parents so much it physically hurt. As time passed, I started to realize that I had to learn to live without them. It was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I had to navigate through life without their guidance and advice. I had to learn how to do things on my own, like cooking, paying bills, and even driving. But the hardest part was dealing with my emotions. I would often find myself crying myself to sleep, wishing they were still here with me. I missed their hugs, their laughter, and their love. But I had to be strong. I had to start from somewhere. I didn't want to be a burden on my aunt. We weren't a wealthy family, and we only had a small house to live in. I was an 18-year-old girl, and I could finally make decisions for my own life. So, I decided to go to London, a city I had always dreamed of going to. I wished to study there and become a graphic designer. Now, I didn't have anyone to help me or support me. I had to be my own supporter. It was very hard, but there was no other way. I talked to my aunt and uncle. They knew my mind wouldn't change, so they agreed to let me go to London, but on the condition that I stay in touch with them and visit them during holidays. At last, the day of my flight came, but I didn't feel as excited as before. I wanted to go on this trip with my mom and dad, not just by myself. It made me feel really sad. London was a big city, and everything was so different from what I was thinking about. The people, the language, the culture, everything was new to me. I was scared, but I had to be strong. I was confused and lost, not knowing how to express myself in this new place. I heard people talking about me, saying that I was too shy and that I didn't talk much. I wanted to speak up and defend myself, but I was too confused and scared. I understood what others said, but I couldn't find the words to express myself. I was a smart and talented student because my parents cared a lot about my studies and future. I was good at English and quickly learned all the subjects. But because I was shy, I didn't join in any class activities. I just waited for class to finish so I could leave. As time passed, and my days and nights were spent only on studying to have a job and income for myself as soon as possible. I didn't care at all about what judgments others made about me. It's been 2 years since I lost my parents. Now I am 20 years old. And I still miss my parents every day. But I've learned to cope with the pain and continue living my life. I know they would want me to be happy and live my life to the fullest. And now I want to tell you something new about myself. I am now a strong and independent girl. I can now confidently and very normally talk to others. And the most important one, now I have many friends. And now my dear aunt and uncle live with me in London, and I am very happy that I am no longer alone. I may have lost my parents, but they'll always be a part of who I am, and I'll never forget them. Losing them was really tough, but it taught me to value every moment and love the people in my life even more. Their love is like a guiding light that keeps me strong and helps me through tough times. I carry their memories in my heart, and they inspire me to live a life full of love and kindness. So, that's my story. I may have lost my parents, but I haven't lost myself. I am still the same young girl, just a little stronger and wiser than before. And I know that wherever they are, my parents are watching over me and cheering me on.
In a bustling city filled with people from all around the world, there lived a girl named Lily. Lily loved books and dreamed of traveling to far-off places where she could explore new cultures and learn exciting things. One day, her dream came true when she won a trip to Japan. She was thrilled and packed her bags with excitement. In Japan, everything seemed so different yet fascinating to Lily. The language, the food, the customs, it was like stepping into a whole new world. She stayed with a kind family who welcomed her warmly. However, there was a challenge: she didn't speak Japanese, and the family didn't speak much English. They tried to communicate using gestures, drawings, and translation apps, but sometimes things got mixed up. One evening, her host family invited her to a traditional tea ceremony. She wanted to express her gratitude, so she practiced saying thank you in Japanese. However, when she said it, everyone burst into laughter. Confused, she wondered what went wrong. Later, she learned that the word she used sounded similar to another word that meant something funny in Japanese. They all laughed together, realizing that sometimes language mix-ups can lead to funny moments. Despite the language barriers, Lily and her host family formed a strong bond. They shared meals, went sightseeing, and learned about each other's lives through pictures and simple words. Lily even taught them some English words, and they taught her more Japanese phrases. One day, while exploring the city, Lily got lost in a busy market. She tried asking for directions in English, but many people couldn't understand her. Feeling scared and helpless, Lily sat down on a bench, trying not to cry. Suddenly, a little girl approached her and said, "Are you lost?" In perfect English, Lily nodded, relieved to find someone who understood her. The girl, named Hannah, spoke English because she had learned it at school. Hannah offered to help Lily find her way back to her host family's house. As they walked together, Hannah shared stories about her school, her family, and life in Japan. Lily listened intently, grateful for Hannah's kindness and ability to bridge the language gap. When they reached the house, Lily thanked Hannah with a big hug. She realized that even though language could be a barrier, kindness, understanding, and willingness to help could overcome it. Lily's trip to Japan was filled with unforgettable experiences and lessons. She returned home with a heart full of memories, new friendships, and a deeper appreciation for the beauty of different languages and cultures. After returning from her memorable trip to Japan, Lily felt a newfound sense of curiosity about the world. She started reading books about different countries, learning about their languages, customs, and traditions. One day, while browsing the library, Lily met a boy named Sam. Sam was from South Korea and was also interested in learning about different cultures. They bonded over their shared love for exploration and decided to embark on a language learning journey together. Lily and Sam practiced speaking Korean and English with each other. They used books, online resources, and language apps to improve their skills. Despite some initial struggles, they encouraged each other and made progress day by day. As their language skills grew, Lily and Sam discovered a local international festival happening in their town. Excited to experience new cultures, they attended the festival together. They tasted delicious foods from various countries, watched traditional dances, and listened to music from different parts of the world. During the festival, Lily and Sam met people from diverse backgrounds. They struck up conversations, exchanged greetings in different languages, and learned fascinating facts about each other's cultures. It was a day filled with laughter, joy, and a celebration of diversity. Inspired by their experiences at the festival, Lily and Sam decided to organize a language exchange club at their school. They invited students from different language backgrounds to join and practice speaking and learning new languages together. The language exchange club became a huge success, bringing students closer and fostering a sense of unity and understanding among them. Lily and Sam felt proud of their initiative and the positive impact it had on their school community. Over time, Lily and Sam's friendship grew stronger as they continued their language learning adventures. They dreamed of traveling together to explore more countries, immerse themselves in new languages, and make even more friends from around the globe. Lily and Sam's adventures inspired more students to join the language club at school. They learned phrases from different languages, sang songs, and played games that helped them practice speaking in new languages. One day, the language club decided to organize a cultural fair. Each student chose a country to represent and prepared presentations, traditional food samples, and cultural performances. Lily chose Spain, and she taught her classmates how to say simple phrases like hola and gracias. She also made delicious Spanish omelets for everyone to try. Sam represented South Korea, teaching Korean greetings like annyeonghaseyo and sharing fun facts about Korean traditions. He brought kimchi and rice cakes for everyone to taste. The cultural fair was a big success, with students and teachers enjoying the diverse array of languages, foods, and customs. Lily and Sam felt proud to see their classmates embracing different cultures with enthusiasm. As the school year progressed, Lily and Sam continued their language learning journey. They practiced speaking Spanish and Korean together, watched foreign films with subtitles, and even started planning a trip to Japan during their summer break. Their friendship grew stronger as they bonded over their shared love for languages, travel, and cultural exploration. They encouraged each other to keep learning and exploring the world with an open mind and heart. At the end of the school year, Lily and Sam received an award for promoting cultural diversity and language learning at their school. They felt grateful for the experiences they had shared and looked forward to many more adventures in the future. After the successful multicultural fair at school, Lily and Sam were excited to take their language adventures further. They applied for a student exchange program and were chosen to study in different countries. Lily went to Spain, while Sam went to South Korea. In Spain, Lily stayed with a Spanish family and went to a local school. She made friends, explored Spanish culture, and learned a lot of Spanish. Meanwhile, Sam had a great time in South Korea. He took Korean language classes, tried Korean food, and made many Korean friends. When they returned, Lily and Sam shared their experiences with the language club. They inspired more students to learn languages and explore new cultures. Lily and Sam stayed close friends and continued dreaming of more travels and language learning adventures together. Their story showed everyone that learning languages and experiencing new cultures can be fun and rewarding. It also taught them to appreciate the diversity of our world.
When I first moved to New York, I couldn't speak English well. It was hard because everything was different. The city was big and noisy, and I couldn't talk to people easily. I tried to ask for directions or order food, but sometimes people didn't understand me. It made me feel sad and lonely, but I didn't give up. Every day, I practiced talking in English with my family and friends. I listened carefully to others and tried to copy them. I made mistakes, but I learned from them. I also went to English classes to get better. My teachers were nice and helped me feel confident speaking English. As time passed, I improved a lot. I learned new words and could talk to anyone. It made me proud when I realized I could speak English well. Learning English was tough, but it helped me make friends, get a good job, and feel like I belonged in New York City. If there's more you want to know, just ask. As I got better at English, I faced a big challenge, giving a talk at work. I was nervous but practiced a lot. When the day came, I spoke confidently, and everyone understood me. They liked my talk and said nice things afterward. This experience showed me that practicing and not giving up can help us overcome tough things. It made me feel proud and more confident in my job. When I got better at English, I met new friends from different places. At first, I was shy, but then I joined events where we practiced talking in English together. It was fun, and I learned a lot about different cultures. One time, I went to a language meetup. There were people from many countries learning English too. We talked, shared stories, and helped each other get better at English. Making new friends and learning about different cultures made me happy. It made me feel like New York City was my home. Also, because I got good at English, I could find a job where I needed to speak English. It was great because I could use my language skills every day. The job interviews were hard. I practiced a lot and tried to speak clearly. After a while, I got a job offer. It was a big relief and made me happy. Starting the new job was tough too. I had to learn new things and talk to people in English every day. But I worked hard and got better at it. When I started my job, I met many different people from different places. It was exciting and sometimes challenging, but I learned a lot from them. I got better at my job. I wanted to help others too. So, I joined events where I could teach English to new people in the city. It felt good to share what I learned and help them feel more comfortable here. I also liked exploring the city. One time, I went to a big festival where there were lots of different foods, music, and art from around the world. It was so much fun, and I met new friends there too. Doing these things made me happy and proud. I realized how much I've grown and how much I love living in New York City. After exploring the city, I found a new hobby I love, photography. I got a camera and started taking pictures of different places and things in New York. It was so much fun. I learned how to capture the beauty of the city through my photos. I joined groups with other people who also liked photography, and we shared our pictures and ideas. Sometimes, I even showed my photos at local events. It made me happy to see others enjoy my work and to connect with people who shared my passion. As I took more and more pictures, I noticed the little things that make New York City special. I snapped photos of people walking, colorful art on buildings, and peaceful moments in parks. I met other photographers who taught me cool tricks. We went on walks together, finding neat things to take pictures of. It was like a fun game of finding hidden treasures with my camera. I tried different ways of taking pictures, like getting close-ups of flowers or capturing fast-moving cars at night. Each new style helped me see the city in a fresh way. When I showed my photos to others, they liked them so much that they asked me to take pictures for them too. I started taking photos at parties, weddings, and for businesses that needed pictures for their websites. Now, I have a bunch of photos that tell stories about New York City and the people here. I'm always learning and trying new things with my camera, and it makes me really happy to share my pictures with everyone. As I kept taking pictures, I started looking at different things. I didn't just take pictures of famous places, I also took pictures of regular moments in the city. I liked showing how busy and interesting New York City can be every day. I joined groups with other photographers. We went on walks together to take pictures. It was fun because we found new places to take photos and learned from each other. I tried new ways of taking pictures, like making them black and white or taking pictures of people on the streets. These ideas made my photos more interesting. When I shared my pictures online and in shows, people liked them. They said my photos made them feel something special. It made me happy to know my pictures touched people's hearts. I also started taking pictures for jobs. I took photos at events and of people. It was hard sometimes, but I enjoyed the challenge and getting better at what I love. As time passed, my love for photography only grew stronger. I continue to explore different neighborhoods in New York City, always looking for new angles and perspectives to capture. I also started experimenting with editing software to enhance my photos. It was like adding magic to my pictures, making them even more captivating. One day, I was invited to showcase my work at a local gallery. It was a dream come true to see my photos displayed for everyone to admire. The positive feedback and encouragement I received fueled my passion even more. As I gained more recognition, I was approached to collaborate on photography projects with magazines and websites. It was incredible to see my work reaching a wider audience and inspiring others to see the beauty in everyday moments. But the most rewarding part of my journey was when I started teaching photography to kids in my community. Sharing my knowledge and seeing their creativity blossom filled my heart with joy. Today, I continue to capture the essence of New York City through my lens, finding inspiration in the ever-changing cityscape and the people who call it home. Photography has not just been a hobby or a job for me, it's become a way of life, bringing me happiness, fulfillment, and a deep connection to the world around me.
I'm Jimmy Donaldson, but you probably know me as MrBeast. It all started back in Greenville, North Carolina, where I was born on May 7, 1998. Growing up, I was always curious and had this knack for trying new things. Little did I know that this curiosity would lead me to where I am today. I dipped my toes into the YouTube world at the age of 13, when I created my first channel, MrBeast 6000. Initially, it was all about gaming videos and figuring out how much money famous YouTubers like PewDiePie were making. I was just having fun, not realizing where it would take me. Then came 2017, the year that changed everything. I uploaded a video titled, "I Gave My Friend $100,000, and boom, it went viral. That was my big break, and from there, I went full throttle into creating content that was not only entertaining, but also meaningful. You've probably seen some of my crazy stunts and challenges like counting to 100,000, which took forever. By the way, living in a hole for 50 hours, or spending 50 hours buried alive. Yeah, those were wild times, but they also taught me the power of pushing boundaries and thinking outside the box. What really sets me apart, though, the philanthropy aspect. I've given away cars, houses, islands, and name it to my subscribers and random people on the street. And let's not forget about the millions of dollars donated to charities like the Arbor Day Foundation and St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Making a positive impact has always been at the core of what I do. But it's not just about the content. I've ventured into businesses too, launching a merchandise line, Feastables meal delivery service, and even a talent management agency called Beast Philanthropy. Surrounding myself with a dedicated team, aka Team Beast, has been crucial in turning these ideas into reality. Now, with over 100 million subscribers and billions of views, I'm just getting started. My goal? To keep pushing boundaries, inspiring others, and making the world a better place one crazy stunt at a time. Who knows what's next, but I'm excited for the journey ahead. After reaching millions of subscribers and views on YouTube, I wanted to do even more. So, I started new businesses like selling clothes and delivering meals. I also helped other YouTubers grow their channels and give back to their communities through my talent agency. My team, Team Beast, has been a big part of all this success. Together, we brainstorm ideas, film videos, and make sure everything runs smoothly. As I kept creating content, my audience grew, and so did my impact. I continued doing crazy stunts, giving away cool stuff, and donating to charities. People were not only entertained, but also inspired to be kind and generous. As time went on, I kept making more videos and doing bigger stunts. People loved watching them, and my channel grew even more. I also started working on new projects, like making and selling clothes, and helping other YouTubers become successful. My team, Team Beast, has been with me every step of the way. We come up with ideas together, film the videos, and make sure everything goes well. I've always believed in giving back, so I continued doing big giveaways and donating to charities. This inspired others to be kind and help those in need. As time went by, my YouTube channel continued to grow, and I found myself with an even larger audience eagerly awaiting each new video. The support from my fans was overwhelming, and it fueled my desire to do more, to create content that not only entertained, but also made a positive impact. With the success of my channel, I ventured into various business endeavors. I launched a merchandise line featuring clothing and accessories that resonated with my fans. The response was incredible, and it showed me the power of connecting with people through more than just videos. Another exciting venture was Feastables, a meal delivery service that I started. It was a way to bring convenience and tasty food to my audience while also exploring new opportunities outside of YouTube. But it wasn't just about business for me. Giving back has always been a core value, and I continued to find ways to make a difference. From organizing massive giveaways where lucky winners received cars, houses, or even islands, to donating substantial amounts to charities close to my heart, I wanted to use my platform for good. My team, Team Beast, played a crucial role in all of this. We worked tirelessly to brainstorm ideas, film high-quality content, and ensure that everything we did had a positive impact on our audience and the world around us. Looking ahead, I'm filled with excitement and anticipation. The journey so far has been incredible, but there's still so much more to explore, create, and achieve. My goal remains the same: to entertain, inspire, and make a difference in people's lives, one video at a time. And I couldn't be more grateful for the support and love from my amazing fans who continue to motivate me every day. Continuing from there, as my journey unfolded, I found myself exploring even more ways to connect with my audience. I started focusing on creating content that not only entertained, but also taught valuable lessons. From financial literacy tips to promoting mental health awareness, I wanted my videos to have a positive impact beyond just entertainment. One of the things that kept me going was the incredible support from my fans. Their feedback, suggestions, and stories inspired me to keep pushing forward and trying new things. It was amazing to see how our community grew stronger and more supportive over time. I also made it a priority to give back to my community in meaningful ways. Whether it was organizing charity events, supporting small businesses, or promoting environmental initiatives, I wanted to use my platform to make a difference in the world. As my influence expanded, I had the opportunity to collaborate with like-minded creators and experts in various fields. These collaborations not only allowed me to create diverse and engaging content, but also provided valuable learning experiences. As time went on, I focused more on making videos that could teach something useful. I wanted my content to be both entertaining and helpful. This included videos about managing money and raising awareness about mental health. The support from my fans was amazing. Their comments and stories motivated me to keep going and try new things. Our community became stronger and more supportive. Giving back to the community was important to me. I organized events for charity, supported small businesses, and promoted ways to help the environment. Also got the chance to work with other creators and experts. These collaborations helped me create diverse content and learn new things. Looking forward, I'm excited to keep growing as a creator and making a positive impact. My journey has shown me the importance of hard work, passion, and the incredible support from my fans and Team Beast. As my journey continued, I realized the importance of using my platform for good. I started focusing on creating content that not only entertained, but also had a positive message. From spreading kindness and positivity to raising awareness about important issues like mental health and the environment, I wanted to make a difference through my videos. The support from my fans was incredible. Their encouragement and feedback pushed me to explore new topics and try different approaches in my content. It was amazing to see how our community grew stronger and more united. Giving back remained a central part of my mission. I organized more charity events, collaborated with organizations to support meaningful causes, and encouraged others to join in and make a difference. Collaborating with fellow creators and experts allowed me to learn and grow. We exchanged ideas, shared experiences, and created content that resonated with our audiences. I'm excited to continue this journey of growth and impact. I believe that together, we can inspire positive change and make the world a better place.
Subscribe for more videos.
Story of Black Cat.
Black cat.
You are not going to believe this story. But it is a true story, as true as I sit here writing, as true as I will die in the morning. Yes, this story ends with my end, with my death tomorrow. I have always been a kind and loving person. Everyone will tell you this. They will also tell you that I have always loved animals more than anything. When I was a little boy, my family always had many different animals round the house. As I grew up, I spent most of my time with them, giving them their food and cleaning them. I married when I was very young, and I was happy to find that my wife loved all of our animal friends as much as I did. She bought us the most beautiful animals. We had all sorts of birds, goldfish, a fine dog, and a cat. The cat was a very large and beautiful animal. He was black all over, and very intelligent. He was so intelligent that my wife often laughed about what some people believe. Some people believe that all black cats are evil, enemies in a cat's body. Pluto, this was the cat's name, was my favorite. It was always I who gave him his food, and he followed me everywhere. I often had to stop him from following me through the streets. For years, he and I lived happily together, the best of friends. But during those years, I was slowly changing. It was that evil enemy of man called drink who was changing me. I was not the kind, loving person people knew before. I grew more and more selfish. I was often suddenly angry about unimportant things. I began to use bad language, most of all with my wife. I even hit her sometimes. And by that time, of course, I was often doing horrible things to our animals. I hit all of them, but never Pluto, but my illness was getting worse. Oh yes, drink is an illness. Soon I began to hurt my dear Pluto too. I remember that night very well. I came home late, full of drink again. I could not understand why Pluto was not pleased to see me. The cat was staying away from me. My Pluto did not want to come near me. I caught him and picked him up, holding him strongly. He was afraid of me and bit my hand. Suddenly, I was not myself anymore. Someone else was in my body, someone evil and mad with drink. I took my knife from my pocket, held the poor animal by his neck and cut out one of his eyes. The next morning, my mind was full of pain and horror when I woke up. I was deeply sorry. I could not understand how I could do such an evil thing. But drink soon helped me to forget. Slowly the cat got better. Soon he felt no more pain. There was now only an ugly dry hole where the eye once was. He began to go round the house as usual again. He never came near me now, of course, and he ran away when I went to close. I knew he didn't love me anymore. At first I was sad. Then, slowly, I started to feel angry, and I did another terrible thing. I had to do it. I could not stop myself. I did it with a terrible sadness in my heart because I knew it was evil, and that was why I did it. Yes. I did it because I knew it was evil. What did I do? I caught the cat and hung him by his neck from a tree until he was dead. That night I woke up suddenly. My bed was on fire. I heard people outside shouting, "Fire! Fire! Our house was burning." My wife and our servant were lucky to escape. We stood and watched as the house burned down to the ground. There was nothing left of the building the next morning. All the walls fell down during the night, except one, a wall in the middle of the house. I realized why this wall did not burn because there was new plaster on it. The plaster was still quite wet. I was surprised to see a crowd of people next to the wall. They were talking and seemed to be quite excited. I went closer and looked over their shoulders. I saw a black shape in the new white plaster. It was the shape of a large cat, hanging by its neck. I looked at the shape with complete horror. Several minutes passed before I could think clearly again. I knew I had to try to think clearly. I had to know why it was there. I remembered hanging the cat in the garden of the house next door. During the fire, the garden was full of people. Probably someone cut the dead cat from the tree and threw it through the window to try and wake me. The falling walls pressed the animal's body into the fresh plaster. The cat burned completely, leaving the black shape in the new plaster. Yes, I was sure that was what happened. One night, as I sat in a dark and dirty drinking house, I noticed a black object on top of a cupboard near some bottles of wine. I was surprised when I saw it. I looked at those bottles a few minutes ago, I thought, and I am sure that object was not there before. I got up and went to see what it was. I put my hand up, touched it, and found that it was a black cat. A very large one, as large as Pluto. He looked like Pluto too, in every way but one. Pluto did not have a white hair anywhere on his body. This cat had a large white shape on his front. He got up when I touched him and pressed the side of his head against my hand several times. He liked me. This was the animal I was looking for. He continued to be very friendly, and later, when I left, he followed me into the street. He came all the way home with me. We now had another house and came inside. He immediately jumped up onto the most comfortable chair and went to sleep. He stayed with us, of course, he loved both of us, and very soon he became my wife's favorite animal. But as the weeks passed, I began to dislike the animal more and more. I do not know why, but I hated the way he loved me. Soon, I began to hate him, but I was never unkind to him. Yes, I was very careful about that. I kept away from him because I remembered what I did to my poor Pluto. I also hated the animal because he only had one eye. I noticed this the morning after he came home with me. Of course, this only made my dear wife love him more. But the more I hated the cat, the more he seemed to love me. He followed me everywhere, getting under my feet all the time. When I sat down, he always sat under my chair. Often he tried to jump up on my knees. I wanted to murder him when he did this, but I did not. I stopped myself because I remembered Pluto, but also because I was afraid of the animal. How can I explain this fear? It was not really a fear of something evil, but then how else can I possibly describe it? Slowly, this strange fear grew into horror. Yes, horror. If I tell you why, you will not believe me. You will think I am mad. Several times my wife took the cat and showed me the white shape on his chest. She said the shape was slowly changing. For a long time I did not believe her, but slowly, after many weeks, I began to see that she was right. The shape was changing. Its sides were becoming straighter and straighter. It was beginning to look more and more like an object. After a few more weeks, I saw what the shape was. It was impossible not to see. There, on his front, was the shape of an object I am almost too afraid to name it. There, on the cat's front, was the shape of that terrible machine of pain and death, the gallows. It was that terrible machine of pain and death. Yes, the gallows. I no longer knew the meaning of happiness or rest. During the day, the animal never left me. At night, he woke me up nearly every hour. I remember waking from terrible dreams and feeling him sitting next to my face, his heavy body pressing down on my heart. I was now a very different man. There was not the smallest piece of good left in me. I now had only evil thoughts, the darkest and the most evil thoughts. I hated everyone and everything, my dear wife too. One day she came down into the cellar with me to cut some wood we were now to pour to have a servant. Of course, the cat followed me down the stairs and nearly made me fall. This made me so angry that I took the axe and tried to cut the animal in two. But as I brought the axe down, my wife stopped my arm with her hand. This made me even more angry, and I pulled her hand away from my wrist, lifted the tool again, brought it down hard, and buried it in the top of her head. I had to hide the body. I knew I could not take it out of the house. The neighbors noticed everything. I thought of cutting it into pieces and burning it. I thought of burying it in the floor of the cellar. I thought of throwing it into the river at the end of the garden. I thought of putting it into a wooden box and taking it out of the house that way. In the end, I decided to hide the body in one of the walls of the cellar. It was quite an old building near the river, so the walls of the cellar were quite wet and the plaster was soft. There was new plaster on one of the walls, and I knew that underneath it the wall was not very strong. I also knew that this wall was very thick. I could hide the body in the middle of it. It was not difficult. I took off some plaster, took out a few stones, and made a hole in the earth that filled the middle of the wall. I put my wife there, put back the stones, made some new plaster, and put it on the wall. Then I cleaned the floor and looked carefully round. Everything looked just as it did before. Nobody would ever know. Next, I went upstairs to kill the cat. The animal was bringing me bad luck. I had to kill it. I searched everywhere, but I could not find him. I was sure it was because of my wife's murder. He was too clever to come near me now. I waited all evening, but I did not see the evil animal. He did not come back during the night either. And so, for the first time in a long time, I slept well. When I woke up the next morning, I was surprised to see that the cat still was not there. 2. 3 days passed and there was still no cat. I cannot tell you how happy I began to feel. I felt so much better without the cat. Yes, it was he who brought me all my unhappiness. And now, without him, I began to feel like a free man again. It was wonderful. No more cat. Never again. Several people came and asked about my wife, but I answered their questions easily. Then, on the 4th day, the police came. I was not worried when they searched the house. They asked me to come with them as they searched. They looked everywhere, several times, then they went down into the cellar. I went down with them, of course. I was not a bit afraid. I walked calmly up and down, watching them search. They found nothing, of course, and soon they were ready to go. I was so happy that I could not stop talking as they went up the stairs. I did not really know what I was saying. Good day to you all, dear sirs, I said. Yes, this is a well-built old house, isn't it? Yes, a very well-built old house. These walls, are you going, gentlemen? These walls are strong, aren't they? I knocked hard on the part of the wall where my wife was. A voice came from inside the wall in answer to my knock. It was a cry, like a child's. Quickly, it grew into a long scream of pain and horror. I saw the policemen standing on the stairs with their mouths open. Suddenly, they all ran down in a great hurry and began breaking down the wall. It fell quickly, and there was my wife standing inside. There she was, with dried blood all over her head, looking at them. And there was the cat, standing on her head, his red mouth wide open in a scream, and his one gold eye shining like fire. The clever animal, my wife, was dead because of him, and now his evil voice was sending me to the gallows.
The Thornfield story of Cinderella.
Once there was a man who married a very proud and haughty woman for his second wife. She had 2 daughters who were just like her, proud and haughty. The man also had a young daughter from his previous wife who was incredibly good and kind, just like her mother. As soon as the wedding was done, the new mother-in-law showed her true colors. She couldn't stand how good the young girl was because it made her own daughters look bad. So, she made the young girl do all the dirty work in the house, like cleaning dishes, tables, and even her own daughter's rooms. While her sisters slept in fancy rooms with big beds and large mirrors, the young girl was left in a small attic with a poor straw bed. The poor girl endured everything quietly because she was afraid to tell her father, who was completely controlled by his wife. After finishing her work, she would sit in the chimney corner among cinders and ashes, which earned her the nickname Cinderwench. However, the youngest stepsister, who was kinder than the others, called her Cinderella. Despite her simple clothes, Cinderella was much prettier than her sisters, who always dressed lavishly. One day, the king's son decided to throw a grand ball and invited all the fashionable people. Cinderella's stepsisters were excited and spent a lot of time choosing their outfits, which meant more work for Cinderella as she had to iron their clothes and plait their ruffles. They talked all day about their dresses and accessories. The eldest said, "I'm going to wear my fancy red velvet suit with French trimming." The youngest said, "And I'll wear my regular petticoat, but to make up for it, I'll wear my fancy gold-flowered coat and my special diamond stomacher, which is really unique." They called for the best hairdresser to help with their hairstyles and adjust their fancy accessories. They also got special brushes and makeup from a famous place. Cinderella was asked to join them and give her opinion because she had good ideas. She always gave helpful advice and even offered to help with their hair, which they agreed to. As she was doing this, they said to her, "Cinderella, wouldn't you like to go to the ball?" Cinderella sadly replied, "Oh, you're just teasing me. Someone like me could never go to the ball." "You're right," they said. "It would be funny to see someone like you at a ball." Cinderella did their hair perfectly, even though they teased her. They were so excited about the ball that they didn't eat for almost 2 days. They broke many laces trying to make their waists look small and spent a lot of time in front of the mirror. Finally, the day of the ball arrived. They went to the palace, and Cinderella watched them leave with tears in her eyes. Her fairy godmother noticed and asked her what was wrong. "I wish I could." She couldn't finish her sentence because she was crying too much. Cinderella's fairy godmother asked her, "Do you wish you could go to the ball?" "Yes," Cinderella replied, sighing heavily. "Then be a good girl, and I'll make it happen," said her godmother. She took Cinderella to her room and said, "Go to the garden and bring me a pumpkin." Cinderella quickly found the best pumpkin she could and brought it to her godmother, wondering how it could help her go to the ball. Her godmother hollowed out the pumpkin, leaving only the outer shell. Then she tapped it with her wand, and the pumpkin transformed into a beautiful golden carriage. Next, her godmother looked in the mouse trap and found 6 mice. She told Cinderella to lift the trapdoor a little, and as each mouse came out, she tapped it with her wand. Immediately, each mouse turned into a splendid horse, creating a team of 6 beautiful dapple gray horses. Now, they needed a coachman. "I'll check if there's a rat in the trap," Cinderella said. "Maybe we can use one as a coachman." "You're smart," her godmother replied. "Go take a look." Cinderella brought the trap to her godmother, and inside were 3 big rats. The fairy chose the one with the biggest beard and tapped him with her wand. Suddenly, he transformed into a cheerful coachman with the most impressive whiskers you've ever seen. Then, she said to Cinderella, "Go back to the garden, and you'll find 6 lizards behind the watering pot. Bring them to me." As soon as Cinderella brought the lizards, her godmother turned them into 6 footmen. They quickly took their places behind the carriage, wearing fancy uniforms covered in gold and silver. They stood so close together, it seemed like they had been doing it forever. Then, the fairy said to Cinderella, "Do you like the carriage? It's perfect for the ball." Her godmother asked. "Yes," Cinderella exclaimed. "But do I have to go to the ball in these dirty clothes?" Cinderella's godmother waved her wand, and her dirty clothes magically turned into beautiful ones made of gold and silver, with sparkly jewels. She also gave Cinderella a pair of glass slippers, the prettiest ever. Cinderella promised her godmother she wouldn't stay past midnight, or else her magical clothes and carriage would change back. Then, she happily drove to the ball. When she arrived, Everyone was amazed by her beauty. The prince welcomed her, and the whole room stopped to admire her. Wow, she's so beautiful. Everyone couldn't stop talking about how beautiful she looked. The king himself, even though he was old, couldn't stop looking at her and quietly told the queen that he hadn't seen someone so beautiful and lovely in a long time. All the ladies were busy admiring her clothes and hairstyle, hoping to have similar ones made the next day if they could find the same nice materials and skilled people to make them. The king's son showed her to the most important seat and later asked her to dance with him. She danced so gracefully that everyone admired her even more. They all enjoyed a nice meal, but the young prince didn't eat anything because he was so focused on looking at her. She went and sat with her sisters, being very nice to them, and shared some oranges and citrons the prince had given her. This surprised her sisters a lot because they didn't recognize her. While Cinderella was entertaining her sisters, she heard the clock strike almost 11:30. Quickly, she curtsied to the company and rushed away as fast as she could. When she reached home, she hurried to find her godmother. After thanking her, she expressed her strong desire to go to the ball the next day because the king's son had asked her to. While Cinderella was excitedly sharing everything that happened at the ball with her godmother, her two sisters knocked on the door, which Cinderella quickly opened. "How long you've been gone?" one sister exclaimed, yawning and rubbing her eyes as if she had just woken up from a nap. But Cinderella wasn't sleepy at all since they left home. "If you had been at the ball," said the other sister, "you wouldn't have felt tired. The most beautiful princess was there, treating us kindly and giving us fruits like oranges and lemons." Cinderella didn't seem too interested in the princess. She asked her sisters what the princess's name was, but they didn't know. They mentioned that the king's son was curious to know who she was and would do anything to find out. Cinderella replied, "She must be really beautiful then. You must have had a great time. Can't I see her? Oh, dear Miss Charlotte, please lend me your yellow dress that you wear every day." Miss Charlotte scoffed, "Let a dirty cinderwench like you wear my clothes. I'd be foolish to do that." Cinderella expected her sister's refusal and was actually relieved when they didn't lend her the dress, as she was only asking as a joke. The next day, both sisters went to the ball again, and so did Cinderella, but this time she was dressed even more beautifully than before. The prince stayed close to her, showering her with compliments and kind words. Cinderella was so caught up in the moment that she forgot her godmother's advice. When she thought it was only 11 o'clock, it was actually midnight, and she hurried away, leaving behind one of her glass slippers. The prince tried to catch her, but couldn't. Cinderella reached home out of breath, back in her old clothes, with only one glass slipper left. The guards at the palace gate were left wondering. The guards at the palace gate were asked if they had seen a princess leave. They replied that they hadn't seen a princess, only a young girl who looked very poor and more like a country girl than a lady. When Cinderella's sisters came back from the ball, She asked them if they had fun and if the fancy lady was there. They told her that the lady left in a hurry when the clock struck 12, dropping her beautiful glass slipper. The prince picked it up and couldn't stop looking at her during the ball. He was definitely in love with her. A few days later, the prince announced that he would marry the girl whose foot fit the slipper. They tried it on all the princesses, duchesses, and ladies at the court, but it didn't fit anyone. Then they brought it to Cinderella's sisters, who tried their best to squeeze their feet into it, but it didn't work. Cinderella, who saw everything happening, knew it was her slipper. She jokingly said, "Let me try it on." Her sisters laughed at her and teased her. The man who was sent to try the slipper looked at Cinderella carefully and, seeing how pretty she was, said, "It's only fair for you to try it on, and I've been told to let everyone have a go." He asked Cinderella to sit down, and he tried the slipper on her foot. It fit perfectly, as if it was made just for her. Her sisters were extremely surprised. Then Cinderella took out the other slipper from her pocket and put it on her other foot. At that moment, her fairy godmother appeared. She used her magic wand to make Cinderella's clothes even more beautiful than before. Now her sisters realized that Cinderella was the same beautiful lady they saw at the ball. They apologized to her for how they treated her. Cinderella forgave them and hugged them tightly. Cinderella forgave her sisters from the bottom of her heart and asked them to always love her. She was brought to the young prince, still wearing her simple clothes. He found her even more charming than before and married her a few days later. Cinderella, who was kind as well as beautiful, gave her sisters rooms in the palace and arranged for them to marry two important men from the royal court on the same day.
Story of how I learned English.
I'm Mary. I lived in a small town surrounded by hills and trees. It was a peaceful place where everyone knew each other. People mostly spoke our native language, and we were happy. But there was something in me that wanted to see more. I dreamed of traveling, meeting new people, and doing something on my own. The problem was I didn't know English. It felt like a big barrier because I knew I needed English to travel and work in different places. One day, a traveler visited our town. They spoke English fluently and shared stories about their adventures. I was amazed and felt a spark inside me. I decided to learn English no matter how hard it seemed. I started with basic words and phrases. Every day, I practiced speaking and listening. It was tough, but I kept going. Slowly, I could understand and speak more. I felt proud of myself. My family and friends cheered me on, which gave me more strength. I found work as a tour guide, showing people around and sharing stories about my town. I also started a small business selling crafts inspired by my travels. It was hard work, but I loved it. One day, I packed my bag and left my town. It was scary but exciting. I traveled to new places, met people from different cultures, and used my English to communicate. Traveling and working in different places opened my eyes to new experiences and challenges. I faced situations where my English skills were tested, but I never gave up. Each challenge became a lesson, making me stronger and more confident. One of the most memorable experiences was when I traveled to a bustling city. It was full of tall buildings, bright lights, and people rushing everywhere. At first, I felt overwhelmed, but I remembered all the words and phrases I had learned. I asked for directions, ordered food in restaurants, and made friends with fellow travelers. Through these experiences, I learned that language is a bridge that connects people from different backgrounds. Even if we speak different languages, we can still communicate, share stories, and learn from each other. As time passed, I became fluent in English. I could have conversations about various topics, understand different accents, and express myself confidently. It opened up so many opportunities for me, both professionally and personally. I met amazing people during my travels, some of whom became lifelong friends. We shared laughter, stories, and adventures together. I also had the chance to work with people from different countries, learning about their cultures and ways of doing things. One day, I decided to visit my hometown after a long time. I was excited to see my family and friends and share all the wonderful experiences I had. They were proud of me and amazed at how far I had come. Now, I run my own travel business, helping people plan their dream vacations. I use my language skills to connect with clients from around the world, making their journeys memorable and enjoyable. Looking back at my journey, I realized that learning English wasn't just about speaking a new language. It was about unlocking doors to endless possibilities, gaining confidence, and embracing diversity. After learning English and traveling to different places, life changed a lot for me. I faced challenges in big cities and met new friends. It was scary sometimes, but I never stopped trying. Now, I have my own travel business. I help people plan their trips and show them around. I use English to talk to people from many countries, and it's amazing. Running my own travel business was a dream come true. I worked hard to make sure my clients had the best experiences, from booking flights to arranging exciting tours. One day, I received an email from a travel magazine. They wanted to feature my story in their publication. I was overjoyed and felt a sense of accomplishment. It was a reminder of how far I had come from that small town girl with big dreams. The magazine article brought attention to my business, and soon, I had more clients than ever before. People from all over the world wanted to explore with me as their guide. I expanded my business and hired locals from my town to help with tours. It felt good to give back to my community and create job opportunities. With each trip I organized, I felt grateful for the journey that learning English had taken me on. It wasn't just about the language. It was about breaking barriers, embracing diversity, and following my passion. Years went by, and my business flourished. I traveled to even more countries, learning about different cultures and traditions. I felt like a citizen of the world, connected to people from all walks of life. I decided to start a language learning program for children. I wanted to give them the opportunity to learn English early and open doors to a world of possibilities, just like it did for me. The program was a success, and I saw the children's confidence grow as they learned new words and phrases. It was rewarding to see them excited about learning and curious about the world outside our town. I also partnered with local schools to offer English classes for adults. Many parents and grandparents joined, eager to improve their language skills and communicate better with their children and grandchildren. As the years passed, my business continued to thrive, and my language program became a staple in our community. I felt grateful for the support of my town and the opportunities that learning English had brought into my life. One day, I received an invitation to speak at a prestigious international conference. It was a chance to share my story on a global stage and inspire people from all corners of the world. Standing on that stage, surrounded by diverse faces and eager ears, I shared my journey from a small town girl with a dream to a successful entrepreneur and advocate for language learning. The response was overwhelming. People from different countries approached me, sharing their own stories and expressing gratitude for the encouragement and insights I had shared. It was a humbling experience, and I realized that my journey was not just about me, it was about connecting with others, breaking down barriers, and fostering a sense of unity and understanding across cultures. Now, as I continue to run my business and contribute to my community, I am reminded every day of the power of dreams, determination, and the ability to communicate in different languages. To anyone reading this, I say, never underestimate the impact of learning a new language. It can open doors, create opportunities, and connect you with a world of possibilities. Dream big, work hard, and believe in yourself. Your journey awaits, and it's full of endless adventures.
Story of Jane Eyre.
In 1825, I was 10 years old. My father and mother were dead. I lived with my aunt and uncle, Mr. and Mrs. Reed. Their house was called Gateshead Hall. The house was in Yorkshire, in the north of England. My aunt and Uncle Reed had 2 children, a boy John and a girl Eliza. I liked my Uncle Reed and he liked me. But in 1825, my uncle died. After that, I was very unhappy. My Aunt Reed did not like me, and John and Eliza were unkind to me. It was a cold, rainy day in December. All of us were in the house. I wanted to be alone. I wanted to read. I opened a book. Then I heard my cousin John's voice. Jane Eyre, where are you? John shouted. He came into the room and he saw me. Why are you reading my book? He asked. Give it to me. John took the book. He hit my head with it. I screamed. John hit me again. I pulled his hair and I kicked him. Help! Help, Mama! John shouted. Jane Eyre is hurting me. Anne Reed ran into the room. She pulled me away from John. John hit me with a book. I said, I hate him. And I hate you too. You are a bad girl, Jane. My aunt said, why do you hate me? You don't like me. I replied, John and Eliza are unkind to me. I want to leave Gateshead Hall. You want to leave? Aunt Reed said, where will you go? Your parents are dead. You cannot live alone. And Reed thought for a moment. My friend, Mr. Brocklehurst, is the owner of a school, she said. I will send you to Mr. Brocklehurst's school. A few days later, Mr. Brocklehurst came to Gateshead Hall. He was a very tall man. His eyes were dark and his face was cruel. Jane Eyre, he said to me, God does not like bad children. God punishes bad children, Jane Eyre. God will punish John Reed, I replied. John Reed hits me and he shouts at me. That is not true. You are a liar, Jane Eyre, Mr. Brocklehurst said. You must not tell lies, and you must not live here with your cousins. You will come to Lowood School. You will become a good girl. I want to come to your school, sir, I said. I want to leave this house. Bad girls are punished at my school, Jane Eyre, Mr. Brocklehurst said. The girls work very hard at Lowood. I will work hard. I will be a good pupil, Mr. Brocklehurst, I said. 2 weeks later, I left Gateshead Hall. I went to Lowood School. It was the month of January. I arrived at Lowood School at night. A servant took me up some stairs and into a big bedroom. There were many beds in the room. The girls in the beds were asleep. The servant took me to an empty bed. I put on my nightclothes and I got into bed. Soon, I was asleep too. I woke up very early. A loud bell was ringing. The bedroom was dark and cold. I watched the other girls. They washed in cold water and they dressed quickly. There was a plain brown dress next to my bed, and there was a pair of ugly, heavy shoes. I washed quickly. Then I put on my new clothes. I was very hungry. I followed the other girls down the stairs. We sat down at long tables in a large dining room. Our food was terrible. The food is bad again, one of the girls said. Stand up, a teacher shouted. Don't talk. We stood up. We did not speak. We walked into a big schoolroom and we sat down. There were about 80 girls in the schoolroom. And there were 4 classes. The oldest girls were in the 4th class. I was in the 1st class. 4 teachers came into the room and we began our lessons. The lessons were not interesting. First, we read some pages in a book. Then our teacher asked us questions about those pages. After 4 hours, we went outside. It was very cold. Very soon, a bell rang. Lessons started again. 3 weeks passed. One afternoon, the head teacher came into the schoolroom. The head teacher's name was Miss Temple. Mr. Brocklehurst was with her. We all stood up. I stood behind an older girl. I did not want Mr. Brocklehurst to see me. Mr. Brocklehurst walked slowly round the room. Everybody was very quiet. And then I dropped my book. Mr. Brocklehurst stopped walking. He looked at me. Ah, the new girl, he said. Come here, Jane Eyre. Then he pointed at 2 of the older girls. You 2 girls put Jane Eyre on that high chair. He said. Look at Jane Eyre, everybody. Mr. Brocklehurst said. This child is bad. She is a liar. She will be punished. Miss Temple, teachers, girls, do not talk to this child. Then he spoke to me again. Jane Eyre, you must stand on that chair for 2 hours, he said. You are a bad girl. That evening, I cried and cried, but Miss Temple was kind to me. You are a good pupil, Jane, she said, and you are not a bad girl. I am your friend, Jane. Thank you, Miss Temple, I said. Lowood School was in an unhealthy place. The buildings were wet and cold. Mr. Brocklehurst owned the school. He was a rich man, but he did not buy warm clothes for us, and he did not buy good food for us. Everybody hated him. In the spring, many of the girls became sick. Some of them left the school. They never came back. Many of the girls died. That spring was a terrible time. We had no lessons. Miss Temple and the other teachers took care of the sick pupils. Mr. Brocklehurst had to buy better food for us, and he had to buy warm clothes for us. Mr. Brocklehurst never came to the school. The next year, Lowood School moved to a better place. It was a healthier place. There were new schoolrooms, new bedrooms, and a new dining room. The new buildings were bright and clean. The teachers were happy. After that, I was happy at Lowood School too. I was a pupil at Lowood School for 6 years. Then I became a teacher. I was a teacher at the school for 2 years, but I never returned to Gateshead Hall, and the Reeds never wrote to me. In 1833, I was 18 years old. In the summer, Miss Temple left Lowood School. She got married. I wanted to leave Lowood too. I wanted a new life. I will be a governess, I thought. I put an advertisement in a newspaper. I had a reply to my advertisement. The reply was from Mrs. Fairfax of Thornfield Hall, near Millcote. Millcote was about 70 miles from Lowood School. Mrs. Fairfax wanted a governess for a little girl. I wrote to Mrs. Fairfax immediately. I was going to be a governess at Thornfield Hall. I traveled to Millcote in a coach. At Millcote, a servant met me. He took me to Thornfield Hall. At Thornfield Hall, another servant opened the door. She was smiling. She took me into a small, warm room. A lady was in the room. She was sitting by the fire. "Are you Mrs. Fairfax?" I asked her. "Yes, my dear," she said. "And you are Miss Eyre. Are you cold? Sit by the fire, Miss Eyre. A servant will bring you some food." Mrs. Fairfax is very kind, I said to myself. I will be happy here. Will I see Miss Fairfax tonight? I asked. Mrs. Fairfax looked at me. She smiled. "Miss Fairfax? No, no," she said. "Your pupil's name is not Miss Fairfax. Your pupil is Adele Varens." Adele's mother was a Frenchwoman. Adele is Mr. Rochester's ward. He takes care of her. Mr. Rochester? Who is Mr. Rochester? I asked. Mr. Edward Rochester is the owner of Thornfield Hall, Mrs. Fairfax said. I am his housekeeper. I take care of Thornfield Hall. Mr. Rochester is not here now. He does not like this house. He is often away from home. I was very tired. Mrs. Fairfax took me up the wide stairs. She took me to my room. I went to bed immediately, and I slept well. The next morning, I woke early. The sun was shining. I put on a plain black dress. I opened my bedroom door. I walked along a corridor and down the wide stairs. I walked out into the sunny garden. I turned and I looked up at my new home. Thornfield Hall was a beautiful house with many large windows. After a few minutes, Mrs. Fairfax came into the garden. She spoke to me. "Good morning, Miss Eyre," she said. "You have woken early. Miss Adele is here. After breakfast, you must take her to the schoolroom. She must begin her lessons." A pretty little girl walked towards me. She was about 8 years old. She spoke to me in French and I replied in French. After breakfast, I took Adele to the schoolroom. We worked all morning. Adele enjoyed her lessons and I was happy. In the afternoon, Mrs. Fairfax took me into all the rooms of Thornfield Hall. We looked at the paintings and at the beautiful furniture. We walked along the corridors, come up onto the roof. "Miss Eyre," Mrs. Fairfax said, "you will see the beautiful countryside around Thornfield Hall." We walked up many stairs. At last, we were at the top of the house. We walked along the top corridor. Mrs. Fairfax opened a small door and we walked onto the roof. "Look, Miss Eyre," Mrs. Fairfax said. "You can see for many miles." We stood on the roof for a few minutes. Then we went back into the house. We walked carefully towards the stairs. The top corridor was narrow and dark. Suddenly, I heard a strange laugh. "Who is that, Mrs. Fairfax?" I asked. Mrs. Fairfax did not reply. She knocked on a door. "Grace," she said. The door opened. Behind the door was a small room. A servant was standing at the door. "Be quiet, Grace, please," Mrs. Fairfax said. The woman looked at Mrs. Fairfax. Then she closed the door. "That was Grace Poole," Mrs. Fairfax said. "She works up here. Sometimes she laughs and talks with the other servants. Don't worry about Grace. Please come downstairs now, Miss Eyre." 3 months passed. I had not met the owner of Thornfield Hall. Mr. Rochester had not come home. One January afternoon, I went out and I walked towards the road. I was going to the village of Hay. I was going to post a letter in the village. Hay was 2 miles from Thornfield Hall. The day was fine, but it was very cold. I walked quickly and soon I was near the village. Suddenly, a big black and white dog ran past me. A moment later, a man on a black horse followed the dog. Then, I heard an angry shout. The dog ran past me again. It was barking loudly. I turned round. The horse had fallen on the icy ground and the man had fallen from the horse. I walked towards them. "Can I help you, sir?" I asked. "My horse fell. I've hurt my foot," the man said. The horse stood up. The man tried to stand up too, but he could not stand. He fell onto the ground again. The man was about 35 years old. He was not handsome, but he had a strong face. He had dark eyes and black hair. He was not very tall, but his body was powerful. "I'll bring somebody from Thornfield Hall," I said. "Do you live at Thornfield?" The man asked. "I am the governess," I replied. "Ah, yes, the governess," the man said. "Help me, please." The man stood up very slowly, and he put his hand on my shoulder. He walked slowly towards his horse. I helped him. He pulled himself onto the horse. "Thank you. Now go home quickly," the man said, and he rode away. I walked on to the village and I posted my letter. Then I returned to Thornfield Hall. Bright lights were shining in the big house. I went inside. A big black and white dog walked towards me. It came from the dining room. I had seen the dog before. "Whose dog is that?" I asked a servant. "It's Mr. Rochester's dog," the servant replied. "Mr. Rochester has come home. But he has hurt his foot. His horse fell on some ice." I smiled. The owner of Thornfield Hall had returned, but I did not see Mr. Rochester again that day. I saw Mr. Rochester the next day. He sent for me in the evening. I put on a clean dress. I brushed my hair carefully. Mr. Rochester was in the large sitting room. He was sitting in a big chair. His right foot was on a small chair. Mrs. Fairfax and Adele were sitting with him. "This is Miss Eyre, sir," Mrs. Fairfax said. Mr. Rochester looked at me. He did not smile. "Sit by the fire, Miss Eyre," he said. "Where have you come from?" "From Lowood School," I replied. "I was there for 8 years, 8 years." Mr. Rochester said. "That is a long time. Who are your parents?" "I have no parents, sir," I answered. "They are dead." "But where is your home, Miss Eyre?" Mr. Rochester asked. "I have no home, sir. I have no family," I said. "Why did you come to Thornfield Hall?" Mr. Rochester asked. "I wanted to leave Lowood, sir," I replied. "I put an advertisement in a newspaper." Mrs. Fairfax replied to my advertisement. "Yes, I did," Mrs. Fairfax said. "Miss Eyre is a good teacher, Mr. Rochester." Mr. Rochester smiled for the first time. "You are very young, Miss Eyre," he said. "I am 18, sir," I replied. Mr. Rochester smiled again. He did not ask me more questions. After that evening, I did not see Mr. Rochester for a few days. Then, one night, he sent for me again. "Sit near me, Miss Eyre," he said. "Mrs. Fairfax will talk to Adele." I sat down quietly, but I did not speak. The fire was very bright. I saw Mr. Rochester's face clearly. I saw his large, dark eyes. He was smiling. He was happy. After a minute, Mr. Rochester spoke. "Miss Eyre," he said, "you are looking at me very carefully. Am I a handsome man?" "No, sir," I said. "You speak the truth, Miss Eyre." Mr. Rochester said, "Look at me again. Am I a kind man?" "No, sir," I said again. "You are smiling now, but you are not always kind." "That is true," Mr. Rochester replied. "I have had a difficult life. I have met bad people. I have been a bad person myself. Now Thornfield Hall is my home, but I hate this house. You are very young, Miss Eyre. You cannot understand me. You are right. I don't understand you, sir, I said. I stood up. Where are you going? Mr. Rochester asked. It is late. Adele must go to bed, I said. Are you frightened of me, Miss Eyre? Mr. Rochester asked. No, sir, I replied. But you say strange things, sir. Mr. Rochester smiled. Take Adele to her bedroom now, Miss Eyre, he said. We will talk again tomorrow. After that night, we talked together many times. Mr. Rochester was an interesting man, but he was a strange man too. I often thought about him. Why does Mr. Rochester hate Thornfield? I asked myself. Thornfield Hall is a beautiful place, but Mr. Rochester is not happy. It was March. One night, I was in bed, but I was not asleep. The house was quiet. Suddenly, I heard a sound in the corridor outside my room. Who's there? I said. Nobody answered. Then I heard a strange laugh. I got out of my bed and I went quietly to the door. I listened. I heard another sound. Somebody was walking up the stairs to the top corridor. Then I heard somebody close a door. Was that Grace Poole? I said to myself. Yes, it was Grace. Why was she laughing? And why is she walking in the house at night? Is she mad? I must tell Mrs. Fairfax about this. I will speak to her now. I put on some clothes and I opened the door. There was a candle on the floor outside my room. The candle was burning. There was thick smoke in the corridor. I went into the corridor. I looked around me. The door of Mr. Rochester's bedroom was open, and the smoke was coming from Mr. Rochester's room. I ran into the room. Wake up, sir. What happened, Jane? Asked Mr. Rochester. There was a fire, sir. Grace Poole tried to kill you. Stay here, Jane. Open the window. I'll go upstairs. I sat in a chair by the window. Time passed. At last, Mr. Rochester returned. Please don't worry, Jane, he said. Grace Poole is a strange woman, but she won't hurt anybody tonight. I stood up. Good night, sir, I said. Mr. Rochester held my hand. He looked at me and he smiled. Thank you, my dear friend, he said. You saved my life tonight, Jane. Good night, sir, I said again. I went back to my bed. I was very tired, but at first, I could not sleep. Suddenly, I understood something. I loved Mr. Rochester. He had smiled at me. He had held my hand. Did he love me? I did not know, but I thought about Mr. Rochester for a long time. I did not see Mr. Rochester the next day. He did not send for me. In the evening, I went down to Mrs. Fairfax's sitting room. The housekeeper was looking out of the window. The weather has been good today, Mrs. Fairfax said. Mr. Rochester had a good day for his journey. His journey? Where has he gone? I asked. I was surprised. He has gone to Ingram Park, Mrs. Fairfax replied. Mr. Rochester will stay there for a week or more. He has many friends. All his friends will be at Ingram Park this week. Will there be any ladies at Ingram Park? I asked. Yes, Mrs. Fairfax said. There will be many ladies there. Miss Blanche Ingram will be there. Mr. Rochester has known her for many years. Is Miss Ingram beautiful? I asked. She is very beautiful, Mrs. Fairfax said. Will Mr. Rochester marry her? I asked. Mrs. Fairfax smiled. I don't know, Miss Eyre, she replied. I don't know. I was very unhappy. I went up to my bedroom. I looked in my mirror. Jane Eyre, I said to myself, you are not pretty, and you are poor. Mr. Rochester will never marry you. He will marry Miss Blanche Ingram. She is a rich lady. You are a poor governess. Forget Mr. Rochester, Jane Eyre. Forget him. 2 weeks later, a letter arrived for Mrs. Fairfax. Mr. Rochester will return on Thursday, Mrs. Fairfax said. Some of his friends will come here with him. There will be many guests at Thornfield Hall. On Thursday evening, Mr. S. Fairfax, Adele and I were in Adele's bedroom. Mrs. Fairfax was looking out of the window. The guests are arriving now, Mr. S. Fairfax said. I went to the window and I looked out. There were 3 carriages. 2 people were riding horses. Mr. Rochester was riding his big black horse. A beautiful young woman was riding a white horse. Mrs. Fairfax pointed to the young woman. That is Miss Ingram, the housekeeper said. Then she went downstairs. Adele wanted to go downstairs too. No, Adele, I said. We cannot go downstairs tonight. Mr. Rochester is talking to his guests. The next day, Mrs. Fairfax came into the schoolroom. Mr. Rochester wants you to meet his guests tonight, Miss Eyre, she said. Adele must meet them too. Later, Adele and I went quietly into the sitting room, and soon 8 ladies came into the room. One of them was tall, dark and very beautiful. She was Blanche Ingram. Adele ran towards her. Good evening, beautiful lady, she said in French. What a pretty little girl, Blanche Ingram said. Miss Ingram spoke to the other ladies, and she spoke to Adele, but she did not speak to me. Half an hour later, the gentleman came into the room. I looked at Mr. Rochester. He saw me, but he did not speak to me. Miss Ingram pointed at Adele. Why doesn't this little girl live at a school, Mr. Rochester? She asked. Adele learns her lessons at home, Mr. Rochester replied. She has a governess. Oh yes, that small woman by the window, Miss Ingram said. I had many governesses. I hated all of them. They were all ugly and stupid. Later, Miss Ingram and Mr. Rochester sang some songs together. Mr. Rochester had a fine voice. I listened to the songs, then I left the room. Mr. Rochester followed me. What is wrong, Jane? He asked. Nothing is wrong, sir, I said. But I am tired. I am going to my room. Good night, sir. You are tired, and you are unhappy too, Mr. Rochester replied. There are tears in your eyes. Rest now, Jane, but please come and meet my guests tomorrow evening. Don't forget, Jane. The guests stayed at Thornfield Hall for 2 weeks. Every evening, I went to the sitting room with Adele. Nobody spoke to me. Mr. Rochester and Miss Ingram were always together. One afternoon, Mr. Rochester went to Millcote. He returned late in the evening. I met him at the front door. Another guest has arrived, sir, I told him. His name is Mr. Mason. He has come from the West Indies. Suddenly, Mr. Rochester's face was pale. He held my hand tightly. Mason, the West Indies. Mason, he said. Are you ill, sir? I asked. Jane, my little friend, I've had a shock, he said. Bring me a glass of wine, please. I went quickly to the dining room. I returned with a glass of wine and I gave it to Mr. Rochester. What are my guests doing? He asked. They are eating and laughing, sir, I replied. Mr. Mason is talking to the other guests. One day, they will all hate me, Mr. Rochester said. Now go into the dining room again. Tell Mason to meet me in the library. I gave Mr. Mason the message. Then I went to my bedroom. I got into my bed. Later, I heard Mr. Rochester coming up the stairs with Mr. Mason. They were laughing and talking. Soon, I was asleep. Some hours later, I woke up. A terrible cry had woken me. The moon was bright. Its light was shining through my window. I listened, then I heard somebody shouting, "Help! Help! Rochester, help me!" The voice came from the top corridor. "Help! Help!" I got out of bed and I put on a dress and some shoes. I opened my door. All the guests were in the corridor outside the bedrooms. They were all asking questions. What happened? They asked. Is there a fire? Who is hurt? Where is Mr. Rochester? I am here, Mr. Rochester said. He was walking down the stairs from the top corridor. What is wrong, Mr. Rochester? Miss Ingram asked. What has happened? Nothing is wrong, Mr. Rochester replied. One of the servants has had a bad dream. Go back to bed. I went back to my room, but something was wrong. I did not get into my bed. I waited. Soon, somebody knocked on my door. I opened the door. Mr. Rochester was standing in the corridor. Jane, follow me. Do not make a sound, Mr. Rochester said. We went up to the top corridor. Mr. Rochester unlocked a door and we went inside a room. Mr. Mason was sitting on a chair in the room. His face was pale, and his shirt was covered with blood. Then I heard a terrible laugh. The sound came from the next room. Grace Poole is a madwoman, I thought. Why does Mr. Rochester have a mad servant? Mr. Rochester spoke quietly to Mr. Mason. I am going to bring a doctor, Richard, he said. Then he spoke to me. Stay here, Jane. Wash Mr. Mason's arm, but do not speak to him. Mr. Rochester left the room. I washed Mr. Mason's arm. We waited for Mr. Rochester and the doctor. Mr. Mason did not speak to me and I did not speak to him. After 2 hours, Mr. Rochester returned. The doctor was with him. The doctor looked at Mr. Mason's arm. She bit me, Mr. Mason said. I came up here. I wanted to see her. I wanted to help her, but she bit me. Be quiet now, Richard, Mr. Rochester said quickly. The doctor put a bandage on Mr. Mason's arm. Mr. Rochester put Mr. Mason's coat round the injured man's shoulders. Then he spoke to me again. Run downstairs, Jane. Unlock the small door at the side of the house, he said. We will follow you. I went quickly downstairs and I opened the door. Outside the door, a servant was waiting with a carriage. Mr. Mason and the doctor came out of the house. They got into the carriage. Then Mr. Rochester came out of the house too. Mr. Mason spoke to him through the window of the carriage. Help her. Be kind to her, Rochester, he said. Yes, I will, Mason, Mr. Rochester said. The servant drove the carriage away. Will you walk in the garden with me, Jane? Mr. Rochester asked. I do not want to sleep now. Yes, I will, sir, I said. Soon, it was morning. The birds were beginning to sing. The flowers had a sweet smell. It has been a strange night, Jane, Mr. Rochester said. Were you frightened? I am frightened of Grace Poole, I said. She will hurt you, one day. I am stronger than she is. She will not hurt me, Mr. Rochester said. He looked at me for a few moments. Are you my friend, Jane? He asked me. Yes, sir. I will be your friend forever, I replied. Thank you, my dear, Mr. Rochester said. I have made mistakes. Now, I want to be happy. That is not wrong, is it, Jane? He stopped speaking for a minute. Then he said, Go into the house. I'll talk to you tomorrow. But the next day, I had a letter from Gateshead Hall, my Aunt Reed's house. The letter was from my cousin Eliza. Dear Jane Eyre, my brother John is dead. My mother is very ill. She wants to speak to you. Please come quickly, Jane. I started the journey to my Aunt Reed's house immediately. I arrived there the next day. My Aunt Reed was very, very ill. She could not move, and she did not speak to me. I wanted to return to Thornfield Hall. I wanted to see Mr. Rochester. But Eliza wanted me to stay at Gateshead Hall. After 3 weeks, my aunt spoke to me at last. She spoke very slowly. Are you Jane Eyre? She asked. Yes, and Reed. I am Jane Eyre, I replied. There is a letter for you, Aunt Reed said. It is in my desk. Call Eliza, please. She will get the letter. Eliza came into the room. She opened the desk and she gave me a letter. Read the letter, Jane, my aunt said. The letter had come from Madeira, but it was 3 years old. Dear Madam, I'm Jane Eyre's uncle. I'm a very rich man. I have no children. One day, Jane will have all my money. Tell her about me. She must write to me. I answered that letter, and Reed said, I hated you, Jane. I did not want you to have your uncle's money. I wrote to John Eyre. I wrote, Jane Eyre is dead. She died at Lowood School. I am sorry, Jane. I was wrong. Mrs. Reed died that night. I left Gateshead Hall a few days later. I took my uncle's letter with me. Mr. Rochester met me at Thornfield Hall. Welcome back to my house, he said. This is your home, Jane. Thank you, sir, I said. I am very happy here. Mr. Rochester's guests had left. No other visitors came to Thornfield Hall. Every day, Mr. Rochester and I talked together, and every day, I loved him more. In June, the weather was hot. One evening, I walked into the garden. Mr. Rochester was there too. Do you like this house, Jane? He asked. Yes, sir, I replied. Soon, Adele will go to live at a school, Jane, he said. Then, I will not want a governess here. Will you be sad then, Jane? Will you leave Thornfield Hall? Leave? I said quickly. Must I leave Thornfield? My dear ... Mr. Rochester stopped. He was silent for a moment. Then he said, I am going to be married soon. Oh, sir, I said. Then I must go far away from Thornfield, far away from you, sir. I started to cry. I will always remember you, Jane, Mr. Rochester said. Will you forget me? No, sir, I replied. I will never forget you. I don't want to leave Thornfield, sir. I don't want to leave you. Don't leave, Jane, Mr. Rochester said. Stay here. He smiled at me. I must not stay here, sir, I said. You are going to marry Miss Ingram. I am poor. I do not have a pretty face, but I have a heart. It is a loving heart, sir. Jane, I am not going to marry. She is rich. She is beautiful. You are poor. You are not beautiful, but I want to marry you. Will you marry me, Jane? For a moment, I could not speak. At last, I asked, Do you love me, sir? I do, he replied. Then, sir, I will marry you, I said. My dearest Jane, he said, nothing can stop our marriage now. We will be married in a month, Jane. Then I said goodnight and I went into the house. I went upstairs to my room. Later, I remembered my Uncle John Eyre's letter. I will write to him in Madeira, I said to myself. I will tell him about my marriage to Mr. Rochester. I am very happy. My uncle will be happy too. 4 weeks passed. Mr. Rochester was going to buy me many beautiful things. He was going to give me many presents. But I did not want these things. No, Edward, I said. I am not beautiful. I don't want beautiful things. I want you, Edward. It was the month of July. 2 days before our wedding day, Mr. Rochester went away. I will return tomorrow, he said. I love you, Jane. That night, I went to my bedroom early. My wedding dress and my wedding veil were in my room. I looked at them. In 2 days, I will be Jane Rochester, I said to myself. Then I went to bed, but I did not sleep well. The next day, Mr. Rochester returned. He looked at me carefully. What is wrong, Jane? He asked. Your face is pale. Are you frightened? I had a very strange dream last night, I said. It was a dream about this house, but in my dream, Thornfield Hall had no roof. The walls were burnt. They were black. In my dream, I tried to find you, but you were not in the house. Are you afraid of a dream, Jane? Mr. Rochester asked. No, Edward, I replied, but I woke up from my dream. There was a woman in my room. She was tall and heavy. She had long black hair. The woman was holding a candle, I said. She put the candle by my mirror. She put my wedding veil over her head and she looked in the mirror. Then I saw her face. It was a strange, terrible face, Edward, I said. Suddenly, the woman tore my veil into two pieces. She threw the pieces on the floor. What happened next? Mr. Rochester asked. The woman held her candle near my face, I replied. She looked at me and she laughed. Then she went away. This happened in your dream, Jane, Mr. Rochester said. It did not happen in my dream, Edward, I said. This morning, my wedding veil was on the floor of my room. It was torn. It was into pieces. But the woman did not hurt you, Jane, Mr. Rochester said. Sleep in Adele's room tonight, my dear. You will have no more bad dreams. It was our wedding day. We were going to be married in a church, near Thornfield Hall. After the marriage, we were going to travel to London. I got up early. I put on my wedding dress and I went downstairs. Mr. Rochester was waiting for me. At 8 o'clock, we walked together to the church. The clergyman was standing by the door of the church. There were two other people inside the church, two men. They were sitting in a dark corner. I could not see them very well. The clergyman started to speak. At every marriage, the clergyman asks an important question. He asks the people in the church, "Is there a problem about this marriage?" The clergyman spoke loudly. He asked this question and he waited. There was silence for a moment. And then one of the men in the dark corner stood up. He spoke loudly. "There is a problem. These two people must not be married," he said. "There is not a problem," Mr. Rochester said to the clergyman. "Please go on with the marriage." "No, I cannot go on with the marriage," the clergyman replied. He spoke to the man in the corner. "What is the problem, sir?" he asked. "Mr. Edward Rochester has a wife," the man said. Mr. Rochester turned and looked at the man. "Who are you? What do you know about me?" he asked angrily. "My name is Briggs, sir. I am a lawyer," the man replied. "I know many things about you. 15 years ago, you were married in the West Indies. Your wife's name is Bertha Mason. She is alive. She lives at Thornfield Hall." "How do you know that?" Mr. Rochester shouted. The other man in the dark corner stood up. He walked towards us. It was Richard Mason. "Bertha Mason is my sister," he said. "I saw her at Thornfield Hall in April." Mr. Rochester's face was pale. For a minute he was silent. Then he spoke quietly. "It is true," he said. "My wife is living at Thornfield Hall. She is mad. Come to the house, all of you. Come and see Mrs. Rochester. Come and see the madwoman." We all left the church. Nobody spoke. At Thornfield, Mrs. Fairfax and Adele were waiting for us. They were smiling happily. "Nobody will be happy today," Mr. Rochester said. "We are not married, Briggs." Mr. Mason, the clergyman, and I followed Mr. Rochester. We followed him up the stairs. He took us to the top corridor. He unlocked a door and we went into a small room. I had seen this room before. We walked through the room to another door. Mr. Rochester unlocked this door and we saw a larger room. Grace Poole was sitting in the room. But another woman was there too. She was tall and heavy. Her dark hair was in front of her face. The woman turned and looked at us. I knew that terrible, mad face. I had seen it in my bedroom 2 nights before. The madwoman saw Mr. Rochester. She screamed and she ran towards him. "Be careful, sir," Grace Poole said. The madwoman was very strong. She screamed and she hit Mr. Rochester. But Mr. Rochester held her arms. "This woman is my wife," Mr. Rochester said angrily. "I wanted to forget about her. I wanted to marry this young girl, Jane Eyre. Was I wrong?" He was silent for a few moments. Then he spoke quietly. "Yes, I was wrong," he said. "I love Jane Eyre, but I was wrong. Now go, all of you, I must take care of my mad wife. I went slowly downstairs. Mr. Briggs, the lawyer, spoke to me. I am sorry for you, Miss Eyre, he said. You did nothing wrong. Your uncle, John Eyre, is sorry for you too. He read your letter, and then he met Richard Mason in Madeira. Your uncle is dying, Miss Eyre. He could not come to England. He sent me here. He wanted me to stop this marriage. I did not answer. I went to my room and I locked the door. I took off my wedding dress. I put on a plain black dress. I lay down on my bed. I am Jane Eyre today, I thought. I will be Jane Eyre tomorrow. I will never be Jane Rochester. I must leave Thornfield Hall. I must never see Mr. Rochester again. My life here is finished. Many hours later, I got off the bed. I unlocked my door. Mr. Rochester was waiting outside my room. You are unhappy, Jane, he said. I am very, very sorry, Jane. We will leave Thornfield. We will go to another country. We will be happy again. I cannot be your wife. I cannot live with you, I said. I must leave you, Edward. Listen, Jane, Mr. Rochester said. My father wanted me to marry Bertha Mason. Her family was very rich. I married her. My father was happy, but I was not happy. Bertha was mad, and she was a bad woman. Nobody told me about her. She was married to me, but she met other men. She was drunk every day. She tried to kill me many times. After 4 years, I brought Bertha here to Thornfield Hall, Mr. Rochester said. Then I went away. Grace Poole took care of Bertha. I met other women. One of them was a French singer. She was Adele's mother. Adele is my daughter, Jane, but I did not love the French singer. I did not love anybody. I came home to Thornfield Hall. Then you came here and I loved you. I will always love you. Please stay with me, Jane. No, Edward, I said. I am going away. We will be unhappy. We must not be together. Goodbye, Edward. Oh, Jane, Jane, my love, Mr. Rochester said. Don't leave me. God will help you, Edward, I said. Quickly, I went into my room. I put some clothes into a bag. Later, I heard Mr. Rochester go into his room. Very quietly, I went downstairs. I opened the small door at the side of the house. I left Thornfield Hall and I walked to the road. It was dark. Soon, a coach came along the road. I gave all my money to the driver of the coach. I got into the coach. Many hours later, the coach stopped. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. You must give me more money now, the driver said. I have no more money, I said. You have no more money? Then you must get out of the coach, the driver said. I got down onto the road. The coach moved away quickly, but I had left my bag in the coach. I looked around me. I was on a cold, empty moor. I was tired and hungry. I walked and walked. I had no money. I had no food. I walked until the evening came. At last, I lay down on the ground. I fell asleep immediately. The next morning, I woke late. I walked along the road for many miles. It started to rain. Soon my clothes were wet. I saw no one. I walked on the moor all day. In the evening, I was very tired again. I must sleep soon, I thought. Where shall I sleep? Then I saw a light. I walked slowly towards it. The rain was falling heavily, but I saw a house near the road. I walked up to the house. I knocked on the door. I waited, but nobody opened the door. I stood outside the house. I was very cold and very tired. I could not move. I am going to die here, I said. Then I heard a young man's voice. The man was standing behind me. No, you will not die at Moor House, the man said. Then he unlocked the door of the house. He took me into the house. He took me into a warm sitting room. Please sit down, he said. 2 pretty young women came into the room. Give this poor woman some food, Diana, the young man said. Give her some dry clothes, Mary. Then he spoke to me again. My name is Street John Rivers, he said. These are my sisters, Diana and Mary. What is your name, young woman? My name is Jane Elliott, I said. I closed my eyes. Jane is very tired, Diana said. She must go to bed now. I stayed in bed at Moore House for 3 days. Diana and Mary Rivers were governesses. They were staying at Moore House for a few days. Street John, their brother, was a clergyman. They were very kind to me. Soon, we were good friends. One day, Street John asked me about my life. I was a governess too, I told him, and I told him about Lowood School, but I did not tell him about Thornfield Hall. I did not tell him about Mr. Rochester. I want to work, Street John, I said. Will you help me? I have a plan, Street John said. A few miles from here, there is a village. Many of the girls in the village cannot read or write. I am going to pay for a girls' school in the village, but I must find a teacher for these girls. I will teach them, Street John, I said. Good, he said. There will be a small house next to the school. You will live there. 3 days later, a letter arrived for Street John. Diana, Mary, our Uncle John is dead, he told his sisters, but we will not have any of his money. He gave the letter to his sisters. They read it. Uncle John was our mother's brother, Diana told me. He was very rich. But he has given all his money to another niece. We do not know her. Soon, I went to live in the village. I lived in the house next to the school. Every day, I taught the girls. My pupils worked hard, but I was not happy. Every day, I thought about Edward Rochester. Does he think about me? I asked myself. 4 months passed. One day, Street John Rivers came to my house. He was holding a letter. He was worried. What is wrong? I asked. I want to ask you 3 questions, Jane, he replied. Is your name Jane Elliott? Do you have another name? Do you know Jane Eyre? I looked at him for a moment. I did not speak. I have some news for Jane Eyre, Street John said. Jane Eyre was a pupil at Lowood School. And she was a teacher there. Then she was a governess at Thornfield Hall, the home of Mr. Edward Rochester. How do you know this? I asked. What do you know about Mr. Rochester? How is he? I don't know, Street John said. This letter is from a lawyer. The lawyer tells a story about Mr. Rochester. Mr. Rochester had a mad wife, but he tried to marry Jane Eyre. She left Thornfield. Now this lawyer, Mr. Briggs, is trying to find her. I will tell you the truth, Street John, I said. My name is not Jane Elliott. My name is Jane Eyre. And I was a governess at Thornfield Hall. I know Mr. Rochester. Did Mr. Briggs write anything about Mr. Rochester? No, the letter is about you, Jane, Street John said. Your uncle, John Eyre, is dead. John Eyre has given you £20,000. You are rich, Jane. But why did Mr. Briggs write to you? I asked. My mother's name was Eyre, Street John said. She was your father's sister, Jane. Then you, Diana and Mary are my cousins, I said. I thought carefully for a moment. Write to Diana and Mary, I said. They must come home. I will give all of you some of Uncle John's money. The next day, I wrote to Mr. Briggs. I gave Street John, Diana and Mary £5,000 each. I wrote to Mrs. Fairfax too, but she did not reply. 6 months passed. I heard nothing from Thornfield Hall. I heard nothing about Mr. Rochester. Then, one day, I was walking on the moor. Suddenly, I heard a voice. There was nobody on the moor. But the voice was calling my name. Jane, Jane, Jane. That is Mr. Rochester's voice, I said to myself. Then I shouted, I am coming, Edward. I am coming. I ran to Moore House. I spoke to my cousins. I am going to Thornfield Hall tomorrow. I told them. I began 2 days later. I got out of a coach. I was standing on the road near Thornfield Hall, ran across the fields. Was Mr. Rochester at Thornfield? Was he ill? And then I saw the house. The house had no roof. Its walls were burnt and black. Nobody was living there. I looked at the burnt black house. I had seen this before. I had seen it in a dream. I was frightened. Where was Edward Rochester? I went to the village of Hay. I asked about Thornfield Hall. I asked about Mr. Rochester. 3 months ago, there was a fire at Thornfield Hall, a man told me. The madwoman burned the house. She was Mr. Rochester's wife. Was Mr. Rochester in the house? I asked. Yes, he was there, the man replied. He tried to save his wife's life. He went into the burning house. But the madwoman jumped from the roof. She died. Was Mr. Rochester hurt? I asked quickly. Yes, he was badly hurt, the man said. He is blind, he can't see, and he has only one hand. Where is he? I asked. Where is he? He is living at Ferndean. It is an old house, about 30 miles away, the man said. Do you have a carriage? I asked. I must go to Ferndean immediately. I got out of the carriage near Ferndean. I walked to the house. I knocked on the door. A servant opened it. I knew her. Oh, Miss Eyre, you have come, she said. Mr. Rochester has been calling your name. A bell rang in another room. That is Mr. Rochester's bell, the woman said. He wants some candles. There were 2 candles on a table near the door. The woman lit them and she picked them up. Mr. Rochester is blind, but he always burns candles in his room in the evenings, she said. Give the candles to me, I said. I'll take them to him. I opened the door of Mr. Rochester's room. His black and white dog was sitting by the fire. The dog jumped up and ran towards me. Who is there? Mr. Rochester said. Don't you know me, Edward? I asked. Your dog knows me. I put the candles on a table. I held Mr. Rochester's hand. I know that voice, and I know this little hand. Mr. Rochester said. Is that you, Jane? Yes, sir. I have found you at last, I said. I will never leave you again. Then I told Mr. Rochester my story. Why did you leave your cousins, Jane? Mr. Rochester asked. Why did you come back to me? I am blind. I have only one hand. I will take care of you, Edward, I said. But I don't want a servant, Mr. Rochester replied. I want a wife. You will have a wife, Edward, I said. I will be your wife. I will marry you. I loved you very much at Thornfield Hall. Now I love you more. Mr. Rochester and I got married. After a time, his eyes were better. He could see a little. He saw the face of our first child. My dear Edward and I are very happy.